can't run, you can try to hide. Just know I'm gonna have you running for your life. I've been waiting a long, long time. Wrote a story that I wish wasn't mine. Fell in love with the battle cry. Got the weight of the whole world in my mind. Tell me everything will be fine. It's a long way up and I climb. I can't control my own feelings. Come on now, give me one reason why. Just another sleepless night. I only live for the fight. I can't control my own feelings. Give me one reason, and I'm screaming. You can't run, you can try to hide. Just know I'm gonna break you. No one's gonna save you. Hear me roar, I want nothing more. Just know I'm gonna have you running for your life.
Now the pressure's on, what did they expect? I'm coming for everybody until there's no one left. As long as my heart stays beating inside my chest, there ain't no time to rest. I'm a little bit obsessed, and that's why I be coming for your neck. I'm coming for another pound of flesh. Got you running for a place to hide, but it'll be a waste of time. I'm patient, I only bite when the danger's high. No blood, that's a good enough reason. Your heart's getting stuck between my front teeth, and just when you thought it was done, and I'm leaving, nope, the fangs deepen, and I'm screaming.
You can't run, you can try to hide. Just know I'm gonna break you. No one's gonna save you. Hear me roar, I want nothing.
Morning, 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 morning. We got some exciting news, don't we? Alrighty. So, what has happened? What has happened? He deleted his Wuwa 2.5 story review? What? Oh, God. I'm gonna be honest. I feel like that's kind of crazy. Wasn't it just that all you needed to do was just be like, yeah, I'll just rewatch parts of it again, and I'll give a like after I've paid more attention, I'll re-review it, or I'll give a adjusted rating. It might be the same. It might be the same after reviewing it, but like, I thought it was just that easy. I'm gonna be honest, right? Like, when I was hearing Tech talk about it, I was just like, yeah, it's quite literally that easy, right? You just like own it. You just own it. Be like, yeah, you guys are literally factually correct. Either here's why I don't care, and then just drop it, or I'll go remedy the situation. And then, honestly, you could just lie, and you could just lie, not even rewatch it, say you did, and then like go from there, right? It's like, this is one of those moments where like there were so many different easy ways out. And I think that deleting the video is like, I don't know, it might work. It might work, but I feel it just sounds to me like something that isn't particularly that effective in this situation. I think that's what I'll say. It's deleting the video sounds like it's a bit of a I mean, it might turn into more ammo. It might actually work. Who knows? So yeah, that's a bit of an unfortunate situation. I think he just wants more farm. I don't think this is the type of farm that somebody wants. This is not particularly good farm. This is kind of the opposite of good farm. Video deletion without a follow-up or apology, or even just like a minor address, right? Even just a minor address. Hell, I've done it before when a video of mine gets dislikes. I talk about it. Then I explain why the people disliking it were stupid. You know, there were some people trying to compare this situation going on with Jenna to my Infinity Nikki react, where what I did was I agreed that the players were getting fucked over, but just made a couple of jokes. I agreed the players were getting fucked over by the Infinity Nikki devs, but then made a couple of jokes about their story because I thought it sounded weird. And then people were trying to equate the two. Brother, it was like, I was like, yo, these guys had to be delusional. I was over here dealing with white knights that were getting offended on other people's behalf that weren't even playing the game, right? And another guy was getting gone after by his own viewers over a game that he regularly plays, which is like, it's a night and day difference. It's like a night and day difference, brother. Oh, man. Mob a week a copy? Oh, definitely. For certain. For certain. I don't think we're going to have very much Gensino Impacto in this bad boy, but we will have a bit of a lore breakdown of what we might expect for her character. So why don't we go ahead? Why don't we start getting into this? I'm slowly drinking my coffee right now. As you can tell, it's a bit of an earlier stream compared to the usual schedule, so I want to make sure that I'm fully awake. So we could just kind of like shoot the shit for a little bit. Now, Augusta's Melania. So what I'm interested in is she like is she going to be a like Sentinel power, Sentinel level resonator? I'm wondering, right? Because, and this is one thing that I want to be I want to make sure I got the links for, because I do think this is actually kind of what is it called? Post-Anthropomorphine. Bro, I fucking hate how they call it. Post-Lament Anthropocene. Like, what the fuck is that, bro? Yeah, you know what? That right there is the worst jargon in Wuwa. Y'all are talking about, like, shit like retroactive rain and then getting all annoyed about it. Nah, you wanna know what's fucked up? Post-Anthropocene. The fuck does that mean? That's some goddamn gibberish right there. Anthro means human, Possene, I don't know. Yeah, that's kind of the point. All right. Now I gotta look up one last other splash art. Yeah. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Okay. All right. You guys might be noticing something about, what the fuck? Okay, you guys might be noticing something about the images that I'll be popping up in a second, but don't worry. We'll get down to the nitty-gritty of all this. Okay. Alrighty. It'll be design drama. She's kind of not wearing much, very airy. Yeah, you know what actual Roman legionnaires wore? Yeah, they actually wore less than her, in at least in the historical vestments. Yeah, they have like the kind of like the bronze curious thing, and then like the little male skirt. Yeah, Yeah, those dudes were like double cheeked up on a Thursday every day. Yeah. Kind of double cheeked up on a Thursday every single day. Alrighty. Alrighty. I think we're kind of on this topic of discussion. Why don't we just keep going on with it? Just watch Spartacus? Yeah. Yeah. Alright. Let's start breaking it all down. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, it looks like Kuro Games has blessed us with quite the delivery of news on this late summer day. And it is going to be the drip marketing, the reveal of Augusta. And boy, oh boy, am I excited to go through what we're looking at over here. Some may call this the proper iteration of the Pyro Archon. Others are calling it the fearless leader of Septimont. And we're just going to start off by taking a look at her splash art. Okay, so we got Post Lament, Anthropos, I don't even want to try to pronounce that, Stars Intertwined. All the sun touches is ours to fight for. Oh, she's kind of giving me like some Julius Caesar vibes over here. Clearly, it's intended with the kind of like, like the Roman legionnaire centurion looking aspect of her design. Archive. Augusta is the undefeated gladiator in the arena and a fearless leader with a will of iron. She is a mere mortal, but has reached heights of glory attempted by only a few, and her blade speaks her power loud and clear. All right, so a couple of things for us to talk about when it comes to this overall splash art. First things first, I love the aesthetic that they got going on over here. Kind of having like the very big sweeping architecture of Septimont in the background, and then having her, kind of like front and center leading the charge. Or, I guess like having like a motivating speech to her troops. And you can see all the little grunts, all the little NPCs at the bottom over here. I think something that's really, really, really cool about what they're showing over here is the griffin in the background. And I don't know if this griffin is like mechanical or if it's like actually like a real like breathing creature, because kind of like it has like this metal sort of aesthetic on the wings and like these connections over here. I don't know if this being is like entirely biological or if it's like the Sentry construct or something, kind of like a mix or a blend of both. But one thing that we know for certain is that the griffin, this animal in the background, is kind of like the lead animal, the sentinel of Septimont, if that makes sense. But the thing is that Septimont is a part of Renacida, right? And the sentinel of Renacida is actually Cartithia. But the fact that there is like this animal, this mythical creature in the background is a little fishy. Because we all know from past characters, from past drip marketing, typically the sentinel resonators of the region are the ones that have this sort of theming in their splash art. First things first, here's my first example. Okay, so what we're going to see over here is, of course, Jancy. The leader of Jinzhou, released in version 1.1, the Sentinel's resonator for that region. And you can see over here, right, bit of a simpler splash art, but the biggest feature in the background is, of course, going to be Jue, the Dragon Sentinel resonator of that region, supporting who's in the forefront. Oh, a little bit interesting what's going on over here. Then we look at Cartithia's splash art. And what do you see? Both versions of Cartithia. You see Imperator over here, right? Little hippocampus horse thing. And then you see Imperator over here for real. So what I'm thinking is that Augusta should be of a similar level of plot relevance, a similar level of potentially even like power, and like kit visual design that seems to come with these sort of characters, because these two are spectacles on the battlefield, right? You could kind of tell there's like a little bit more effort, a little bit more extra juice, some more cinematics put into their kit, moveset design, all of that compared to some other units. And so I'm just expecting, based off of the design of Augusta's art over here and the fact that she's got an animal in the background, something that only like the most premier of the premier Sentinel Resonator characters have, well, I have high expectations for her kit. I have high expectations for her visuals. I have high expectations for her gameplay. And hopefully we will not be disappointed in the next, I don't know, 30, 40 days when she finally releases. And if what we're seeing here is anything to go after, these two are DPS characters. I don't think anyone can dispute the fact that they're DPS characters, and they just happen to be the Sentinel Resonators with the animal in the background. Hell, I'm just going to assume that the trend is going to match, because she's got a gigantic fucking greatsword. A humongous one. So big that it might actually be bigger than her. And when that's the situation, I'm naturally going to assume that the character is a bit of a DPS. So, one thing that we don't know for certain is what her element actually is, or what her attribute actually is, how she's actually going to deal damage, the typing, so on and so forth, what it might actually mean in the game. And the reason for that is that Kuro Games is not very consistent when it comes to their color schemes, for better or worse. All you have to do is take a look at some of the existing kits in the game, and you're like, oh, she's all about water. She's Havoc. She's blue, but she's air, or arrow. And then you got probably one of my favorite examples, right? You got Brant over here who's purple, but he's fire. He has purple fire. And so, to get some more clues on what is going on with her kit and her kit design, why don't we take a look at this part of the teaser? And this is going to be sort of like that follow-up video, kind of like in the mobile format that every character has. And pretty much bar none, this is where the attribute of the unit is usually always revealed. You can pretty much tell from the visual design, the visual effects in the background, what the truth is going to be on the matter. And of course, we can always read it. And I think, bit of a spoiler warning, I think the first sentence of this post pretty much gives us the rundown. When Augusta wields her blade, electric currents, the color of molten gold, burst out of her and set all nearby iron objects trembling and whining. So, yeah, it's going to be red lightning. It's going to be red lightning. And I don't, is there a boss over here? Is there something over here that kind of really brings it home for me? Think something like this, ladies and gentlemen. Let me see over here. There's like that one, yeah, what's his name? Dragon Lord Placidiax from Elden Ring. Y'all remember that guy? Let's see if I can get the thread pulled up. Y'all remember this dude from Elden Ring? That's what I'm thinking. This is literally what I am thinking just from reading that, and it would fit her color scheme incredibly well. Plus, as you saw from the original splash art that she's got going on, I think she has a feature of another boss that should be pretty cut and paste, pretty front and center. Y'all remember this colossal sword, this weapon that was available to us in Elden Ring? The grafted blade? The sword made out of a bunch of other swords? Yeah, I'm gonna be honest here, it's kind of the same photo. So, her design, her aesthetics, they're very Elden Ring coded for me. And I'm glad that Kuro Games is taking inspiration from one of the best game franchises and releases that, the past couple of decades they've ever seen. And so, yeah, a lot of great, faithful callbacks to, this entire franchise. I'm sure it's going to hit the nostalgia points for a lot of players. So, that's a little bit of like the lore breakdown. Let's keep lore and reference breakdown. Let's keep going. She is a bright sun that emerges to drive away an endless night, erasing all fears and doubts that have been born in the darkness. Okay, so definitely comes off as like a leader, do-gooder, and of course, extremely powerful at the same time. So without further ado, let's watch this clip and let's just see the confirmation firsthand. Yeah, that's red lightning. Yeah, I'm going to be real here. If you don't think she's Electro after this, if you don't think that she's the lightning element after this one, I'm going to be honest with you, you might never understand. There we go. We even got the screech. We even got the screech from the Griffin. If this thing is not like a pivotal part of her kit, and she doesn't have some sort of like sentinel move or sentinel action going on, this thing better dive bomb on my enemies when I use her liberation, or it better dive bomb on them when I use like her forte circuit or something. It has to happen. Otherwise, it's like, why would you even put this dude in the splash art? Maybe she mounts the Griffin and then like dives down on the enemies. That would be pretty damn sick. We haven't really had. Wait, that would actually be crazy if she just like kind of like gets on top of the Griffin, they fly up in the air and then like go like slash something. But yeah, this unit is I think they're doing a lot with this one. I think that when it comes to like her story exposure, you know, the teasing, the references, I think she's meant to be extremely popular. I personally think she's meant to be like a high seller. And so I'm just expecting that with the amount of teasing that she's had since version 2.4, like her along with right? The only two Septimont units, the only two 2.4 and beyond units that were actively teased during the quest, other than like Frolova, right? Because she had a pivotal role. I'm assuming that those two are the next ones up. And, right, they do have a bit of a relationship to share. So, overall, very, very, very important character with an important role in the story. Let's talk about what that role in the story actually is. So, we saw her drip marketed, right? Do I have the right? Yeah, we saw her drip marketed, right? Way back in the day. This was May 30th. It's crazy how much time flies. About 2 months ago. And the person that she was drip marketed alongside was, of course, the moon side of the equation. We have the sun, the red electric sun, and then we got the moon. And so we all know from the 2.4 story quest, assuming that you have played it by now, that the two of them, the moon and the sun, they do share a bit of a close relationship. From the perspective of they like rely on each other, they like listen to each other, that sort of stuff. Augusta immediately listens to what has to say. They're kind of like almost like a joint governmental team, it seems like in Septimont, and immediately told Julia to go fuck herself, right? The head of House Silva. And so what I'm assuming is that, yes, there's going to be a lot of story involvement in this upcoming patch. We're going to see the dynamics of her as like the effer, her as like the leader, and I'm excited to see how it all pans out. Because one thing that we know for sure is that like 2.4 as a whole kind of got like sidetracked because of all of like the stuff going on in the scenario and like the alternative realities. I don't even know if we've actually met any of these people yet. Or if like we've even had like an actual interaction with them, considering how much of 2.4 was actually like made up. So the characterization of these two moving forward is something to me that's going to be really important, that everyone should keep top of mind. And when it comes to her actual role in game and her kit, I'm going to be real here. She's going to be an Electro unit. I assume that she's going to be a DPS. I don't know what her teams are going to be in game, to be honest. You want to know why? Because there's only one premier Electro buffing character in the game. There's only one premier Electro buffing unit, and that's this one. And so the situation kind of is, unless this unit also deals Electro and Resonance Liberation damage, I don't even think Yinlin is going to be close to the best in slot. And so there's a bit of like an interesting meta situation that ends up happening over here. Augusta, we're assuming she's going to be a DPS because she has a massive sword. And she's also the region's leader, and she has that Griffin thing in the background, right? Kind of like in theme with the other Sentinel Resonators. I don't know if she's going to have an actual team, because I don't think that Kuro Games is going to go ahead and directly power creep another limited character, Because for her to be Yinlin's new best in slot and actually make use of all these outro skill buffs that Yinlin has as the only Electro buffer, they would need to make... Oh, shit. Oh, uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, my table just went down. 1 second. Uh-oh. That's not good. Oh, okay. We're back. For her to function as Yinlin's best in slot DPS, she would need to completely power creep or be the exact same damage type as Zhang Li Yao. And I'm going to be honest, ladies and gentlemen, I don't think Kuro Games is going to do that. I don't think they plan on cannibalizing any of like the sales of their prior banner units. They have not, in any situation, actually double dipped on damage types yet. We're about a year, almost a year and a half into launch, and we haven't double dipped into damage types. So when it comes to Electro, we've got basically Resonance Skill DPS, good to go. We've got Resonance, or we've got Heavy Attack Electro, and I think we have a Basic Attack Electro that still has some room over here. And so I would just keep like those 3 damage types in mind. But another thing that I would keep in mind is the fact that we're probably going to have some new Sonata sets available too. Because, as you probably imagine, the only Electro set that's currently in the game is Void Thunder. And Void Thunder is kind of old. And one thing we've noticed from Kuro Games is it seems like every new DPS seems to be having a new Sonata set released for them. That's kind of what has happened across all of 2.0. And sure, there are some characters, there are some sets that serve multiple characters, like Eternal Radiance, Midnight Veil, or Empyrean Anthem. I don't necessarily know if Kuro Games feels like making her work on Tide-Breaking Courage. Perhaps they'll do that, and she'll be an ER-focused unit. That's something that might happen. But I'm more so along the lines of, I think this is kind of like a brand exclusive thing, and I don't think it plans. I don't think they plan on sharing it with too many other units because of how, absurd the design kind of like is over here. With all that, with that 250% ER, it's a bit of a specific stat build. So I would expect a new Sonata set to come out for her, assuming that she is a DPS. And like when it comes to farming, all of that, I wouldn't worry about it too much for now. I would kind of just wait for the version 2.6 live stream. All the details over there so you can kind of get down to like the nitty gritty of it. So yeah, there's not too much that we can think about for her meta-wise other than she's probably not going to launch with her best in slot team. But that also means I'm a little bit concerned about what her performance is going to look like on release. This might mean that she has some sort of unique mechanic in her kit, though, that allows her to interact with teammates that maybe aren't the same attribute as her. Because one unit that kind of like comes to mind that filled that sort of niche is actually Jancy, right? Where Jancy actually hates having Spectro units with her, and she gains her biggest bonuses of all, right? By actually having coordinated attacks of different attributes working alongside her. And so maybe this unit, maybe Augusta's going to have some sort of similar synergy so that she doesn't launch and kind of like isn't as viable as others. Because that's the future that I see ahead for her, unless she's going to power creep Zhang Liao. That's pretty much it. And I don't think Kuro Games plans on doing that because they haven't done it yet. They still have plenty more damage types to go. So be on the lookout for future news regarding this unit. Obviously, we still have like her interlude quest going into version 2.6 at the end of 2.5. But I think Kuro's handled character releases, power levels, all of that pretty damn well. Most would just hope that her kit doesn't have as many type restrictions. Or if there's like type, maybe like Electro Flare, like a debuff located in her kit, maybe it's a little bit more free form to use. So we'll just have to see how they're incorporating all the feedback across some of the prior character releases. You know, think like your arrow erosion and your Spectro Frazzle units. What path are they going to have moving forward with the kit design in this game? And well, there's nothing to worry about on the visual side. We'll just have to see where the discussion goes when it comes to the gameplay side. So yeah, that'll be that, ladies and gentlemen. Hopefully this overview, this breakdown, all of this theory crafting, or honestly just speculation on what she's going to do was helpful. We'll be on the lookout for the next character that's going to be drip marketed. Like I said, Sun and Moon go together because opposites do actually attract. My money's on her. Otherwise, it's just, there was no point in making a Sun and Moon unit if they're not going to be fucking released together in the same patch. And then also be butt buddies in the story. So yeah, that'll be that. We'll be on the lookout. We'll be up to date. I'll see you all next time. Let me know what you all think. Peace. Did Saint see the ZZZ ult animation from Seed? No point. It's for the lore, buddy. Exactly. So, if the next patch is going to be about... If the next patch is going to be about her, if Yuno's not included, there was no point in making them Sun and Moon. You ever think about it that way, brother? If they're already teased to show up together, if Yuno isn't in this patch, then yeah, there was no point in making them Sun and Moon. And what? Are they going to release fucking Chu Yan out of nowhere? What? They're going to release fucking Galbraina out of nowhere and not the character that we've already seen? Okay, guys, that makes a ton of fucking sense. You're right. Hey, yeah, let me just go with the option that makes no fucking sense and has no reasonable backing to it. Yeah, that's totally something. That's totally something I should do, guys. Yeah, I should go with the one that makes the least sense and has no evidence. Who is the worst CC in the gacha space? You want the answer? Hey, Tech, if you want the answer to that question, if you want the answer to that question, I'm not even going to type anything. I'm just going to have what's on the screen, and that's going to be my answer. Yeah, because this motherfucker doesn't make any more gacha content. This motherfucker never makes any more gacha content. He uploads like one fucking video a year at this point. Like one a month, one a week max. So like literally he has to fit the definition of the worst one because he doesn't make any. You're supposed to take my place, man. You act like that's like a... brother, I got my own shit to worry about. I left my throne for you to capture it. This is the thing. You're leaving the gacha space. I'm supposed to be inheriting it. When the games are like not good right now. The games are not good right now. It's like, what? Oh, we gonna talk about Honkai Star Rail and the Fate collab? Woohoo! Well, I'm gonna go talk about Anefa, the 4-star that looks the 4-star unit that's being sold as a 5-star with pay-to-win mechanics locked behind her kit and her weapon. Oh boy! Woohoo! I'm gonna talk about ZZZ and Miasma. Woohoo! Oh, I'm gonna play Uma Musume, the game that I can't even run. I'm just waiting for new character release. I'm just waiting for new game releases, man. Maybe we branch out a little bit and make a new channel called More Tauntus. We could. No, this is the thing, right? I actually told this guy that I was going to do that. And then I completely, like, it's hard. It's hard, right? It's hard to kind of, like, fit that all in. So I'm just like, okay, do I just keep maintaining my regular channel right now and then try to do this on the side? But then it was getting harder to maintain the channel because Gacha was dying and there was no content. And so it's like I had to put all my effort into that, and then the variety mainstream stuff kind of went to the side. And I guess right now there's not a lot of variety mainstream stuff happening because everybody's getting sued. And so everybody's like not allowed to talk about anything because they're all in legal fucking battles. Yeah. Yeah, it's a bit of a situation. Yeah. July 20, Tecto VOD shouts out Saint, but linked the wrong channel. We love you, Saint. Sorry for not following sooner. He left. Okay, well, glad you guys are able to verify that, so I'm not talking to an empty room. Yeah, that guy has a bad tendency. That guy has a bad tendency of just leaving while I'm in the middle of saying something. Bit of a dick move. If I'm gonna be honest with you, bit of a dick move. So these words are precious. His mother pays to hear them. He's getting them for free. All right. Attention span of a walnut. Stop it. Stop it. Bro, I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie, guys. I was a bit of a bad boy. Yesterday. So what I did yesterday was I went to Tectone's channel off stream. And I created 7,000 bot accounts to sabotage his place in the No, I didn't do that. So what I did was I was watching the comments on this video. I was watching the comments on this video, and I was like, I had like a beer cracked open on the side. I was just sipping and reading them. I'm not gonna lie. I was a bit of a bad boy. Okay, I was a bit of a bad boy. I was kind of reading the comments on this, and don't lie, there were other people doing it too. Because, dude, the comments in here are crazy. Like, this has to be one of the most, like, and the thing is, it's not even, like, aggro, it's like joking, but also just complete disagreement. It's one of the most, like, civil, but also, like, rude comment sections I've ever seen. This AoE taunt is not gonna work, little pup. Tank trying to save his DPS for real. It's actually, the entire thing is so funny. It's legitimately, it's one of the funniest comment sections I've ever seen. I'm telling you. And it's just like, yeah, some of the stuff is a little bit fucked up. I'm gonna be honest, I'm surprised Tech hasn't deleted some of them yet. I'm surprised that all of them are still here, because some of them are kind of fucked up. But this is the thing, right? I think that a lot of the comments do have, like, a pretty solid basis. Obviously, like, some of them are going over the line. But I feel like the disagreement, to a pretty high degree, is relatively respectful. Bro is getting cooked. Some of the comments are cook, but other ones actually are, like, pretty... Like this one over here, right? Obviously, it got, quote, retweeted by Lillian Carey. Yeah, she definitely plays gacha games. Yeah, this definitely wasn't a bot of, like, an OnlyFans girl that's going ahead and now reposting comments. I think that this is also hilarious. It's also hilarious that, like, a sex bot is talking about gacha drama. I think that's objectively hilarious. It's like stuff like this, right? Like, this is kind of like the stuff that's getting upvoted. So, yeah. And there was, like, one comment over here in particular that kind of prompted this discussion that reminded me, or that I got reminded of this one comment because somebody said, like, the walnut. And, like, somebody's post was, I, like, looked through all the comments that were available, and the worst thing that was said to Jenna was that he was a clapped walnut. And then it had, like, a question mark next to it. It's like, the worst thing he got called was a walnut. And I was just like, you know, in actuality, the situation looks even crazier when you can pretty legitimately say the worst thing that was said to the guy was that he was a walnut. crashing out like this because he got called a walnut. I'm sorry. Like, you're worthless. You don't deserve. You're a waste of breath. You're too stupid to live. I'm sorry, bro. It's simply a comedic situation. It almost sounds like a skit. It almost sounds like a skit that I would hear in like a show like It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. That's what it reminds me of. Like a skit. It reminds me of like this entire situation reminds me of like a bit. Like if this didn't happen in real life, you would say it's unbelievable. Am I wrong, guys? Am I wrong? If this happened in like literature, fiction, a movie, you would say this is not real. Yeah. So that's that. It was yeah, that's what it just reminded me of. Jenna removed this vid. Yeah, we've already gone over it. I'm gonna be okay. Chat, what do you think? 1, removing the vid is a good idea. 2, removing it was a bad idea. 1 or 2? Which one are you guys thinking? Damn, I see like 3 ones. I see like 3 ones. Even, okay, mods, stop spamming. I see like 3 or 4 ones, and the only people typing ones I know are shit posting. And they're just being contrarians for fun. They're just being contrarians for fun. Okay, so here are my suggestions for, I guess, just in the future. And chat, make sure to remind me of this in case it ever happens to me. Right? In case I ever do find myself in a situation where I'm getting publicly canceled over gacha game takes that I heavily overreacted to and turned into a much bigger issue than it actually was by calling people worthless and waste of air. If I ever find myself in this situation, make sure you remind me of the advice that I'm giving to the space right now. 1, you could just make a pinned comment. You can just make a pinned comment describing the situation. And so anybody that watches it afterwards will have to read your comment. And then if they don't read your comment, then that's something that they can get dinged on for later, right? Because then they will have missed context. 2nd, you could just have a segment on stream that somebody clips and uploads to Twitter or wherever you're getting the most flack. And then just talk about the situation, obviously. And I think in this situation, you might think I'm out of line. You might think I'm wrong over here. I think the right move in this situation would have been to apologize. And the apology should have covered 2 things. 1, the crash out in the first place, where, you know, you told people that they're worthless, right? An apology just at a baseline. And then either just, not even like an apology, a clarification of what happened before. Of like why of the whole like confusion of what started this spat in the first place. Like, we don't even need to apologize for that. We just need to explain that situation. I don't even think you need to go there, right? Especially if you're gonna like factor in like ego and everything. I don't even think you need to apologize for the initial thing in the first place. Just clarify it. And then maybe give like a next steps. But I think you do have to apologize for the initial clip. I don't think there's any way to move beyond that. But that would be like the list of things that I think should have happened instead. And like the third option, right? And this is the one that's obviously like the most lift, and I don't even think the third option is needed. You make a video addressing the whole situation. And then in that video, you either double down, which I don't think in this situation, doubling down is the move. You either double down or you just kind of move forward from there. Right? You double down or you just apologize in that video from there. So that's that. Yeah. Yep. That would be my take. That would be my take. Oh, and oh right, you have to apologize for the initial clip. Also, I didn't even realize it was because of the envy situation too. Yeah, yeah, because of the whole like I should be the only one critique or getting praise for critiquing the game, right? Like that's also a reason why I would just apologize too, because that's. But now this is the thing, right? With the video removed, and then now it just kind of looks like we're sweeping this under the rug or trying to forget that it exists or forget that it happened. Well, I mean, I can just Google the phenomenon, right? I can just Google the phenomenon. Let's just look it up here, right? The Streisand effect is the phenomenon where an attempt to hide, remove, or censor information online backfires, resulting in the information being publicized more widely. Essentially, trying to suppress something on the internet can draw more attention to it, making the original information more accessible and discussed than if no action had been taken. Yeah. And especially deleting it. Okay. And this is the thing. Deleting it like a week from now, probably not a big deal. But deleting it while people are searching for it. Oh, that's a critical blow. That deleting it while people are in the middle of searching for it. That's a bit of a critical blow, unfortunately. So, yeah. Like I said before, I don't think the initial thing was bad at all. I don't think people are even mad. People aren't even mad at the rating of a 7. I don't think anyone cares it was a fucking 7. I don't think anyone's mad that he wasn't, or his viewers are mad that he wasn't paying attention. But that would have been something. That's like a 2. That's like a 1 or 2 on the 10 scale. But then the reaction to his own viewers is where the issue is, right? And then other people see that, and they're just like, okay, when you see a crash out like that, you want to go into and investigate why that crash out is occurring in the first place. I feel like that's what most people do. And then when you look at what caused the situation, you're like, the input doesn't really match the output here. It's like, I put in, this is like, I went to, like, the Gacha. I threw a 10 pull at it, and I got 9 5-stars. Except all of those 5 stars were Ling Yang. And he replaced all my existing 5 stars with Ling Yang. That's kind of like what happened here. It's like I had my Verena and my Jinsei deleted from my account, and they were replaced with a copy of Ling Yang's sequence node. Yeah, that's kind of like what happened here. And I'm just gonna be real. I don't think it's that deep. I don't think it's that deep. And this is where I really get Tech's point of view. This isn't anything at all, right? This is wildly blown out of proportion. This is like one of the smallest things. This is one of the smallest things to like have even talked about to this high of a degree. But I think the simple fact of the matter is that when you hop on stream and then you call one of the main sources of your viewership retarded, and that they're too stupid to live. I'm gonna be honest. At that point, it has to be your own viewers that are making it happen in the first place, right? Because they're gonna be the first ones to see it, and they're just like, "What the fuck?" I mean, your vid got a lot of views. People care too much about this. This is the thing. That vid was based on a tweet that within like 10 hours had like 20 to 100. I think it had like 220k views. I think it had like 220K views in like a very short amount of time. Right? So it's like, hey, maybe I funneled it to an audience. Maybe I funneled it to an audience, right? But the situation was already clickable in the first place. Does that make sense? Yeah, the tweet was already madly clickable, or the situation was already beyond clickable in the first place. And, you know, sure, yes. Me talking about a situation is going to be farming it, but you guys also have to think about it from this perspective, right? One of the reasons why I wanted to address it was because, let's be honest here, right? I am a... Some may agree with it, some may disagree with it. I would like to assume that I have some degree of influence in the Wuthering Waves community, right? Some could say, oh, he's just like, oh, everybody hates him. Like, even Wuwa players hate him. They'll spam that everywhere, right? Obviously, it's not true. Otherwise, I would get no views, right? And I'm a big creator in the community who makes a lot of Wuwa content. And people will attribute the actions of the community to me. That happens all the time. People will attribute actions of the community to me. And they'll say, oh, if Wuwa players are doing a bad thing, I will catch some of the flack. I will catch the blame for when they do bad things. And essentially, what was happening in this situation was the Wuwa community was accused of being toxic positive, of brigading CCs, of doing negative things, and I was getting backlash for it. Right? People were blaming me. They were saying, oh, it's because of the way that you make content, blah, 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 do all of this stuff. It's because Saint's leading the community in this direction. And so this is partly his fault that Jenna's getting attacked by Kurobots. And so part of it, right, is, yes, naturally, I'm getting some shit because of his insane generalizations and refusal to read his own comments. And so I am over here understanding that to a degree, I am getting dragged down by what he's doing. I'm guilty by association here. Because I am one of the biggest Wuwa CCs. And so if you're going to say the entire community is bad, or the entire community is causing these issues, they're going to attribute those problems to me. And so, part of it is me dispelling the misinformation that it's the Wuwa community causing this issue for Genocide. Because that's me protecting my own stuff. Maybe people didn't realize that, but that's another reason why I made the video. That's another reason why I dug into the issue. It's the biggest reason why. Actually, I wanted to see the cause and effect, see all of the evidence, see what was creating this reaction in the first place. Because I had a personal stake in it. Right? So hopefully that does explain. Like, yes, I understand. The community can be retarded and say some retarded shit sometimes. Right? But I don't think as like a greater whole, there's this giga like every single time I see the Wuwa community brigade or dogpile or like jump on somebody, right? It's never for like no reason. Or if it is for no reason, I don't know about it. There's always like a reason to a degree that makes like a fair bit of sense, where it's just like, yeah, they're just completely misinformed about this one part. Or they're having like a crazy reaction about this other thing. And so I'm just kind of like, okay, this is like one circumstance, right? Where they're sounding completely unhinged. They're sounding super unreasonable. Why don't I go ahead and investigate it so I'm not accused of riling up the crowds into some like murderous frenzy and then go sicking them on CCs because they said something bad about Wuwa. Right? So, yeah. I think that's kind of like the whole situation over here. And I guess this is the thing, right? Maybe that's worth me putting into a video. Maybe it's not. I don't think it particularly matters too much. I like this is also the other thing. I don't want to dig into it too much more. I think it's a matter of just like, hey, if the mess is in your own house, if the mess is in your own house, don't go dragging it into my front lawn. That's kind of like what my video to Jenna kind of is. This mess is inside your house. Don't throw it over the backyard fence into mine. It's like your issue, bro. It's your problem. So yeah. So yeah. But you're in it if you made a video. All right. Has that chat informed everybody? Legions was defending Jenna until he saw the second half of Saint's video. Guys, most people are going to want to defend somebody out of first class. I mean, guys, motherfuckers. You guys already know I don't necessarily get along with Jenna particularly well. Right? It doesn't there are even podcasts happening today where he said he's refused to come on if I'm there. I assume that I terrify him or something, right? You guys obviously know we don't get along, but I was still giving him the full benefit of the doubt going through that react. I was even trying to frame his crash out as surely something awful happened. Like surely somebody did something unforgivable. They did something unforgivable for him to react like this. Right? I was spamming that at the start because of how absurd his reaction was. I was spamming that. And then I was just like, looks like you got called a walnut, buddy. This might be unjustified after all. This maybe isn't an appropriate reaction. I'm sorry, bro. It's just he got called a walnut. That's crazy. And you want to know who the biggest winner is out of all of this? Do you guys want to know who the biggest winner is out of all of this? Mr. Pokey. Mr. Pokey is literally collecting W's in his comment section right now. He's literally collecting W's in his comment section right now. He is gaining infinite amounts of Wuwa clout following this situation. Look how absorbed he is in this story. Mr. Pokey paid more attention to giving the best take. Why do you think these comments are being made? Why do you think these comments are being made, ladies and gentlemen? Why do you think they're happening? Bro, if Mr. Pokey is gaining clout from this situation, surely, right? Surely there's something going on. Like, Pokey is coming out of this with a massive W. Because all he did was play the... Like, it's not like bro did some crazy shit. He just played the story and he's gaining clout. He just paid a little bit of attention to the story, and now he's a clout god in the Wuwa space. Motherfucker, bro. I didn't know it was this easy. Hey, it's kind of just like this. Keep it business as usual. Wait for other people to fuck up, and then you'll end up elevating yourself. Don't do anything different. Just do the same shit you've been doing before, and wait for somebody else to fuck up, and you'll rise. That's what it seems like, I guess, boys, in the big 2025. All right, Augusta Drip. 1 second, boys. We gonna get that going. Okay. Ooh, I just had the best video idea ever for when we hear about her weapon. I'm assuming she's a broadblade. Obviously, we don't know yet because Zani was a fucking giganto sword and she's a gauntlet. But if she is a broadblade, I've got a great stuff to talk about for her vid. Yeah, okay, Augusta Drip. Okay, all right. Give me 1 second, boys. I need to go take one of the fattest pisses on the planet because I just downed my entire coffee. You can probably tell my energy levels rose, like midway through. I'm gonna go take a piss real fast, and then we'll BRB. All right, my bad. All right. Oh, sorry. I realized I had Pokey on the screen that entire time. I don't know if that was if you didn't like that, my apologies. I don't think it's that big of a deal though. Alrighty. Alrighty. We've got our Augusta drip. We've got our Augusta drip here. I thought you were gonna react to it. I mean, I heard he liked it. I heard he liked it. I heard he liked it and gave a pretty solid, pretty good review. I think the unfortunate thing for Pokey in this situation is that I can tell that he actually likes Wuthering Waves. I can tell that he actually enjoys the game. I can tell that he wants to, like, kind of make content about the game. But, like, low-key, he, like... I feel like he just pissed off the community too much in, like, the latter half of last year. I feel like he was pissing off the Wuwa community too much in the latter half of last year and the start of this year. So it's kind of like the audience kind of just like is not that accustomed to his stuff because he kind of just was like shitting on the game for like no reason for the longest time. So yeah. Yeah, that's kind of it. Fix his PR by reacting to it? Nah, I'm good. Nah, I'm good. Nah, I'm good. He's crashed out on me too many times. He's crashed out on me too many times. I'll just make fun of him. I'd be willing to give him a chance if he becomes more sincere. I think this is the thing. It's unfortunately, I think at least with me, the bridge has kind of like just been burned. Um, yeah, there's just it's just too many insults, bro. Too many insults and fake apologies. Yeah. This is the thing. With the type of person that I am, the things that I'll say and the interactions that I end up getting myself into if I know you as a person, if you're not good, if you're not able to make an apology or accept an apology, we're probably not going to get along. That's my take on it. If you're not able to make or accept one and you know me, we're probably not going to get along. Right? So it's just I'm kind of like 2 for 2. I'm kind of like 2 for 2 when it comes to that regard. You want to know somebody that's really good at making and accepting apologies? And you want to know why I get along with that person and why we were shooting the shit in my chat before? Somebody that's really good at that is Tectone and Fob. Tectone and Fob are both very good at making, giving, and accepting apologies. They're both good. They're both good. I meant to mainly say Tech, but Fob's up there as well. What did Fob do to you? Be quite possibly the gayest chatter I've ever had. Yeah. Fob is literally the gayest chatter I've ever had. I'm not even joking. I could pull up his logs and his children would disown him. I could pull up his logs and his future children would disown him. No lie. No lie. I've got the keys to the kingdom in my Twitch history. I really like your opinion on gacha games. Would you also be down to cover more world topics in the future as well? That's kind of like, that's a transition that I should make at some point. You know, take it like a little bit like bite-sized. I guess this is the thing, right? Is I have fun. I have fun talking about games. I have fun talking about like metas. I have fun talking about like nerdy shit. I can also talk about real world issues as well. But this is the thing. There are a lot of things I don't care about. There are a lot of things I don't care about. And unfortunately, content for me can be hard to make, and it can feel very exhausting if I want to force myself to care about and talk about things that I don't care about. And this is an example of it, right? You might hate me for this. You might hate me for this, or you might think that I'm crazy. Guys, the V Shoujo stuff, I was just like, this just sounds like another, like, corrupt employer. I don't really care. Right? Like, I was just like, this, I feel like I've seen this before. I don't really care. Right? And obviously, it's, like, big for a lot of people. And if I was to be a bit more like a mainstream guy, I would sort of, to a degree, have to force myself to care about that. It's just like, okay, another big corpo fucking its employees, except this time it just happens to include 2D people, like 2D anime waifus. Great, I'm just gonna see drawn stuff instead of real people. But it's like the same thing, different story. Stuff I don't really care about. Right? So it's, that's kind of like the part that's holding me back, because I don't want to... And I'm not saying that everyone making that sort of content doesn't care. I know a lot of people do care, and that's why they're making content about it. It's just, when you do have, like, the interest, right? When you do have, like, the initial sort of draw, that's what leads you to actually, you know, make solid material. That's just my opinion. And I think one thing Tectone does particularly well to that degree is he's interested in a lot of things. That's one of the benefits of having... I actually don't know if he has ADHD, but I think he's mentioned it as like a joke. Maybe it's real. That's one of the potential benefits of having ADHD as a streamer, is that naturally your attention will go to a lot of different places, right? And you might just end up interested in a lot of different things. So it's like a debuff that it's a buff with a debuff side effect. Right? It's like plus 20% damage, minus 15% accuracy. That or like plus 20% EXP gain, minus 20% accuracy. It's like one of those stat effects. You know what I mean? Yeah. One thing I know for certain is that I don't have ADHD, right? I think that's pretty evident based off of the fact that I can sit down and talk about a character's kit for 40 minutes. Live on stream. just talk about it. It's a little bit rough for some people to do that. Yeah. Okay. Okay. All right. You are too focused to have it, but in some games you do have it a little. No, that's just when I'm playing ZZZ, and me not focusing on a bad story doesn't mean I have ADHD. It means the story is actually bad and does not capture my attention. Okay, I'm gonna be real here. ZZZ 2.1 is literally the example of a story that fails to capture your attention. Because they're repeating the same thing over and over and over again, and I feel like I read the same sentence in dialogue that I just read 10 seconds ago, and I'm just like, you know what I mean? Yeah, and this is the thing. Yesterday on stream, we proved that. We literally proved it yesterday on stream. I literally crashed out every single time it happened, and I crashed out about 7 times during that stream. Just repeatedly saying how much I've been seeing the same thing said. You crashed out on Shiyu? You guys, why do you think my Shiyu defense video, the one about the Miasma Jane, that video has almost an 80% like ratio? And it's one of my best performing ZZZ vids ever, where I talk about how Miasma Jane is cancerous. You want to know why, guys? Because people agree with me. Except no CCs are talking about it because they're all paid off. Everyone agrees with me. CCs are literally just getting paid to shill Miasma and shill the mechanic, and their dipshit audience is spamming my comment section, talking about how it's not an issue because their CC didn't say it was. And their CC, unless they want to be homeless, isn't going to talk about it. Okay, homeless is probably going a bit too far, but unless they want to lose a couple $1,000s a month, they're not going to talk about it. And early access, they're not going to talk about it. Guys, ZZZ, it's like, think about it this way. It's almost like this, it's like a snowball issue over here. The game gets worse because nobody talks about what's wrong with the game. It keeps getting worse, and because it's getting worse, nobody plays it. And because nobody plays it, ZZZ and Hoyo have more control over who makes content over the game, because the only people making content about the game are the people that are getting paid to do it. And so it just keeps a cycle. It's like an endless cycle. Bad game, or bad parts to the game that make it annoying as fuck to play. Nobody plays it. The only people covering it are CCs that are paid up by Hoyoverse. Nobody talks about the issues. Bad game. And it's just a cycle that keeps going. It will never end. It will literally never end. It's off. I bet you can just call that like the death spiral of a gacha game, to be honest. It's the flywheel of gacha death. Just propelling itself in a fucking circle, bro. You know, fuck it. Why don't I just draw it out? Why don't I just draw it out? We can get like the actual, we can get the artistic rendition of it. Here we go. It's like this. It's like this, right? It's like this. Bad game. No one plays. Then that goes into devs pay CC to cover and then no critiques. That's what it is, bro. That is what it is. And that's why ZZZ is having so many problems right now. That is why ZZZ is having so many problems right now. Pretty much it. Yep. That's that. Didn't you make an Ethereum restart video lying about it being free-to-play friendly? So this is the thing. You're in my chat lying about what's in my Ethereum video, where the first slide of my Ethereum video is me giving my take, playing the game super casually and entirely free-to-play. And then just giving my take, playing the game like that. It's literally said in the first minute of the video. You just didn't watch it. So, like, what? Are you just... There are other ways to say you're retarded and media illiterate. There are other ways to say that. That you'll say you watched a video and then not understand one of the biggest disclaimers said in the first minute of it. Did you read the new comments under the Girls Frontline 2 video? Yeah, that one got pushed as an ad for like a week. Yeah, that video has like 300 something K views right now. It's crazy. Yeah, that one is legitimately insane right now. It's a little bit nuts. You need to understand Jane's pattern. You need to go fuck yourself, Fluffy. Yeah, you need to go fuck yourself, Fluffy. That's what you need to do. Have you thought about that? Like you're out here telling me to go learn patterns. Nah, how about the devs just don't put miasma on the boss? How about the devs just don't make miasma trigger a second time 10 seconds before the S rate clear? How about you just ask yourself those questions instead of blaming the player for the devs putting in cancerous mechanics? I honestly can't handle when players say this. Yes, the devs put in this obnoxious barrier, but it's the player's responsibility to deal with shit dev decisions. Yes, you're right. Or you could just blame the developers for making things retarded. But nobody wants to do that. And of course, CCs won't ever fucking do that because they're getting paid off by Hoyoverse to talk about the game. And so, the community is going to gaslight themselves into saying shit like miasma is never a problem, it's the most perfect skill-based mechanic ever, when it literally is diseased as fuck. And literally is only there to shill the newest units, because they're now adding more artificial timers, more artificial bullshit to be able to clear. Otherwise... if I wasn't spitting fucking facts, guys, this video would not even be doing close to as well. It wouldn't even be a fucking... Look at this. A ZZZ endgame video getting 24K views in July of 2025? Brother, how is this at 20... How is this one of the better performing videos on my channel? How would this be one of the better performing videos on my channel if I wasn't fucking spitting here about how diseased this reset was? Fucking diseased, brother. And the dislike ratio isn't even bad. It's not even bad. Especially for a vid critiquing ZZZ, knowing how many retards are going to come to your comment section. Yes, no, I will straight up call the ZZZ players in this comment section. I'll call them stupid as shit. Because they literally are dumb as hell. They're unbelievable. However, I do have actual community members, like actual ZZZ players, that are going ahead and telling me, I'm 1,000,000% right. I'm 1,000% right. 1,284 comments. This is the most engaged. I think this is the most engaged ZZZ video in like the past month, brother. I didn't even realize there were 1,284 comments on it. That's how much these guys want to defend the game. This is an actual toxic positive community over here. Jenna, if you want an example of it, Tech, if you want an example of it, right fucking here. I showed them the most diseased developer mechanic ever put into the game, miasma, and how it is the most cancerous thing anyone could ever fight. And there are still thousands of people jumping to go defend the game in the comment section. It's unreal, brother. It is unreal, the state of this game's community. Guys, why do you... I think part of it is... I don't think most people are ready for this. You post a critique about this game. You post a critique about this game, and this is the response that you're going to get. Okay? That's kind of the fact of the matter. I challenge any ZZZCC to upload a critique video. You don't even have to critique miasma. Critique how the skip button works, because you know it's fucking dog shit. I challenge any ZZZCC to critique anything in the game and upload it. They won't. You know there's a lot to critique in that game. You know there's a lot that can be fixed. They won't talk about it. Ever. Because they're either getting paid off, or they know how retardedly toxic positive the ZZZ community is, and they will and they'll, for the better of their channel, for the good of their channel, they won't make content on the game. Or they won't make content talking about critiques. That's just a fact of it, bro. Because you have an army of fucking idiots ready to defend the game at every possible opportunity. Regardless of what it is. They're ready to go. Yeah, I don't know, man. The state of this game is just like, there's so much lost potential. There's so much stuff that could have been good. There's so much stuff. Okay, you kind of cooked with that vid. It still has like a 20-something% dislike ratio. There are still people trying to say that there's something wrong with me and there's something wrong with my gameplay. I think there was one guy that went in and, like, actually backs... Oh, right over here. Look at this fucking retard. Oh my god, he messed up! He messed up 4 times! The boss dodged his ability. The boss decided to use a non-telegraphed invulnerability move and dodged his attack. Skill issue. He doesn't wait for Jane to finish her invulnerability phase and spams every ult. Whoopsies. Hopefully she'll be hittable. Check this out. It hit! These kids are so retarded that they decided to backseat my gameplay, say that I missed ults that I hit. They're this stupid, bro. This is what I mean. And it's mass upvoted. It has 37 upvotes. That's how retarded these players are. Doesn't wait for Jay to finish her invulnerability phase and spams every ult. Whoopsies. Hopefully she'll be hittable. It hits. You can't even write. You can't even. I don't even know what to say, bro. I don't even know what to say. This is the level of retardation I get to deal with in this community. This is what a justified crash out is. I'm allowed to say so much stuff about the stupid, mindless idiots that are in my comment section saying this shit because they will just straight up lie about what is in the video, and then this army of mindless drones will go in and upvote it. What are we doing here? How is the community... How does the community have so much confidence backseating people when they don't even know how to play their own game? They're so stupid, it's unbelievable. Okay, you know what? Let's turn this into a video. I think we need to turn this into a video talking about the ZZZCC, the ZZZ community situation. I didn't read that comment, right? Because I knew it was going to be retarded. I saw this clip, and I'm not going to lie, I think I'm crashing out. Whoopsies. I see this. I see them just openly lying about my gameplay, and I think I'm just gonna crash out. What? How are 37 people being like,
oh yeah, you're right there. Yeah. Oh, good analysis, brother.
wasted, Miyabi's ult, and EBA. Okay, let's see it. So, we're chaining together our 3 ultimates right now. Oh, I'm sorry. Did none of those hit the enemy? Oh, he used an ultimate to break down the miasma bar.
Oh, this guy's retarded. He used the attack that breaks down the miasma bar the fastest.
Guys, the first EBA he launches is unbuffed. Alright, we get off our first charge attack, right? Cool stuff. Yeah, because I didn't have the energy to use her skill, you retard. This guy's out here like, oh, look. He didn't buff with Miyabi's first EBA. How am I going to do that? What? Am I going to switch to Lucy to activate her skill? What is this community, bro?
Just give it up, bro. Curlbot's brain can't handle your explanation.
We got some good burning, right? You would assume that the clear is going pretty decent right now. Boy, oh boy, do I have something to tell you. Guys, they said I wasted the burst window with Bernice. Oh, he used a chain attack while she was He used a chain attack while she was in break. Yep. For Jane's break bar, that lasts about 2 seconds. Oh, he used a chain attack.
This is the worst gameplay ever.
All right, I think it's time to talk about this. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, I think it's time for us to have a long overdue discussion regarding the state of one game's community on YouTube. And that game is, of course, going to be the one that you're seeing referenced over here, Zenless Zone Zero. Because I think we need to start talking about a phenomenon that you're only going to see in like the content-rich parts of the space that is unfortunately dragging down every single discussion that you could possibly have about this game. And that is the over-toxic positivity of this community. Or the overly toxic positive nature of this community. And the fact that you will get brigaded in your comments section for making your critique about the game that's well-reasoned, well thought out, and completely validated with evidence. And you'll have people backseating your gameplay, telling you that you're wrong, and saying that there's something wrong with you when they don't even know how to play the game themselves. And to just start talking about what I think my overall theory on the issue is, what I'm going to present to you over here is what I call the flywheel of death in gacha games, and it's currently something that ZZZ is experiencing right now in this moment in time. So what you're seeing over here is just a diagram that I built up in MS Paint. Let me walk you through everything that you're seeing over here. So this flywheel, right, is going to start at the top. And that's kind of like how ZZZ released, right? It was, to a degree, a pretty bad game. Had a lot of issues, TV, so on and so forth. And the thing is, what that led to was nobody playing it, right? Nobody play. Let me just use a red marker over here, right? That led to nobody playing it. And because nobody plays it, right? Hoyoverse now has to pay CCs via their program to even get any content of the game on YouTube, because nobody watches it on YouTube. Nobody watches it on Twitch. And so you got to pay people to make content about it so that there's something for people to watch, build up that audience base, right? But because the devs are paying all these CCs and are under the beck and call of the company to never critique the game, never say anything negative, and only say that what's in ZZZ is good, that means you never get any critiques. You never get the community talking about the actual issues, the actual problems. Everyone's going to sweep everything under the rug. And when no critiques happen, nobody says there's changes that need to happen, no feedback is given, the game stays bad. And it just keeps going from one spot to the next spot to the next spot in a vicious cycle. The flywheel of death in a gacha game. And the thing is, I have the biggest example for you of what the end result of this is. An overwhelming amount of toxic positivity. And this is the example. Let me provide some context. So Zenless Zone Zero, in their infinite wisdom, decided to add a boss, a miasma boss called Jane to the Shiyu defense. And the thing that this boss does is that it turns your clear time for an S grade. Think that's like a 3 Dorito clear in Wuwa, or it's a zero cycle. It's not a zero cycle, but it's within 10 cycles in HSR, or you're getting 3 stars in the Abyss. What this boss does is it effectively reduces the amount of time you can take for an S grade by 10 seconds, strictly because of the miasma mechanic. And it's also a tanky fucking boss with a lot of evasive maneuvers, and at the end of the day, requires damage levels so absurdly high that the best way to do it is to just pull the newest limited character. And if you want to see firsthand what the experience looks like in-game, just take a look at my live reaction of this. You see the boss is over here, right? I know it's somewhat hidden by the camera, but we're at about 14 seconds left until an S rank clear, and we should be able to do it. Let's just take a look at the gameplay real fast. Right, you see we're at like 7:43. Our goal is to get this done by 7:30. It's almost dead.
The builds that you just saw.
And when we're literally 7 seconds away with a millimeter, or really at least an inch or two of HP left on the bar over here, the boss gains a second miasmic shield.
And it has a second miasma shield.
If you don't know how this game works, miasma shields are essentially shields that grant an exceptional amount of damage reduction to the enemy, and they take very little damage from most abilities. Miasmic shields essentially just delay your clear, don't allow you to deal damage to the boss, and reward you for getting through the bar with a little burst of damage at the end. Do you want to see how long it takes me, because of this miasma shield, to get through the rest of the boss's HP? You see over here, 2 minutes 25? This is me just crashing out a little bit, right?
Due to deserve a second miasma shield, brother.
Look how long the time is going.
This is what your clears look like.
Look how long it's taking me to get through this HP.
Why do I have a second one?
This is the mechanic that ZZZ players have been shilling since version 2.0. They've been shilling it, saying it's just a skill mechanic. Oh, it rewards skillful players. No, it just punishes those that don't have the newest unit, that don't have the signature weapons, that haven't paid money on the game, because they just get fucked over with another one right before they're about to get an S rank. By the time the shield is gone, I've extended my clear time by another 30 seconds. And I am at 3 minutes when I'm supposed to get 2 minutes and 30 seconds. for an S rate clear. I go 30 seconds over because of this bullshit mechanic. And look at that. It's dead. At 3 minutes on the dot. Artificially delayed my clear by about 30 seconds just because of how the miasma mechanic works. And you want to know the best thing about this? There are a lot of ZZZ players that are actually agreeing, that have recognized that the power creep here is absolutely insane, that the need for new characters to clear is really, really, really relevant and really top of mind for a lot of people. But you want to know the worst part about this? Is that you will have those same mindless drones that are being curated by these CCs that are participating in this flywheel of death for a gacha game, and they will invade my comment section. They will invade my videos trying to tell you that there's something wrong with the gameplay that I'm doing, that there's something wrong with me as a person because I'm not clearing. It's not the devs' fault for putting in these bullshit mechanics and then making the mechanics disappear because you pulled the newest character. It's my fault. And so what I did, or what I wanted to do, was actually look into one of the most schizophrenic, ridiculous, backseaty breakdowns I've ever seen for the game before, and show you what is getting upvoted, what is in the first half of my comment section when it comes to this community. Somebody went through my gameplay and my clears and specifically outlined all the places where I fucked up and why my clear time should have been 3 minutes. Are you guys ready for this? Let's take a look at my favorite item. Doesn't wait for Jane to finish her invulnerability phase and spams every ult immediately. 441. Let's look at that timestamp, boys.
Whoopsies.
So I throw an ultimate, right?
Hopefully she'll be hittable.
Hopefully she'll be hittable. And the sign that you have hit the boss is that their HP or their miasma shield will go down. I just launched a ball into the air with Lucy. Let's see what happens. Oh, did you guys see that? Let's play it in slow motion real fast, because I think we'll need slow motion for the ZZZ players that I know will be watching this, because 38 of them upvoted that comment.
Just gotta wait a that. There we go. Oh, whoopsies.
I thought I made a mistake over here, right?
Hopefully she'll be hittable.
Let's see. Oh, it hit her. Oh, it hit her because her shield went down.
Okay, she was. Nice.
These guys know so little about their own game. These guys have this little ability to even look at health bars or attacks or moves or special effects on the screen to clearly see that I hit the boss. And they're just writing in my comment section that I missed my attacks, that I wasted all of them in her invulnerability phase, when the only thing I did was actually play giga optimally.
Whoopsies.
And I start my attack during her invulnerability phase, and it immediately lands and hits her the second that she's hittable. This is an optimized way to play the game. I am minimizing downtime, casting abilities while she's vulnerable, and then they're landing and hitting her when she isn't.
Hopefully she'll be hittable.
You literally could not time that better. But ZZZ players are so stupid and so tribalistic and so overly toxic positive that they'll tell you that I messed up. All because they want to say that miasma isn't actually a problem. That miasma's actually okay. That the game isn't turning into a pay-to-win disaster. They are defending the game so much. They are this adverse to critiques that would actually fix the game and make it better, that they're just gonna lie about what's on the screen, or they're gonna express how stupid they are and how little they understand about the game with utmost confidence. Guys, it doesn't necessarily get worse, but it doesn't get better. The next commentary is wasted Miyabi's ult and enhanced basic attack.
The only option.
So we're chaining together our 3 ultimates right now.
I am wasting my Miyabi's attacks to break down the miasma shield that these devs have decided to put into the game. And it is common knowledge in the player base that ultimates are one of the fastest ways to break down a miasma shield. And what these players are instead suggesting I do is hold on to an ultimate
We
when
optimize it there.
you have a cap of 3,000. And so by holding on to an ultimate and not using it to break the shield, I am delaying my next one. And with how much HP this boss has, you will have a second ultimate in this fight. And the sooner you're able to use it, right, the more damage that you're able to deal. And so they're going ahead, trying to pinpoint, find any source of weakness, any sort of validation, any problem with the gameplay, and they're grasping for straws here. They're trying to tell me that I'm playing the game wrong. They're trying to tell the audience that I'm playing the game wrong. When it's literally the game's problem that these clears aren't fucking happening. It's fucking insane what is wrong with this community. Now let's get into the last one, right? Stun window wasted with Bernice.
We got some good burning, right?
Jane has one of the shortest stun windows in the game. It's quite literally close to less than half the duration, almost a quarter of the duration of other bosses in the game.
You would assume that the clear is going pretty decent right now.
And they're saying that because I decided to use a chain attack with one of my units, that's the reason why I got a 3-minute clear. They're saying that because I did these 4 things, one of which was optimal, the other, which doesn't matter because of which only matters in speed runs, which isn't going to happen because I don't have the newest limited character in that run. And then they're saying, oh, you wasted 0.5 seconds on this 2-second stun window. And you want to know what the first one is? This is probably the worst offender of them all. They said my first enhanced basic attack on my Miyabi is unbuffed.
All right, we get off our first charge attack, right?
The way that I buff this enhanced basic attack is by using a skill on Piper. Or sorry, using a skill on Lucy. And you'll see by the time I'm charging up my first enhanced basic on Miyabi, she literally doesn't even have the energy to cast a still. She literally does not even have the energy to cast a skill. Because I used it at the start of the fight. And so they're out here saying that, yes, this one basic attack, or this one enhanced basic, not being buffed, they're trying to find some sort of link. They're pointing out all these massive flaws in the gameplay. Is having giga-cracked builds on my units. I have a top 1%, top 3.5% build on my Miyabi. I'm running a crazy good Bernice. The team should be clearing. Me messing up these 4 things with a top 3.5% character is the reason why I'm getting a 3-minute clear. That's the argument that these idiots, that's the argument that this community is trying to drive. They're trying to tell me that these are all issues when this is the Miyabi that I'm using in the content. Guys, if you're watching this video, chances are, the overwhelming chances are, your Miyabi is worse than mine. It's a statistical fact. Your Miyabi is worse than mine. And there's not enough egregious errors in my gameplay
This is
to warrant the absolute disgusting results that I got. And the fact of the matter is, when I just go ahead and I switch the unit out, right? When I just go ahead and I switch the unit out, I use this Yazuha, the newest character, instead of Lucy. You want to know what my clear time is? It just drops down by a casual minute. It just drops down by a casual fucking minute. I don't change anything about my gameplay. I actually play significantly worse on this run. I just put in Yazuha. And the clear is easy as day. It's easy as day. because I have the damage to push through the miasma, and I kill her before the second shield pops. And we did this run with this Lucy team where she's being used instead of Yuzuha. We do this run at least 3 to 4 times, and we get the same result every time. And the reason why this has so many upvotes and so many actual ZZZ players saying that there's an issue is because I'm right. It's because I'm true. It's because what I'm saying is correct and actually affects a large majority of players. But because of this retarded flywheel of death that ZZZ is on right now, where CCs are literally financially obligated not to talk about what's wrong in the game, where CCs are financially motivated to lie about the state of the game and say that miasma isn't an issue because they don't want early access to characters removed. They want to still be able to make day one guides. They don't want their YouTube channel to die. Hoyo is using the financial pressure of their ZZZCC program. Allegedly. I'm assuming that's what's going on because that's what the contracts have said before. Right? That the real contracts have said about the ZZZ program before. People are just lying about the state of the game. And because of that, anytime somebody tries to make it better, point out what is fucking wrong with it, this trained community by these shill CCs that are financially, through financial reasons, lying about the game and not pointing out its issues, their community is sicking themselves, or maybe they're getting sicked on anybody that makes a critique about the game. And so this is my challenge, right? No one's going to accept it to any ZZZCC that's sponsored by Hoyoverse. Oh, wait, those are the only CCs for ZZZ except for me. Make a critique video about the game. Point out what's wrong with it. Talk about why miasma is an issue. Talk about how the skip button in ZZZ is functionally useless and doesn't work in any situation where you want it to. Talk about the design of its weapons, its signature W engines, and how they're overly specific. Talk about the 7525 and how it's fucking dog shit in a game like ZZZ, where there's not enough content that you can actually use your characters in to warrant there not being 100% on the weapon banner. Talk about the issues. Talk about the problems. Stop lying to your fucking communities so I don't have to deal with these retarded children in my comment section. Going ahead, trying to dunk on me with literal misinformation because they don't even know what's going on in the game that they're playing. And stop peddling this idea that when the devs are actively fucking up the game, that nothing is wrong. This is, without a doubt, where's this retarded piece of... This boss over here is, without a doubt, the most disgusting thing I've ever seen in this game. The most pay-to-win, shilled, overwhelmingly fucking not balanced character that is just begging you to pull the newest one. It's unreal, the state of this community, and it's unreal, the state of this game. It's progressively getting worse, and nobody is willing to talk about it because you're either paid to play it or you don't play it. And the community is literally getting cooked alive. My hopes for this game, they're dwindling update by update because nobody can find the fucking balls to actually critique this game. And it's unfortunate. So yeah, let me know what you all think. Peace. Sad that your chat is full of Z-tards. Guys, the amount of stupidity in here is ridiculous. Will you be on the Cat podcast? Yeah, that was the plan. Isn't that in like a couple of hours? That's in like a couple of hours, right? All right, so I'm assuming that because you followed today and I have no idea what your sentence is saying, you are retarded, right? I just wanted to verify that beforehand. Like, you could try writing a sentence that makes sense. Yeah, you could try writing something that somebody could get any level of meaning out of. Oh, would you look at this, guys? And the best part about all of it is that even the greater community is agreeing with me. They agree that there's been something going on with the Miasma Jane boss. And in this situation, you even have a 1.4K upvoted post talking about how fucked up the boss is, specifically for units like Miyabi and Bernice, where they got stealth nerfed with anomaly debuffs. That Yasuha's kit happens to perfectly counteract and make them function as normal. But Hoyo didn't say this, right? In the boss description. It's not in the stage effects. It's a hidden debuff that nerfs every anomaly team, but then Yasuha buffs them back to regular levels. But I'm still going to have people in my comment section telling you that it's my fault. It's my gameplay that's causing the issues. Certainly not anything the devs are doing. But that's just on YouTube. But on Reddit, where you don't have shill CCs paid off by the company controlling the narrative of the game, why do you think people are only talking about the issues here with the end game? Huh, it's funny how it works. It's funny how damaging this dynamic is. But then nobody wants to recognize that it's happening. All right, that's a great secondary clip. Thank you for that. I just need to tell my editor where we want to drop that in. Yeah, we're dropping this vid. Honestly, one of the best ways that I farm, guys, is that I farm myself. I feel like I farm myself really frequently. Like, I'll just look at one of my comments section and I'll just see the most stupid fucking dudes ever. And it's like, it's a free video, bro. These guys are so dumb, it's a free video. I think that this is the thing. I think the ZZZ community is so overly toxic positive that I've made at least 6 videos just talking about how retarded they are. Like, I've just had them invade my comment section, make stupid-ass posts, stupid-ass comments that are proven wrong in an instant. And I've made, like, at least 5 or 6 videos off of them. Literally hundreds of dollars, maybe thousands of dollars off of them being this dumb. It's incredible, bro. It's literally incredible. I don't know how these guys do it day after day. Why does everyone try to gaslight problems with the game when people aren't obligated to play it and can just quit? What do you mean gaslight problems with the game? Are you saying that talking about issues is gaslighting people? Talking about issues in the present version of the game is gaslighting people? I don't know how to read this sentence. Bro, like, I know the CEO of Blue Archive and Nexon ran a train on your wife. I'm sorry, that was rude. I'm just referencing that one time. That was a little bit rude. My bad. I didn't mean it like that. that was yeah, I said it and I was like, wait, that actually came off way more harsh than I wanted it to. I mean, it was fun. It was funny, but I didn't mean for it to go that far. I don't mean you. I mean the others who, for example, say there's no problem with the new mechanics. Why does everyone try to gaslight problems with the game when people aren't... Okay, I see. It's... Okay, so this is the reason why I misunderstood your statement. Is that this statement over here, it makes it seem like you're saying people should stop complaining about the game. They should just quit. All the people critiquing the game, they should just quit. That's how that statement read to me over here. So I think it's a bit of a, it's not really a misfire in my scenario. This is just terrible wording. I think most people took it in the way that I took it. But then your second sentence clarifies it more. His second sentence clarifies it more. I don't mean you. I mean the people who say there's no problem with the new mechanics. So I think this is an ESL. This is an English issue. The big dynamic that I'm talking about is that CCs are being actively paid to not talk about the problems in the game. Right? And so anytime somebody talks about the actual issues, they proceed to get gangbanged in the comments by these overly toxic, overly positive ZZZCC's channels. And all the people, right? I could drop names. Just think of the people that have said miasma's not an issue. Miasma's getting overblown. This is actually not a problem. Anyone complaining about miasma is stupid. So many ZZZCCs have said that. They're all in the partner program. They all release early access guides. They all have financial incentives from Hoyoverse to not say the truth about the game. Because if they do, what do you think is going to happen? See ya! Buy early access. Buy my YouTube videos. Buy my YouTube channel. What? Are you going to talk about the problems with the game? Or are you going to put food on the dinner table? What you going to do, buddy? I wonder. Am I going to express my true thoughts about the game, or am I going to put food on the dinner table today? What do you think? What do you think you're going to do, guys? What do you think you're going to do? Answer is, you'll probably just lie about what's in the game. You'll probably just lie. And this is the thing. This is why it's nice not being sponsored fully by a company in the way that ZZZ is doing it. I can say whatever I want, right? I can say whatever I want. You want to know what I do when I take on sponsors for videos? I tell the sponsor specifically what type of video I want to do, right? It might not even be in the same sort of like framing. Like my Ethereum restart video, right? Completely different than everybody else's. Because I wanted to actually be honest in my portrayal. And while people are pissed at me for my Ethereum vid, one thing you can say is that I'm not actually wrong about the things that I'm saying. It's just you have a different perspective about the game, but I'm intentionally taking it more casually. I even said that, right? I was like, yeah, these games are fucking pay to win. I literally say that in my video. I say that Ethereum is a pay-to-win game. In my sponsored video. Like, what do you want from me? If Ethereum is good, then why are you not playing? I actually am playing it. We will be playing it a little bit tomorrow. We'll be playing it and recording another video tomorrow. Because it's almost the end of the month. And I've got stuff to catch up on. We got stuff to catch up on. So, yeah. But this is the thing. I have literally already asked the brand and specifically told them, this is the type of video that I want to do. And I want to do it in this exact way so that I'm not lying to my audience. That's it. That's it. I feel like a lot of these CCs, maybe they like just take a look at the contract and they think, oh, this is literally what I have to do. Hey, motherfuckers, you can just ask. You can just ask if it's okay. I got like my brief and I was like, it doesn't make sense for me to do this. Can I do this instead? And then we got that shit approved. It was just like that. Because yes, one thing that I don't like doing is fucking straight up lying about shit. And yes, people saw that I was sponsored by Ethereum to make a video, and then they immediately assumed that I was lying. Which is unfortunate. But it is what it is, right? But I challenge anybody to go through my video. I challenge everybody to go through my video and let me know where I'm lying. I'm totally not trying to farm any views on it. I'm going to assume you were lying. You were shitting on it on launch a shit ton. I played it for like 3 minutes and said I didn't like the gear system. Yeah, I played the first story mission, looked at the gear system, didn't actually play. I played about 2 turns of the game outside of the story. And then I said, I might not play this because of the gear system. That's literally all I said. But don't worry, you'll have people who have a really bad level of memory. They'll say, yeah, I might not play this because of the gear system too. You were shitting on the game. Brother, you want to know what I think about Etheria? I think it's actually, if you take Etheria as like a single player grindy game, I think you'll get a pretty fulfilling experience out of it. I'm not gonna lie. The game is like so hard to a degree that like I think it's fine to just take it as a single player game. I'm not joking. I'm legitimately serious. The PvE is hard enough for you to just grind it single player, and I don't even think you'll have like a crazy level of like dissatisfaction from it. I think it's people too focused on being like the rank 1 PvPer. They're focused on being like the rank 1 PvPer. And then if you like fall behind or do like all of that, then it's like, oh, I'm not going to be motivated to play the game. But if you're literally playing it casually, it's like, bro, yeah, it's hard, bro. It's fucking hard. I think if you take the game slowly, not that bad. That's just my point of view. I'm totally not buttering you guys up because that's what we'll be doing tomorrow for a little bit. But hey, at the end of the day, right, I think it's always good to get at least a little bit of exposure, right? I think it's always good to get a little bit of exposure, try out different things, have more experience under my belt so I am better equipped for future conversations. Yeah. All right, wait, I need to look through my vid real fast. If you don't know, haven't paid money, I go 30 seconds over. How my first half. Let's take a look. Build and play it in slow. Knows HP or boys. Whoopsies. So I throw an ultimate, right? Hope or oh. My bad, guys. This is for the editor.
There we go. See.
To clearly that I start my attack. I'm defending the game so much. They are this. Doesn't necessarily get worse, but it doesn't get better. Doesn't necessarily get guys. Okay. Okay. All right. Oh! Whoopsies. Okay, ZZZ community is cooked. Guys, in the chat, what is the most toxic positive community in Gacha right now? Give an answer. What is the most toxic positive Gacha community right now? Which one is it? Like, in your guys' opinion, which one is the most toxic positive? ZZZ or Wuwa? Okay, guys. All right, guys. Yeah, you're totally not. Okay. HSR and ZZZ, since Genshin fandom is down and out for being farmed. ZZZ for gameplay, Wuwa for story. Okay, guys. Is the Wuwa community actually that bad for story? Guys, if anything, the Wuwa community right now, the drama within the Wuwa community isn't about Jenna. It's about L Rover versus L Frolova. That's actually the biggest drama going on right now. I would have to say. It's people arguing about whether or not Rover's actually evil. Which is like an internal game discussion. Which is like the furthest from toxic positivity I can imagine. People are yelling at each other. People are like yelling at each other. Yeah, it's just nerds. It's just nerds fighting over the story. This is the thing, right? We uploaded our video about Gacha Smack's Rover take, right? And there are people like calling Smack like dumb. And I was like, are you like, there's no way there are people doing that, right? Like, it's literally like a theory crafting discussion about the lore.
And people are like, oh, that's such a dumb, stupid take.
And I'm like, okay, there's no way you guys are this much of a nerd. It's like the guy that would like be yelling at you about like the design of Darth Vader's breathing apparatus. It's like, bro, there's no way you're this much of a nerd.
Like, oh, actually, the wires are red, green, and yellow, not red, green, and blue. Look, I saw this one thing in like a manual where it was detailing the blueprints of the device. Look, it was released in Article C of like the 7th limited edition.
Humans have a thing called free will. Where
Oh shit, whoopsies. Yeah. So, yeah, that's that. All right, guys. So we have a podcast in about, let me check the time, in about an hour. I can't complete ZZZ's story, right? Within the hour, right? That's not happening. Right? I think Nando said I have an hour and 30 minutes left, so we won't even try to complete it right now. Let's see if there's a fun video. Any good videos we can watch? Was Jenna invited to it? Yeah, he was. He doesn't want to go because I'm there though. I give him the heebie-jeebies. I make him start leaking. Unfortunately. Well, yeah, what do you want to say? Yeah, Jenna got invited, and he said, if I'm there, he doesn't want to go. It's just like... It's like I'm fucking Hitler. Like, what do you want to say? Like... Literally Voldemort. What do you want from me? Give him a kiss and a like what? What? He's the guy acting like a fucking high schooler, and I'm the one that needs to make up and apologize, bro. I'm good, man. Like, just grow up, bro. Like, I don't know what else to say. Like grow up, dude. Like, it's not that deep. Like, no, you're not gonna turn a fucking stone if you see my face in a VC, man. And bro's out here acting like I'm Medusa through the fucking computer. It's like, Jesus Christ, man. Ryuku Sensei made an interesting opinion video. Hey, y'all know what? I'll look at the title of it, but I won't watch it because I don't want to get yelled at again. I don't want to get yelled at by an angry British man living in Japan. So we'll check it out. We'll check it out. We'll check out what he uploaded. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. This being the first thing when you look up his name is not a good look. Anyways. What does Japan think about Heaven Burns Red's recent update? I don't think anyone cares. Okay, Rover or Falova, who's right? I mean, I think we already seen an opinion video of this. I don't think I care. I don't think I care. How about they're both wrong? What is this video? This is basically just porn. Yeah, you just sent porn over to me. Is bro using the time skip feature?
Gacha? 一緒に泳ぎませんかお変態さん
I swear to God, bro's just taking voice lines from other anime. What the fuck even was this? What the fuck even was this, bro? This is actually just porn. I'm telling you, that's basically just porn. Watch this, it has some good points.
But I also love the casual street jacket. I just think
That's enough. That's enough ZZZ videos for me. All right, where's that one for Lova vid? There was like one for Lova video that I was like supposed to watch, but I said the guy had a shitty mic, and so I wasn't gonna watch it. But maybe I will watch it.
You know, I saw the comments about this.
The greatest. Oh, this shit's too long, bro. 40 minutes? Hell, I don't know about that one, bro. I understand it was a good pass, but 40 minutes is crazy.
To be honest,
Okay, this guy talks slow enough. Okay, we're gonna play this at 1.5. We're gonna play this at 1.5. We'll save the Nigerian one for later. If I feel like doing a fucking... This is what I meant, guys, right? Was that there was like a lull in the Wuwa content after version 2.5 where there were like no videos to watch. That's because everyone was cooking. Everyone was like cooking something, and now all these motherfuckers is dropping like 30-minute, 1-hour videos. Good lord. All right, well, we got a ton of... So, like I said, we got a pretty busy content schedule. We got the next person being drip marketed. We're going to have that going this week. We're also going to have a bunch of tier lists that we need to catch up on because Forlova's now in the game, and we, you know, she's the only character. So that's going to be like second house stuff. There's so much stuff that we still have yet to do. So, yeah. Fast is I'm going to go get some water, and then we will be watching this lore video. That is apparently really good. I just didn't listen to it because the guy's mic sounded like boo-boo, and it's 30 minutes. But if we play it fast, I think we'll be able to get through it. All right. BRB. Let's get right on into it. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, I have been heavily recommended to watch this video about how Frolova's cruel symbolism is getting explained. We're all up in the air, I think, after that 2.5 story quest, and this guy has done a lot of research in a lot of different forms of literature to actually break down the significance behind a lot of her motifs, a lot of what's going on, and I think through this, we're going to get a much deeper understanding of her characterization and maybe what the future is going to hold for her. So let's go ahead. It's a bit of a longer video, so we will be speeding it up because I do think the guy talks a little bit slowly. Let's get right on into it.
I was never super into the story of Wuthering Waves. To be honest, I was never super into the story of Wuthering Waves.
He sounds like he's talking normally, to be honest, on 1.5.
Now, that doesn't mean that I didn't like the story, because some parts of the story are actually fire, but what I really mean to say is that I, as I'm sure is the same for many of you watching, am a little bit of a story skipper.
That is a crazy thing to admit right at the beginning of a massive lore dump. I'm not gonna lie, I kind of respect it, and I hope that he's shown like the evidence that whatever he's said he skipped, he's done like at least a little bit of research, right? Because I think one of the main things that a lot of people have been saying that I agree with is that you need an understanding of the initial chapters of the game to see the full significance of Frolova's actual role that she played in 2.5.
However, the most recent story to come out with the 2.5.
Oh, you know what? I need to replay the entire thing. My bad, guys. He was really quiet. Let's go again.
To be honest, I was never super into the story of Wuthering Waves. Now, that doesn't mean that I didn't like the story, because some parts of the story are actually fire, but what I really mean to say is that I, as I'm sure is the same for many of you watching, am a little bit of a story skipper. However, the most...
Okay, I can appreciate the full transparency over here, but I have to say that's one of the most wild things that you can say at the beginning of a 30-minute lore dump. The fact that you skipped like a good portion of the early story. And it's even crazier to say it in the context of Frolova, when she is a character that played some pretty pivotal roles in that early story and was like a major character that was talked about a lot. And so I, hopefully he'll like have the evidence, the glue to ease some of the skepticism that I think most people are going to have, hearing that. So let's just keep going.
This recent story to come out with the 2.5 update, and I only realized this after I finished, was the first story where I did not skip a single scene. To put it bluntly, Frolova's story was absolute fucking cinema.
Oh, so he skipped scenes in almost every other quest. Okay, so this one really did something for him.
Personally, I think that it is one of the, if not the best story I've ever seen presented in a gacha game. And as you can probably tell, if you're watching this video, one of the reasons why I liked it so much is the massive amounts of symbolism, motifs, allusions, all of these things, to poetry, to music, to language, that was just everywhere in the story.
Okay, so this guy's like, he kind of gives me like Marco Meatball vibes, but instead of jizzing himself to music, he's jizzing himself to books. Fair enough.
Story. Suffice to say, Kuro definitely cooked. So today what I thought I'd do is to explain some of these bits of symbolism, so hopefully you can learn something and maybe enjoy the story as much as I did. Spoilers ahead.
Okay. That's a warning for you all as well. But if you haven't played the quest by now, then you're just a tourist, right? So what does it really matter anyways? It's not like you cared. T.S. Eliot is an author. Yeah, I know most of you guys don't go to school. Or if you did, you went during COVID, so you're like a little stupid. Yeah, he's an author.
When I first saw Frolova's character reveal trailer after a long day of work, I was quite tired, and I wasn't really paying attention, until I saw something that made me start focusing immediately.
There's something about, like, the black and white footage, which is supposed to, like, be, like, all old-timey, and then showing, like, a fucking anime chibi running on your desktop. There's something poetic about that.
The 936th time. This is the way the world ends. Not with a bang, but a whisper.
Here I come. Here I come.
Is that the last stanza of one of my favorite poems ever? Yes, it is. Aside from one word, Frolova's lines in the character trailer, which is repeated later in the story, is a direct quote of the final stanza of T.S. Eliot's 1925 poem, The Hollow Men. And when I saw that, that was a light bulb moment for me. Similar to how Wuthering Waves is set after a period of disaster, being the lament, Eliot wrote many of his poems after the end of World War I, where he felt the world was spiritually dead and in a sort of paralysis.
Yeah, World War I was a pretty fucked up time. It was so fucked up, the end of World War I, it immediately went into World War II. So that should help describe it for you, just how bad that time of history actually was.
Eliot's The Hollow Men talks about how much he despises that modern people...
Don't tell Tectone about this video. His mind is going to break.
in his post-disaster environment, have no mirth, have no emotion, have no spirituality. And when Frolova laments on how Rover gave up their memories, she declares that it is these things that are most important, that constitute the spirit of humanity.
Modern post-war people are okay, that describes a lot of the framing of Wuwa. Some people do seem like straight up depressed. I feel like Fraxidus as an organization is kind of like this. That's why they're trying to end the world, brother.
Yet, there's a bit of a bitter irony here, because Eliot describes the spiritless and modern people of his poem as hollow men, as straw men. They are people. Spiritless, they are people. Illusions who look complete, but on the inside are empty and filled with straw. The paradox of Frolova's mentality is that the people of her dream world that she desperately tries to restore, the villagers, are exactly just that. They are frequencies, feelings, illusions long past, who have exterior faces and appearances, but are devoid of sustenance. Despite this,
I need to change the speed because the music sounds a little fucked up.
part of Frolova holds on to this sort of vain hope that these hollow men can be restored, even when Rover claims that it is impossible. Just like how it is impossible to make a figure of straw turn into a living human, Frolova continues on a sort of eternal journey to try to make an illusion a reality.
One of the big parts of Wuwa's story writing is the number of references that it does take to existing literature. I think Sidney Marr is like a really good creator that like dives into this sort of stuff. He's made like a lot of references where I think there's like the whole like divinity thing and like elements and like Greek stuff for Raguna or Renacida. Yeah, no, for Raguna specifically. And then like Septimon is all about like Norse mythology. Yeah, so this being a bit more of like a callback to like postmodernist, like poetry, that sort of vibe. Hey, I mean, shit. If it's a vibe, it's a vibe. Some could say it's them not being original, but some could also say it's them doing what works and was well received.
Then how can you claim my goal is unattainable?
Purgatory and Dante's Purgatorio. Okay.
One of the other aspects that Eliot explores in his poem, The Hollow Men, is the realm of purgatory, the temporary space between death and heaven, where souls undergo purification before truly passing on. In essence, it is a liminal space, a boundary that exists between a person's mortal death and a true afterlife.
I feel like most people know about this one. If you're not aware of what purgatory is, you actually do need to go to school.
Eliot, for instance, uses purgatory as a metaphor for describing the hollow men who have spiritually died but are not yet dead. This concept, however, was something that Eliot borrowed from Dante Alighieri's work, The Divine Comedy, where he illustrates this concept in a much more colourful manner. And considering that Renacita is heavily inspired by Renaissance Italy, it was not surprising to me in the slightest that Kuru would make symbolic reference to what is essentially the single most famous piece of literature composed in the Italian language. Dante's Inferno is a poem that documents the poet, so his spiritual journey, from death to heaven. In Part 2, or Purgatorio, Dante describes his journey through Mount Purgatory.
Isn't it appropriate? Isn't it appropriate that Kuro has themed so much of Wuwa's story behind this whole, like, Dante's Inferno thing, as they're simultaneously releasing the Devil May Cry collaboration with PGR? You want to know what the next timestamp says here, guys? Virgil. Just saying, I feel like to a degree, I don't think you can lie about this. I think the PGR collab actually influenced the Wuwa story. The PGR DMC5 collab. Because you want to know how the DMC5 collab starts in PGR? In hell. In hell.
It is an illustration of the existing Catholic concept of purgatory that we discussed previously. And it's important to understand that in this state, he is dead, but not truly dead. And this concept of
dead but not truly dead. Oh, where have I, oh, that surely is not the state that Frolova's in right now. Wouldn't it be crazy if Frolova's Dante?
Of undeath, shall we call it.
And isn't it also interesting that Frolova has the same color scheme as Dante from Devil May... I think that one's a bit of a stretch, but they actually do have the same exact color scheme. Frolova and Dante from Devil May Cry.
Is essential to understanding everything about Frolova's story, because Frolova herself is a dead man walking. We already know that her forte awoke when she died, and that she's essentially half human, half TD.
Yep.
She is no longer mortal, but halfway to death. Essentially, she is in purgatory. The frequencies of the villages that she holds onto are only empty illusions. They are effectively souls who cannot pass on and are trapped in purgatory. The tacit discords she creates out of the villages are empty shells. They are hollow men who are in a permanent state of undeath. While Dante considers that purgatory is a temporary step on the way to heaven and the afterlife, Frolova thinks a little bit differently.
She's trying to keep them in purgatory because that means that at the very least, they're still kind of existing. And so she's almost like, I would say at the end of the 2.5 quest, it's almost like she's made her own version of purgatory, and that's where she's staying. Where she's still technically considered alive, but everyone knows that her body's not really there anymore.
In creating a world that, in her words, is a land of serenity, harmony, and perfection. A place that is to never be marred by tragedy.
But the way that she describes it makes it almost sound like what she's making is heaven. Right? I'm probably not the only person that during this part of the quest, most people thought she was trying to create like some sort of like utopia.
Frolova's goal.
But then when you find out that all of the inhabitants of this utopia are actually still TDs, or still like echoes, right? That's where stuff started getting like a little bit weird for me, is when I found out that all the people in like the land beyond were cosplaying essentially humans.
To make the lost beyond a reality is essentially to make this state of purgatory, or undeath, eternal. Frolova's lost beyond would be a space beyond the reach of time, outside of the cycle of life and death, a space frozen in time that would be, as she says, an opus of life that lasts an eternity.
And there's one part about this whole like purgatory thing that I feel like a lot of people haven't dove into, but I'm ready to begin the philosophical discussion right now because I think this is a decent time for it. Isn't there something wrong with this idea that like kids are never gonna grow older? That like that one little like girl child that she was like talking to, that she had a really big bond to, they'll never get older. They're always gonna like stay a kid. The old man is never gonna he's never gonna pass away naturally. The like Triss, the kid, will never be able to like learn what actual loss is. Seeing people grow old, getting older themselves, going through like relationships, blah blah blah, like the internal growth process. And is that kind of existent, never changing. And isn't that, in its own way, something bad?
In this...
And is that the point of view that Rover had as well? I think that one part of the 2.5 story that's not really talked about a lot is we don't actually get to see a lot from Rover's perspective. Not very much at all. What happened? Why is there an 07? Back. What happened? This is the first time I've had issues in a while. Stream died for a couple of seconds. Yeah, this is the first time I've had some minor connection issues in like 2 months. Okay. Where did I leave off? I thought you got banned again? Okay, where did I leave off, guys? About Triss? Talking about the kid never growing up? Okay. Alright. Let me just play it again. To re-get my framing.
Opus of life that lasts an eternity. In this purgatory.
Yeah, so we were talking about stuff like never changing, so on and so forth. And, okay. So what I was talking about was, one thing about the 2.5 quests that I feel like a lot of people haven't really gotten into the nitty-gritty of as well, is how disjointed the point of views were. We got to see the rhyme and reason for every single action that Frolova was taking, right? We saw all the backing, all the evidence, all of, like, the commitment, while with Rover, all we kind of got to see were their reactions in this situation. I feel like we never really got to see, like, Rover's full thought process when it came to why they would say things. Like, you don't know the true meaning of life, so on and so forth. And I feel like that's going to be, like, lines of conversation, like threads that will be followed up in the future. Because a lot of the stuff with Rover, at least, seems to be like whiplash, right? You don't get to see the internal monologue before certain statements are made, when in the past, we typically got a lot of that. And is it being done intentionally? I would say yes. So I think that there is a lot more to this story that we're going to be seeing in future updates.
In the space between physical death and the afterlife, Frolova has never succeeded in stopping the march of time, of life and death, instead replaying the same scene over and over again.
Yep, in a
I
trailer.
want you to watch the final lines of Frolova's Resonator showcase.
Death is near. Death is far. Only in an eternity freed from both life and death can that boundary dissolve.
Which is clearly what she's making, right?
It is her goal, then, to make an eternity free from life and death, a purgatory where she and her loved ones can live forever.
I've been craving to touch you like the light stroke in your face, my dear Every.
On the journey up Mount Purgatory, Dante is guided by two figures, the first being the Roman poet Virgil, who represents human reason and wisdom, guiding him through hell and purgatory, and then Beatrice, who takes over near the end of the journey, who represents divine love and judgment. As we established already on how Frolova links to purgatory, we need
I wonder who's supposed to be who. I feel like this is Fraxidus and Rover.
to quickly also understand the role of Rover in her story, because I think a lot of people tend to downplay how important they were in catalyzing her eventual spiraling and joining the Fraxidius. If we consider Frolova as a concept that resides in purgatory, between death and the afterlife, and her story as a journey through purgatory, it actually makes a lot of sense that in the two times that Frolova meets Rover, they fulfill both the role of Virgil and Beatrice. As we know, the past Rover only met Frolova once, during a concert where they were able to understand the true implications of her music. This was during a time when Frolova had not wiped their memories, and it would have most likely been any other ordinary day.
I'm sorry, why is her name Land Rover 4x4? They need to change that shit for the next video. They need to change their fucking name. That shit is too retarded to be on screen. I'm sorry.
Their long life. However, for Frolova, who had been crushed by fate, manipulated, and persecuted, Rover...
Like, I can't pay attention when I see that shit pop up, bro. Like, you gotta change that shit. I'm sorry. Just change it back to Rover.
Was the first voice in an eternity had understood her experience. In The Lost Beyond, we see her journal, which highlights how important Rover actually was, lamenting what experiences allowed her to understand such despair. In the Rover before the memories were erased, which, for the sake of clarity, we'll...
I've always been in the boat of... I can rationalize why she felt this way. I still think she's cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs for holding that obsession for so long. And the thing is, right, it's just, when you're designing characters in a story like this, I think it's okay for them to be crazy. I think it's good. And Frolova is without a doubt fucking insane.
Call pre-wipe and post-wipe Rover from now on. Frolova finds an equal in understanding and someone who provides her advice from her problems and moving forward. In essence, on Frolova's journey through purgatory, pre-wipe Rover takes on the role of Virgil, guiding Dante through despair and hell. We can see this parallel when we see the impact that pre-wipe Rover's words have on Frolova going forward, where she wants to know more about Rover and their insight. However, all things must come to an end. In Purgatorio, Dante must part with Virgil, as he is a pagan and cannot enter heaven, just like how Frolova cannot meet with Rover as they have their memories wiped. In both these situations, factors outside of the character's control forcefully terminate their friendship.
The lament and memory wipes, and then not believing in God for the other one.
In this, however, we see a sort of dichotomy, where Rover feels that their single-time meeting with Frolova was just another day, while for Frolova it was a more so life-altering experience, which, from her journals we can tell, turned from salvation to betrayal, as Rover never returned to fulfill their promise.
I waited for a long time. I won't wait anymore.
While pre-wipe Rover takes on the role of Virgil, as you can probably guess, post-wipe Rover, or the version we actually play in the game, takes on the role of Beatrice. Both post-wipe Rover and Beatrice appear at the end of the journey of Purgatory. In Dante's Divine Comedy, we see Beatrice guiding him near the peak of the mountain, while in Frolova's story, we see post-wipe Rover meeting her again, finally near the end of her very, very long life. Here, Rover technically fulfills their promise to see Frolova again, but now they are strangers.
I mean, true, right? Guys, I don't think a lot of people realize Rover never broke no promises here. Hey, it took a long time. It took a couple of took a couple of factory resets, but we came back, brother. Hey, why you mad? Why you mad?
Considering that Frolova is essentially physically immortal, and that one's resonance abilities are tied to their emotions, we can conclude that Frolova can actually only die if she herself is willing to do so. And tying things together, you can see how in the story of Update 2.5, instead of offering advice as a friend like Virgil, Rover is now the divine figure of Beatrice, who intends to end Frolova's overstayed existence in Purgatory.
Actually, not wrong. I think one of the lines in the story quest that a lot of people aren't like fully registering sometimes is the idea that Frolova actually wanted to be killed by Rover. That one of the things that she literally says is, all I need now is a sharpened blade, right before she like intentionally aggroes Rover and gets her to kill him, or gets him to kill her, or gets them to kill her, depending on your Rover's gender. She wanted it. She wanted that to happen, and it was, I think, heavily foreshadowed, but some people, my headcanon is that they were simping so hard for the unit that they just didn't read into what that foreshadowing was.
Purgatory. In the final death scene where Rover stabs her through the heart, which she is doing quite a lot of.
And I think this is what people don't notice too.
Final death scene where
look at this.
Rover.
Look at what Rover's aiming for. Is Rover aiming for her or the gemstone? Or does she just decide to place the gemstone right over her heart or her weak spot? And then she proceeds to move the gem while the sword is in flight and reveal where I assume is her Achilles heel. She probably knows the one spot on her body where she knows she'll die if she gets hit. And she lines up the bait right for it. Her heart is on the left. I know. I'm saying this is probably like her Achilles heel area. I don't know why else she would be holding it there.
So through the heart,
and then of course,
which
right,
she's doing quite a lot
gone.
of recently.
Bye-bye.
We see how Frolova is finally able to move from purgatory and go, metaphorically, to paradise.
So I guess this is the thing. I was of the headcanon that, like, the dream beyond this area that Frolova went to was actually the purgatory. But in reality, existence, her life on Earth, or Solaris 3, was the real purgatory for her. And now that she's gone ahead and she's been able to move to the next area with the help of Rover, I think she's actually functionally in her own version of heaven. So you remember how I said at the start, I thought she was making heaven over here? Maybe I wasn't wrong. Yeah, she's half a TD too. Half a TD living in the real world. All right, since the music is better, I think we're good to go back to 1.5.
In the final scene of her death, Frolova and the lost souls of her village pass into the lost beyond through what seems to be a broken painting or a door. Though this is a little suspect, I believe that this is a parallel to Dante's multifoliate, or Divine Rose. In his Divine Comedy, this supposed rose is a scene that grants him at the end of his journey in Paradiso.
Okay, maybe it is too fast.
At the Empyrean, otherwise known as a final stage of heaven. In essence, what this rose symbolically represents is the ultimate heaven, or the ultimate final paradise. However, in Dante's version, the Divine Rose is made up of a procession of angels, while Frolova's entrance to the Lost Beyond mirrors it in shape but is made of broken glass. My theory for this is that because the Lost Beyond is incomplete, as, in the end, Frolova was never able to secure the gem, it means that instead of making the Lost Beyond a reality, she merged with it instead, making it essentially an unfinished world. Alternatively, you can also see that the broken glass of the door represents a sort of falsity, an illusion, essentially. While Dante's Divine Rose is made up of angels, Frolova's Lost Beyond is inhabited by the villagers, who may be a world of fake or false angels, thus angels nevertheless. Frolova has stated multiple times through the story that she does not care if her reality is an illusion, only that she can see those she lost once again. Regardless, no matter how we see this door, or how false we deem her supposed paradise to be, and no matter how much Rover deems her insane and irrational, the one truth that remains is that the Lost Beyond remains as Frolova's Empyrean, her sacred place, and her highest heaven.
True. And I think the main thing is, I think intentionally, right? We don't see a single malicious person in this Beyond. You look at all of the characterization of its inhabitants, you think about the Trisses, you think about, like, the old lady, you think about the old lady's husband, every other side character, they're all, like, I guess the best definition is it's like, they're all, like, good people. There doesn't seem to be any negative qualities about any person living there, right? Which is kind of, like, juxtaposed to this idea that TDs are made out of negative emotions and negative frequencies. But the only thing that you see in any of the conversations and interactions are positive emotions in that region. So it's like, it's an interesting juxtaposition to the underlying lore of the game. And that's what makes me think that this whole area over here, when he's saying it's incomplete, I literally think this is going to be like the depository zone for maybe like some characters that could actually die in the story. This actually could turn into Kuro's version of like the afterlife, and it could mean that they're okay to like kill some playable characters for the progression of the plot.
When you enter the Lost Beyond after...
Or maybe for those that are corrupted, right? Those that got corrupted by like negative frequencies, maybe you only see the good parts of them, right, in this area, and then these are the ones that become, like, playable. Maybe Frolova's Lost Beyond is how you can, like, convert Fraxidus members, Thernodian Resonators, Geshu Lins, It's how you can convert them into playable units. Because maybe this only captures the positive frequencies. Right? And then gets rid of all the bad shit that turned the bad in the first place.
The story's conclusion, you'll be greeted with an achievement that reads, Il aurait suffi. It would have been enough.
Wait, what happens for you to get that? Sorry, I just need to read that again. How do you get that achievement? I just want to make sure I'm not missing that.
The Lost Beyond, after the story's conclusion, you'll be greeted with an achievement that reads, Il aurait suffi. It would have been enough.
After the story's conclusion, you get this. Okay. Or after you enter. Gotcha. Wait, that is after the story's conclusion.
Frolova's name has a lot of ways of being understood, but my leading theory so far, and take this of course with a grain of salt, is that her name is Russian for the wise man. Frol meaning wise man, and Orva being a female suffix. Considering that at this point, I'm almost certain that someone at Kura Games is a T.S. Eliot fan, my interpretation of this is that Frolova's name is a reference to another one of his poems, specifically The Journey of the Magi, written in 1927. The Journey of the Magi tells the story of the Magi, the
fucking nerd,
three wise men who followed the star of Bethlehem to the birth of Jesus. In this poem, Eliot uses his Christian mythos as a metaphor for the journey of self-discovery. When the Magi witness the birth of Jesus Christ, the transformative nature of the experience causes them to feel both disillusionment at what they once believed in, as well as rebirth as they find a new purpose. This
self-discovery and rebirth. He might be cooking here a little bit, boys. Oh, he might be cooking a little bit.
fits perfectly within Frolova's story after she met pre-wipe Rover for the first time. Although she presents the story in fragments, we know enough to infer that she felt betrayed after Rover failed to keep their promise, fueling her disillusionment long enough to join the Fraxidius to find new meaning and purpose. Frolova's new path with the Fraxidius in the absence of Rover fulfilling her promise is a parallel of the Magi.
Rover is Jesus? Guys, I think this kind of means that Frolova's actually Jesus. Think about it this way. She had one rebirth, right? Wait, Jesus isn't the one that got rebirth multiple times, right? Is there another figure that got rebirth multiple times? Yeah, wait, I'm getting my religion wrong. That's like the one thing I shouldn't get wrong. But yeah, I think the thing with Frolova is that she has multiple rebirths, right? She had one rebirth after she died, literally, right? Where she awakened her forte. Then she got another rebirth after she met Rover. Then she had another rebirth where she met Fraxidus. And now she's having a fourth rebirth after Rover comes back again. She's been rebirthed at least 4 times, to be honest.
Or the wise men in Eliot's poem. Instead of clinging to emotion and what she once knew of old, she's instead transitioned to a new, cold efficiency to fulfill her goals.
What you and your cronies hold dear is but a jest to the Fraxidus. No bond lasts forever. Without true loyalties, there can be no betrayal, no deceit. I no longer...
I don't think her meeting Fraxidus is a rebirth. I kind of view it. It's like her turning a little bad. Getting a little evil.
buy into such illusions.
I don't think she was willing to summon TDs to go kill people before she met Fraxidus, to be honest. I feel like when you think about the type of unit that, or the type of character that Frolova was, she's going ahead playing violin with a bunch of kids, living with like an old family. Her biggest regret is not being able to say sorry to her mother. Yeah, that doesn't seem... It seems like you would have to go through, like, almost a rebirth to be turned into somebody that's willing to commit mass genocide. Just saying. Just saying. Now we got the fun part. All right, Marco, get ready, buddy. This one's for you, baby.
One of the key aspects of Frolova's story, as well as her skills and kit, is the use of musical symbolism. Most of Frolova's skills tie musical themes into the overarching symbols we've already talked about.
I mean, and the theme of Wuthering Waves as a whole is just straight up music related, right? It's called concerto skills, right? It's called fucking concerto skills.
Before we talk about some of these themes, however, we need to understand some terminology. Firstly, an Italian overture is a free movement orchestra used as an opening to an opera, and it always follows a fast, slow, fast format.
Okay.
A movement is just a self-contained piece of a symphony, sort of like a chapter in a book. A sonata is also a free movement piece, but is generally written for a single instrument, almost always being a piano, but sometimes also for the violin. It is generally used as the opening movement to a symphony. A rhapsody is a piece generally characterized by its lack of formalized structure. They change tempo, mood, and theme throughout the piece. A waltz is a piece of music always written in triple time and meant to be danced to in a pair with the rhythm. Dance for a waltz is always danced in a circular pattern around a dance floor.
How many of you guys just learned something new? Hey, don't lie. Don't be shy. How many of you guys just learned something new? Raise your hands. Raise your hands. Come on, guys. I want to see everybody's hands raised. There's no way you motherfuckers knew any of this shit prior. Who said that games are bad for you? Who said that games make you dumber? Games make you smarter, guys. Because you guys are so interested. You guys liked the game so much. You guys liked version 2.5 so much that you were willing to sit here and absorb knowledge about fucking musical notes and their compositions, and are educating yourselves now on this matter so that you can further understand even more of the story. Man, games are good, guys. Games are good.
Now, if we look at the Frollova's skills and kits, we can see how these concepts actually tend to work together. Her basic attacks are called the Movement of Life and Death, and consist of 3 attacks which represent the free movements within the sonata.
Is bro gonna get into a fucking kit breakdown? Oh god.
You can interpret, for example, that the first attack is the beginning of life, the second, the journey, and the third attack being death itself. Her basic attacks lead into a forte circuit called Rhapsody of a New World. You can build her forte circuit in a few different ways. If you only use basic attacks, you will get a red note, which gives Frolova a damage multiplier. If you use her resonance skill, it groups the enemies, and if you use both in quick succession, you get a shiny bold note, which gives both buffs.
Okay, he's technically wrong. It's after you use an echo skill or an intro skill that you get the mixed notes. So it's... I'm sure what he's saying still makes sense here.
This is symbolic of a rhapsody, which itself is built in distinct ways.
Okay, his point still stands. He's just wrong about how you get the mixed note. But a rhapsody, right, by his own definition, is a bunch of notes, some still put together intentionally, but they don't seem to have a prescribed order. Which is literally how our forte circuit works. You can have a fucking permutation of different combinations of how the notes are actually ordered, and still get the ability off and make it function.
With each note representing its own theme. Finally, after the forte circuit, you unlock her ultimates, named Waltz of Forsaken Deaths. Frollova's ult has her jump into the air and have Hecate dance with the opponents.
And a waltz is something that you dance in a pair with. Hey, one thing you can say about Kuro games is that their translations in other languages might be a little bit loosey-goosey or not the best, but their translations to English are pretty fucking spot on.
Which mirrors how a waltz is supposed to be danced in a pair. Hecate will perform 2 basic attacks and...
Okay, you guys might get mad at me for my pronunciation, but Hecate sounds way fucking better than Hecate. Hecate sounds like a slur. Hecate actually sounds like a slur. I'm never... Nah, I'm good, bro. It's Hecate, bro.
And the third will be replaced with an enhanced basic, thus representing the triple time of the waltz and her dancing within rhythm to the music. This would then complete her rotation. At this point, it's important for us to go back to the Italian overture, and it is important as well to remember that it is an opening piece to an opera, not a whole, meaning that it is a sort of introduction that sets the themes for the story to come. This leads into the name of Frollova's outro skill, aptly being named Unfinished Piece. Much like how an Italian overture was meant to be an introduction and not a complete story, it mirrors her journey and the Lost Beyond itself. As we talked about previously in the section about the broken glass door and the divine rose, Frolova was not able to get the gem and make the Lost Beyond a reality. Her heaven and her journey is essentially incomplete. Additionally, in her story soundtrack, The Lost Beyond, many of the previous symbols we talked about also tie together quite nicely.
So her story ties into her skill names in the description. I'm gonna be real. Somebody at Kuro Games actually put a lot of thought into just what the fucking abilities are called. Kind of like, I feel like you have to implicitly know nobody's gonna care like that much. Like, one of Mortefi's moves is literally called like Fury Fudge, right? It was literally called Fury Fudge for the longest time, but like now they're carrying a lot more.
Frolova makes constant reference to the Reverie, otherwise known as a fleeting or forgetful daydream, with her merging with the Lost Beyond being the final piece to fall into place. In the second stanza, we can see the yearning that she holds for this illusion, even if it is false and perfumed. We've already established that Frolova knows and doesn't care if her paradise is an illusion, which shows that she holds on to feelings and memories even if the people that inhabited them are long dead. The final musical reference.
She holds on to feelings and memories even if the ones that inhabited them are long dead, and she can make them real. Bro, I'm telling you, she sounds strong enough to make dead people playable again. Otherwise, how is she playable? I think that there was like some discovery that people made after a conversation with her in the lore. Her like resonance ability allows her to materialize in the real world momentarily, and that's why she's playable. Even though her physical body isn't there, she can actually like almost, I guess, like remote control it into the real world and still do stuff. And I'm pretty sure she's functionally immortal in this state as long as like that painting frame to the Lost Beyond is like still there. I think we're gonna see some playable units inhabiting that area. I'm not joking. I really do think it's gonna happen. How based would it be? How based would it be if we go on like some sort of mission with Frolova to like collect Threnodian resonators, like the fucking Infinity Stones? We get Geshu-Lin, right? We go on an adventure. We get Geshu-Lin. We bring him back. We bring him back to the Dream Beyond, and then we find out Jian's about to die, and then purified Geshu-Lin goes to save him. How wild would that be in the lore? How wild would that be in the lore for that to happen? And it's almost like the opposite scene of Jian's character trailer. Brother, they have laid like so many different they have laid such a firm foundation for the future storytelling, and they have tied up so many of like the existing almost like plot holes that I feel like are still going to that I feel like have kind of been floating around in the air since 1.0. But now the possibilities literally seem limitless. The headcanon is crazy. Guys, hey, you know it could happen. You know what I'm saying makes sense.
Will cover is her signature weapon called the Lethean Elegy. An elegy is a poem or song that laments the dead, which is why when Frolova performs it, she is clad in black. The understanding of Lethean, which connotes forgetfulness, comes from the river Lethe, which is one of the 5 rivers of the Greek underworld.
Okay, this one is pretty on the nose. Her weapon is just her simping over Rover. Yeah, the name of her weapon is just her being a simp.
The river, which would wipe the memories of anyone who drank from it, parallels to Rover who lost their memories voluntarily, as well as the erosion of memory within Frolova's eternal paradise, where the sun never sets. The river
I told you, it was just her simping.
Lethe is also the final river to cross before his soul is reincarnated, which matches with Frolova in the update 2.0.
Even more! It's in fucking Dante's Inferno too!
5 story being essentially at the end of her journey through.
Okay. I'm pretty sure the name of the weapon is like indisputable proof that Frolova is supposed to be Dante. I think it is indisputable proof. I don't think that there's any way that anyone can deny it when it's like when the reference is like this spot on to the fucking name of the river. I don't think anyone can get close to even denying it. Yeah.
Purgatory.
And this is the part over here that I'm pretty interested in, because one thing that I actually found kind of significantly lacking in the 2.5 quest that, honestly, I didn't really think it needed to be explained that much, but it would have been like a nice to have in the 2.5 quest was more of a breakdown of Hecate. I feel like I didn't, maybe I like missed something in the quest, but I feel like I didn't like get that much of like a, I feel like I wanted more.
As the key echo that matches Frolova's theme, and the one she used in combat for basically half her attacks, it is inevitable that Hecate also plays a big part in her symbolism. Hecate, the goddess in Greek mythology, is a bit of an enigma, because she is perhaps one of the only powerful major goddesses of the Greek pantheon, where no one can actually agree on what exactly she represents.
What? Y'all had 4,000 years and you couldn't figure out what she does? She was made in like 3000 BC, bro. What do you mean you don't know what she does? You guys had literally multiple millennia to figure it out. Get your fucking shit together.
It does. However, there are still some general things that most people agree on when it comes to Hecate. First off, Hecate is often associated with magic and witchcraft.
Okay.
For instance, if you ever did Macbeth in high school, for example, you would know that Hecate is a leader of the Three Witches. Frolova's use of a wand and her resonance abilities in controlling TDs can be effectively interpreted as a sort of magic and witchcraft.
Yeah.
Secondly, and this is probably the most important, is that Hecate is a goddess that governs over liminal spaces and crossroads. Essentially, she controls boundaries in between things, such
That's a pretty appropriate name for the fucking realm walker that Frolova is.
as, in the case of Frolova, the boundary between life and death. The reason this is important is that purgatory, as we discussed previously, is also a liminal concept that Hecate essentially controls.
One thing that I find really interesting about this video is that the sequence of it really does build upon every single example that it shows to like understand and like, you know, have more significance from what's at the end of this video. You gotta actually have listened to like these initial parts, right? And I feel like for those of us that have been here for the entire ride, it's like every other point is like making more and more sense. It is like an enclosed story. Yeah, this is like, it's like sequence nodes. Yeah, we're at S6 right now. Or we're at S5, we're about to go to S6.
Being a boundary that exists between the death and the afterlife. Frolova, like Hecate, always lives an existence in between or on the edge of things. Thirdly, Hecate as a goddess of liminal spaces and boundaries is also often depicted as guiding souls to the afterlife, with some versions showing her with necromantic powers.
Alright, well that's pretty cut and paste.
This mirrors Frolova's attempts at controlling life and death, with her vision of resurrecting the villagers being able to be interpreted as essentially a form of necromancy, in her attempt to make an eternal purgatory to reverse death itself. Frolova essentially takes on a god-like ambition. However, like Icarus, who flew too close to the sun, Frolova is essentially punished for her hubris, as she fails to acquire the gem, and her vision of the lost beyond remains broken and incomplete.
Well, did she fail, or is there going to be a part 2? I genuinely think that this is probably what's going to happen, and maybe there's a big spoiler. Frolova's going to come back. Frolova is going to come back. Rover's going to get the gem back from Fraxidus, and the gem will end up with Frolova. And that's where we're going to have, like, some sort of expansion. Guys, if you're familiar with Honkai Impact 3rd, I feel like Frolova's going to make an Elysian realm. The Elysian Realm in Honkai Impact 3rd is basically where you can, like, relive, re-experience past stories of people that died in the story. And it's, like, curated by, like, one person. I feel like Frolova's gonna get the gem, and it's gonna come with some sort of, like, Elysian Realm-esque expansion. That's what I think is going to occur. Yeah. I might be confident enough to put money on it. Because I'm going to be real, I don't think Rover has anything they can do with the gem. I think the gem is useless for Rover. I think Frolova is the only person that can actually do something with it. And the amount of plot points and potential that she has with the power of the gem is too high to not continue looking at it. Otherwise, guys, why else would it be marked off in the overworld as like a kind of important location? Guys, if it was as minor as it was supposed to, or if it was as minor as it is right now, it wouldn't be marked off as like a portal on your minimap. It wouldn't be marked as like a notable item on your minimap. Let me see it. Surely this place doesn't exist just so... Oh, shit. Wait, where is the Lost Beyond fucking portal? Where the fuck is it? You can, like... There's, like, a specific area for it. Scroll down. Fenrico. Oh, how do I even get here, bro? Beneath Fenrico? Oh, is it just right here? Lower? There you go. There you go. Okay, I found it. Unk found it. Why would it be marked off like this with like a specific icon if you're not supposed to ever go back there or do anything with it? Guys, it right now functionally in this update, all it does is it has Ascension materials. All it has is Ascension materials. And it's got like this bright ass like fucking marker, this old ass thing. Whenever you return, you'll hear joyful laughter of rebirth, as if this land still holds the promise of eternity. If this ain't foreshadowing... And then there's even more. I'll read it out loud. The beyond, that promised perfection, is no more in this world, at least for now. They're doing something with this place. And I think the framing in this video has made it much more clear what is going to happen here.
Leave me here in your warm embrace. I'll trade anything for you for one.
To finish off the video, we will make one final but important stop of one of the major symbols behind Frolova's story and character, the Spider Lily, or otherwise known, the Licorice Flower.
Bro, this thing got spammed like crazy.
Licorice,
He better
a
be
Greek
spitting.
word meaning twilight, is in itself also a liminal concept, like purgatory. Like how twilight borders both day and night, the Spider Lily is both a symbol of beauty and death, a paradoxical contrast that is basically molded into Frolova's story and design. When we see how the flower is incorporated into her weapon, the Lephian Elegy, for instance, we can relate how the Spider Lily symbolizes death and passing, often growing near graveyards and believed to mark the path to the afterlife, hence the elegy. The licorice flower is also special in that it only blooms for a couple of days before wilting. This temporary beauty is a painful symbolism, especially because Frolova's entire goal is to turn a temporary moment of purgatory, being that of her village, into what is an eternal paradise. Like the Spider Lily, her attempts are ultimately futile as she fails in an attempt to resurrect the villagers, only coming home when she dies and joins them.
Almost like how death was something that's supposed to happen. Much like how licorices are supposed to die. You can't really change that. No matter what you do, that licorice is going to wilt and die. Frolova was supposed to die as well. Much like how she was supposed to die with her village back then. But then has kind of just been like grinding. Somehow ever since to just keep going. not gonna lie, bro, I feel like bro ended up cooking exceptionally hard just based off of the symbolism. And ironically enough, despite him skipping the 1.0 stuff and not actually talking about it, I think that he actually kept the discussion limited enough to the actual material in the 2.5 quest that I don't think that him not fully comprehending, or at least not displaying full comprehension of the 1.0 materials is as much of a problem. I'm pretty sure he did the research where it was relevant, but he kept the discussion isolated enough.
If you managed to watch the video all the way to the end, thank you. I really appreciate it. There's a lot of small symbolism that I didn't end up putting in. For example, the mention of Ouroboros in the Resonator showcase, and the fact that Valova's town is called Ostina when you ask Pia after the story's conclusion. But I decided to make a video on this story and this character, essentially, because it was just so full of symbolism that I couldn't not do so, especially compared to all the characters before it, which did not have this level of sophistication detail. So
fair. It was really like, you could see the Sydney Mar vids, they were a little bit looser. They were a little bit looser, kind of like more like general overarching themes, but not many as specific examples as were lined up in this quest. All right, I'll just give some overall feedback for this guy because I think he makes some pretty high quality content, or at least has great points. First point, get a better mic. Second, edit the music better, because whatever was playing like in the Hollow Men section is one of the worst fucking songs I've ever heard. C, choose different music. And D, if you're going to be playing clips from the game, turn off the music, right? I can tell that, I feel like this isn't like, you know, I feel like this type of video, he doesn't probably make them that frequently, but those are just my minor points of feedback that I think would elevate the experience a lot higher. And I think more importantly, right, get a lot more people to view this on like stream and stuff. Because I'm just talking about stuff that's going to make it, you know, the best viewing process to like get it out there. Because I think it's a video that's definitely worth watching. And there are some CCs in particular, maybe those that weren't paying as much attention to the story and, you know, got called out by their own communities, that might want to watch a video like this on stream, you know, just to make sure that they're more educated on the matter for future discussions, right? I'm not going to name any names, but you guys can imagine who I'm talking about. Oh, and last thing is, change that Rover name, bro. Land Rover 4x4 is not video friendly. It's not video friendly. So yeah, that'll be that for this one. As you can tell, bit of a long one, but also a bit of a banger. And hopefully having somebody that is, I'm college educated and I did take a lot of English classes. Hopefully somebody along that vein, along for the ride, helped all those COVID kids who are watching this video too. All right, let me know what you all think. Peace. It's a good story, but they might drag it like Squid Game. Hee hee hee. Hee hee hee. Hey guys, wait, that was actually the perfect video to watch right before the story podcast. Perfect vid to watch right before the story podcast. Okay, all right. Let's see over here. Where are we at? Who's live? All right, I'll play cap stream for a little bit. What we got going on here?
Direction, right, of like Rover being really ambiguous, or especially his past, considering like what Cartothea said to him in like 2.2 and stuff like that. My biggest wonder is what makes Rover erase his memories and why to not get influenced over past decisions. Maybe.
When did Cap become a lore CC? All right, I'm gonna go clean up some. I'm gonna go get my like shit like cleaned up in the back end and also configured on fucking OBS. We'll just like play cap stream for a little bit because she's hosting.
Am I actually just that old?
Yeah, she's hosting. Yeah, I gotta go set up for the call. I gotta go move some stuff.
Liking TFT ages you? Oh, fuck me, man. I'm probably older than you, but you sound older. I'm 26. I'm sorry I don't have VTuber voice. My bad. The fuck? That's my downfall. Lack of VTuber fucking voice. Granny boobas is okay. Okay, calling me granny is like way too far. Okay. That's way too far. All right, I'm setting up my shit. Hold up. I'm setting up my shit. Hold up. All right. What is this background? Oh yeah. I have my old gacha background. Wait, I'm not doing that. That's crazy. Okay, we can go with this. We can go with that. This. Unk is currently farming you? What do you mean farming me? What the fuck is he doing? What have I done? What do you mean?
I think we're all set.
Alright. Let me turn off all my shit. This, and then, okay, hold up. Listen, I'm kind of retarded, don't mind me. Unk is pissing? Unk is pissing?
I'm literally here, you cocksuckers.
I think if you wanted to comment on your mad skills, he's a bit late. He's playing your stream on his stream. Hi, Sage Chat. Hi. Hello. Hello. You fucking seed pumpers. Fuck you guys. I hate you. Yeah, I see you. I hate you guys. Yeah, I see you. I fucking see you. Yeah, fuck you. Fuck you guys. Hi. Go fuck yourself. Yeah. Yeah, go away. Okay. All right. Hold on. I'm gonna call the group.
Stop giggling and start the call.
Why did caps model turn into volume settings? Leave me alone, bro. Leave me alone. My shit's like fucked. Hang on. My shit's fucked. I had to piss again. Oh my god. Wait. Hang on. Wait. Hold up. A girl needs to piss again. One sec.
What if I just start the call? What if I just start the call instead of her? Why is she playing? She's out here playing DMCA music, trying to end my stream. Oh my god. Oh my god, I can't believe this happened. Oh my god. What a menace. All right, well, I've got to fucking I'll just come back on cam and undo all the shit that I just did cuz she fucking started this call super late, bro. Oh my god, bro. Unbelievable, bro. All right, I don't even know what we're going to talk about here, bro. I feel like I've got a lot of stuff top of mind. Would it make sense for Mia to come back through Falova? Nobody cares about Mia. Nah, she's bitch made, bro. Hey, she didn't focus up enough. She didn't try hard enough. Nah, don't care. Don't care. Nah. we got some Mia simps in the chat, I see. We got some Mia simps. And guys, if I'm calling somebody a simp for story related stuff, it's mostly a joke. Right? It's mostly a joke. There's nothing wrong with liking a fictional character because of their role in a story. It's just funny. It's just funny. I feel like there are some people that are going to get offended by it. It's not that deep. I think Yi Zhuan has the best voice acting and story arc. Nando, just go back to Caps Chat. Just get out of mine. Like, she's live right now. You don't need to be here. You don't need to be here, man. Oh, wait, she did start the call.
Make sure it's not open in a different application. Should be fine.
Hello?
Hello?
Hello.
Sup? All right, give me 1 second. I gotta configure some. I gotta.
That's okay. Y'all take your time. It's fine. It's
Yeah,
so
I will.
fine.
Don't worry. Thanks for the permission, though.
Ooh. Oh,
Someone just said, "Why is Bran offline?"
Chronic, bro. Chronically offline.
Should we be doing stuff like this again, or is this was the last call enough? The last podcast.
You're gonna get memed again. You just have to be aware. It will
Okay.
happen again.
Okay. All right. Let me pop it out. Okay. Maybe we won't. Maybe we won't do that. All right. There we
Good
go.
ping Brax.
There we go.
Mr. Braxophone.
Oh yeah. Brax might be sleeping. No, surely not.
Brax's sleep schedule isn't that
We're
fucked
losing
up,
that.
right? It's like it's 3 p.m. where he is.
3 p.m. God damn.
Yeah.
Oh, is he central?
I think he's in Austin.
Yeah, he's in Texas, I think.
Yeah. I think he's in Texas.
Fair.
Brax is joining? Yeah, Brax is supposed to be joining.
Sego, sorry, I'm almost home. You can start without. I'll join in like 5. Okay.
Oh god.
Wait, he
join on mobile, man.
He DM'd you that. He wasn't brave enough to post it in the group. He just DM'd that to you specifically.
It's like, okay, no worries.
Right, chat, stop saying Tectone is here.
Come on, man.
It's been years. Can we get over the joke now? It's been so long.
It's not even funny anymore, chat.
Why did everyone laugh?
Let's just start saying quotes that Tectone says.
Yeah, bald equals tectone. That's exactly how it works, of course.
True.
All right.
It's almost there.
Do I need Sprout?
Sprout? No, you just need your VTube studio open.
Have that open already though?
You have the option when you choose the camera to use VTube Studio Cam.
Yeah, but then it just
you
comes
also
up
have
green.
to enable it in VTube Studio if you go into your settings.
Wait. The time I'm gonna go.
Yeah.
I did it all by myself.
Okay.
Ah!
I'm just letting you guys know I'm gonna be playing Uma Musume the whole time we're doing this.
Real as fuck.
Stuff.
Got any 3-star sparks recently?
Yeah, no, not a single one.
No.
No, my RNG is
7.
ass.
I put myself in the middle. There we go.
Okay.
There we go.
Default background. We love it.
Hey, not too
I
bad.
had another one, but I couldn't be bothered to figure it out. Stop bullying me.
Sorry, my
crash
bad.
out. Exactly. Thanks for the
All right.
apology.
I guess we'll start without Brax. Let's say. All right.
I mean, he's only going to be like a couple of minutes. Then again, what is 5 minutes in content creator land, bro? It's
Mhm.
Not wrong.
Well, 5 minutes usually means half an hour. I feel like.
yeah. Mm-hmm.
You know, like.
Agreed.
Hey, we should have.
I don't trust that number.
We should have a penalty for Brax for every minute he's late. What are we thinking? What are we thinking?
Punch in the
Something
nuts.
like low scope.
A penalty.
Yeah,
He has
chat.
to delete
God.
one of his veteran Uma Musumes from his account.
Oh God.
Isn't that like the worst thing you could do to like an Uma Musume player? Like they would just quit the game afterwards.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Delete any
We'd be doing
3-star
him a
sparks
favor.
that he has. Yeah.
One Keith-san Black is deleted from the account.
Oh God. No, that's too mean.
Okay.
That's
I'd love
too
to see
mean.
that crash out. Exactly.
Make him sing the
All right. How's the
song
volume
to
now,
Uma Musume.
chat?
Oh
Is the
my
volume
God.
better?
Please stop.
Is I had to manually.
Golden.
All right. Who's too
That
loud,
is not
chat?
fair.
Who's too
That
loud?
is not fair. I've been kind of not on top of my Uma Musume grind. I'll be
I didn't even know
honest.
you fucking played that shit. I ain't gonna lie.
I've been playing it most days, apart from recently.
Oh yeah, you said, didn't you? Actually, I remember. Never mind. Ignore me.
Okay. Well,
I gotta figure out how to play it, man. My the Netherlands blocks it. It's illegal to play here.
That's
Is it because of gambling?
yeah.
Is it because of the
'cause it's
gambling?
gambling.
Yeah. Well, a lot of gacha games are able to be played, but they got to fill out like some, I don't know, some fucking government documents or something to say that they want it to be played. And I don't think Uma Musume give a fuck about that. So
Yeah.
Mhm.
Not worth the money. No way.
no.
It's not
All
worth
right,
hiring
well,
the lawyer.
we'll start with our Brex and see when he turns up. Let me move this chat over here instead. Okay. Listen. Well, oh fuck. Wait, shit. Oh, I'm actually so dumb. All right.
Wait, why?
Okay, what chill. Sorry, my bad. All right. What's good, everybody? Welcome back to another top tier 10 out of 10 Wuwa discussion. As we all know, 2.5 has caused a little bit of a discussion amongst the community of creators. I think, wait, little bit might be an understatement. A pretty big discussion between morals and characters and the future predictions for the story. So I've assembled some of the top Wuwa story enjoyers right here to kind of give their takes on everything 2.5. And we have some awesome guests today. We have the Mad Bran Online, we have Legions, Saint, we will have Braxophone, maybe the next hour, who knows, it's up in the air right now. And we also have Kyan, who is kind of new to the gacha space, doing some comic voice dubs. Hello. I appreciate you all for joining. How are y'all doing?
Pretty good.
Doing great.
Tired,
Besides
but
being 100 degrees outside, I'm doing good.
100? Oh my god.
Yeah, we have a heat wave right now. It's like with humidity like 110 degrees outside. I'm not going outside.
Isn't that what water boils at?
Yeah, pretty much.
Water.
My balls were boiling when I went outside.
Ooh, that doesn't sound very good.
Yeah, I'm pretty. Yeah, it's pretty rough. Kyan, how are you doing, sir? I don't think people are familiar with you. Can you give us like a quick little hello?
Hello.
Hi. What do you, can you quickly do? Really?
That's what you said for me to do.
Can you give us a
Oh, you want me to do
little-
an introduction as well?
Yeah,
Oh, you should have
run
said.
the intro.
My
Let
bad.
the people know who you are,
Instructions
Mr.
weren't
Kai
clear
VT.
enough.
Sorry, my bad.
I'm a VTuber. I'm here leeching clout off of Cap, and everybody else.
I like the honesty.
I play gacha games. I don't really do gacha content aside from doing like comic dubs. I'm quite new.
Your comic dubs are pretty good though.
Yeah, no, they get
You
hella
say that, but they
views.
actually do really well.
Yeah, I'm the Jane Seth guy. If you type it in on YouTube, that's me. I'm the peak Jane Seth from DZD Enjoyer.
Yeah.
That's kind of my background.
Okay.
That's it.
Love that.
Nothing interesting.
Love that. Bro said VTube her. Yeah, it's okay. It's another British person. Just don't worry about it.
Or
It's fine.
VTuber, should I say? Fucking yang.
yeah.
Sorry, my
Okay,
bad.
Can you like
My fault, gang.
Can you guys both talk like an American for 5 seconds?
All
I
of my
can't.
all of my
bad.
fun fact, all of my comic dubs are in American accent, so 90% of people don't even realize I'm British half the time. Just saying.
Yeah, no.
The only
No.
American accent I can do is like the fucking stereotypical Texan accent, like the "Hail yeah,
Yeah.
brother." That's
Yeah,
literally
brother.
it.
It's
That's
an
as far as my accent
annoying
talents go.
Californian. That's like my only way.
Wait, I realized
one or the other.
Legion and I are outnumbered over here. They're gonna like
Yeah, we
start
are.
like they're gonna.
Brax needs to hurry
Yep.
up.
We're
bro.
taking back the colony.
They're
We're
about to
taking back the
fucking.
colony.
We're about
July
to have
4th was earlier. It's over.
we're about to have a second Boston Tea Party up in here. We're about to fuck some shit up.
It's funny because I'm from Boston.
Let's go.
Oh. Okay, well, let's just get into how we thought overall about the Frolova quest. I think most people here could agree it was a pretty good quest, even for Kuro standards. All of us seemed pretty hyped and satisfied with what went down. So I wonder if we can go around real quick, our general overview, how we thought, what our ratings were out of 10, just on the overall experience of playing the quest. So, Bran, if you want to give us your rating and quick thoughts.
Yeah, I said at the time, I am a sucker for recency bias. So I said at the time it was like a 9.5. I think looking back now, I'd probably say, I'd probably still say like a 9 or 9.5. The quest had, the thing that always gets me with Wuwa story is the storytelling. And I'm a sucker, an absolute sucker for the Wuwa storytelling. I think it is the best in the gacha space right now for the big four, I guess, big three. but the characters themselves having multiple sides and not just being very one-dimensional like usual was a breath of fresh air. There was a lot more why I like the story, but we'll get into it obviously as we go. That's the quick thoughts.
Yeah. Awesome. Legions, how do you feel?
I was around the same. I gave it a 9.5. The only thing I didn't like was Fenrico's boss fight. I thought that was super mid. Everything else was good. I think the fact that it was a story that finally had like stakes where there was actual consequences, and somebody did die, quote unquote, maybe. We'll see. But I also like the fact that the music was incredible, the storytelling, the kind of like the way the community is like at each other's throats right now. That's how you know it's good, because there's 50-50 people Rover side, 50-50 people for Lova side, and there's just constant theory crafting about like now there's people thinking the Fraxidus caused the meteor to fall. It was an experiment the whole time. So there's like a lot of crazy stuff that's been going on with this patch, and I think it's probably one of the most enjoyable patches I've experienced since the game came out.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Interesting that you mentioned the Fenrico fight. We could definitely talk about that as well.
Yeah.
See, oh my god, Mr. Brexphone. Hello.
Finally, it's 3v3, bro. Hurry up.
Yeah, we needed another American.
Wait,
here.
whose side am I on? Fuck.
Yeah, they wouldn't
The
stop talking
Americans, I
about. They wouldn't stop talking about teas and crumpets. We were trying to talk about the story.
Oh Jesus, I hate that shit, man.
It's a fake news. They were talking about gun violence the whole time.
Yeah, and school shootings.
Okay.
And school shootings, yeah.
That's classic. Yo, so how the fuck do you guys get your camera on stream and in this call at the same
Okay,
time?
we're going back to the start again.
Virtual camera.
Virtual
You want
camera.
to enable?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just
Wait,
turned my shit off, and then I turn on the camera in Discord.
That's what I did too.
Oh.
Yeah, because I didn't want
fair.
my chat to be on the screen in the Discord.
Yeah.
That works too.
That's also valid.
All right. I guess
Well,
while
my chat's gonna be in the Discord call, unfortunately, but I think I can figure it out.
Yeah, well, Brax has figured that out. I guess I'll give my thoughts. I think that this 2.5 story quest is one that's gotten better. Actually, it's gotten better with age. I think something that happens actually kind of frequently with gacha quests is that they'll seem good in the moment, and then after like a review, or like I guess what Brad was doing, like the rating will actually lower now that there's not as much recency bias. But I think this quest is so multi-layered. There's so much discussion. I've seen like so many videos detailing, and like the same theories I think that Legion saw. So much more additional like content has come out where people are like theory crafting and stuff that's only added more depth to it, more symbolism, and even more like potential paths for like future storytelling that I think has just elevated the quest even further. I think that the only reason why it's not like a 10 for me is that Fenrico felt rushed. And I was just like, wait, why is he like now purple and glowing? I feel like that part was just not, we didn't see enough of like the elevation of Fenrico into the boss. And that's the one dud I have for the patch.
It's funny you say that, because I thought the same thing, and then like the fact that that one period before that, like the praying and everything, that felt like so long. Even though I was like into the lore of it, I was like, okay, come on, like we get it,
Yeah.
move along. And then we get there, and I was like, okay, maybe we moved a little bit too fast.
I was like,
from
wait, why is
slow
he
to like super speed?
Why is he someone in hands,
Yeah.
bro?
Yeah.
The order thing, I felt like, they were hyping up the order to be like, oh, this is really sus. Like, this is really, really weird. Like, we shouldn't trust these guys. And Fenrico, we know something's up with him, but we don't know exactly what's up with him. And then the time actually comes, and it's like, oh, yeah, so now you just got to fucking kill this guy right now. Like, actually, it felt like the only buildup was the little tidbits we had from like 2.0, 2.1. And then we kind of just teleported to Fenrico end.
True.
Yeah. I kind of see that, because especially with Fenrico kind of being revealed that he's being controlled as well, how that ties into 2.4. I feel like while they made it obvious at the end, they could have everyone says, built up to that a little bit more. Like, of course they gave hints throughout this quest, tiny hints. I felt like that should have been like more of a bigger thing. So I think that's like a universal like critique that everyone's having about Fenrico.
One of my chatters said it perfectly. I think it felt like a Frolova quest with a 5% for Fenrico tied at the end.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pretty fair analysis.
Yeah. All right, Kyan, how do you feel about overall?
Well, I feel like I have probably the most negative reaction, I guess, to the quest or the story in general. I think, okay, in retrospect, as I've had more time to think about it, the actual quest itself, by gacha standards, is not bad. By regular storytelling standards, I don't think it's that good. But you know, we're in the gacha space. You get like kind of a limited amount of time, so to speak, to kind of do the actual storytelling. For example, like you just said, the Fenrico part was kind of a little bit rushed, especially for yeah, exactly. It's only 3 hours, so like I don't want to beat on it too badly. My main gripes with the quest come with the characters, both Rover and Frolova. I think that everyone's wrong. I'm not gonna lie.
Both of them are wrong.
I think both of them are wrong. I think when people talk about Rover's side, it's like we don't really know, I guess, the reason why he or she wasn't like didn't return, because obviously, or like when or how many times he's had to reset. So like I can't really speak on that in that sense. But on Frolova's part, I think she's a fucking bitch. I'm not gonna lie. I think she needs to grow a pair of nuts. And so does Rover too, to be honest. I'm not gonna lie. That guy was a bit unempathetic, to be honest. But
yeah,
I think everyone's fucking kind of sucking off Frolova because everyone fucking loves the character for whatever reason, because everyone's self-insert. Sorry.
Can I mention?
Sorry, I was gonna crash out again. I apologize.
Crash out, do it.
No, I think the discourse that I've seen online is people kind of defending Frolova and like her having multiple layers and her being a nuanced character. I think it's all a bunch of bullshit. I think if it is nuanced, I think it's pretty shallow. In the sense of like, yeah, her backstory was pretty, yeah, it was a bit sad. But like, if I was dumped, if my family died, for example, in real life, and I was dumped by my girlfriend, and then I went and shot up a school, I don't think people are going to be like, oh yeah, but my backstory. Like, it's like, okay, wonderful. I'm happy. Sorry. I'm happy that I'm sorry for you, I guess, but like that doesn't justify what you did, and you're still a bitch. I don't like the character in general. I think her design's shit too. Sorry, I think her design's mid.
We gotta.
Sorry.
Bro's about to get a fucking Google doc, bro.
Yeah,
sorry. Google doc me. I dare you. Google doc me.
Okay. It's
Please,
been
it
like
makes
10
me
minutes.
erect.
It's been like 10 minutes. That's like, bro.
Sorry. I'll carry on later. Sorry.
That was. Okay, wow, okay, crazy. So, it's safe to say that you think both of them are kind of wrong, and you're not really a huge fan of Frolova. Okay, yeah.
No, I'm not. Yeah, I think shit
okay.
too. Sorry.
Okay, brilliant.
I apologize.
I think a good question to ask the general scope is: do you guys think Frolova had any kind of redemption, or do you think that she is a villain?
No.
How do you guys feel about that?
I think she's a villain. Yeah,
she's a villain.
I don't need it to be. I don't want her to be like. Be redeemed.
Why is this motherfucker raising his hand?
My turn. Wait, can I have the turn? So basically the thing is, I think that she is 100% a villain, but the way that they like tried to get everyone to empathize with her was really fucking good. Yes. And I think that was my biggest concern, was like, I really fucking hope that she doesn't get amnesia and then decide to join your party. Right? Like, I swear to God, if that happens again, I'm gonna blow the fuck up. I just want a character to be bad, and then maybe, like, at least just let us understand why they're bad, and let us just fucking play them, or whatever. And then the end of the story was also cinema. But yeah, I really like how they, I really like what they did with her, because even though a lot of people will argue that, like, that's not enough justification for her to become a villain, I think that, one, human emotions are, like, pretty fucking complex, right? Like, people have done worse for less, and on top of that, I mean, it's a thing that a lot of people can empathize with, like losing someone close to them and feeling like very isolated. So I think a lot of people, especially gacha players who are fatherless, can relate to that, right? So I don't know. I think it was pretty well written, and I think that her remaining a villain is good.
I'm sorry. Did you just drop a line about fatherless gacha players?
Fatherless gacha players,
dude. Gotta be at least 60% of Chad.
100 million%.
Bro, I feel like
we
I
spend
would-
money on pixels. That is definitely fatherless behavior.
Fatherless and waifuless.
And waifuless.
I felt like I was
Probably
the one,
motherless too.
I felt
Oh
like I
my
was the
God.
one that would say something spicy and derail the call for like a couple of minutes, but I didn't even need to do that today.
Oh,
It already-
we're still early on. That could still happen.
I
Yeah.
did-
Yeah, it'll happen later.
Okay.
I do have a kind of a counterpoint to what was just mentioned about her being like people being able to empathize with her. I'm so honest. I don't know how people can empathize with her. I'm not gonna lie because
she's hot. It's fine. It's
That's
pretty,
okay.
it's pretty
I'm
straightforward.
not gonna lie. I ain't gonna lie. Kind of mid. I'm kind of mid.
I think it's
Kinda
because
mid.
the way she was before, the way she is now, was complete opposite.
But when
and
when
she
you
was a
make her
victim to
do
circumstance, you know what I'm saying?
when you
Like,
make her do all of that stuff, when you put in the story about how she's just killing people with like she's summoning tacit discords and she's doing human
she's doing that
experiments
for the
and whatnot.
Fraxitus. Like, remember, they're saying that she's using them and they're using her, so she has to do what they want so she can get what she wants from them. So I don't think
Mm-hmm.
she wanted to like mass murder people. She just wanted to find a way to get her family back.
But okay, well then we
Yeah.
get to that. We get to that. Sorry, we get to that. What would you do in Nazi Germany type debate, right?
Man, I already told my
But
chat,
that doesn't-
I would turn into Hitler if it was to bring my family
But that's what.
back.
But that's what I'm saying. Like even if that is the case, even if she was using, even if it's like a double-sided using of each other, I don't know how you can say yeah, but I killed them because I was using them. Like, what are we talking about? What are we actually talking about here?
No,
Like,
you
can't-
killed them because it didn't matter what they did.
Yeah,
It's not
yeah.
relevant.
She threw away her humanity already at that point after hundreds of years of suffering. She was just like, you
So
know
then how
what,
can
if-
so then I can't I personally can't empathize with that because like it's like saying sorry we're going there's a lot of Nazi talk here but like it's like saying I know someone said it online they were like okay but like Hitler had a pretty sad backstory as well, do you empathize with him? No, so why would I
Okay,
empathize with
I don't-
her?
I don't
No,
think
I'm just
we-
kidding. I'm just kidding.
Well, it's also you got to remember the difference between sympathy and empathy as well, though, right? Like you can feel empathy without agreeing with the situation in general. I feel like
That's my take on it too.
it's like empathy. Sympathy is if somebody's drowning in quicksand, sympathy is jumping in and drowning with them, metaphorically.
Mm-hmm.
Empathy is throwing them a rope, right? It's like you can empathize without necessarily agreeing. At least in my
Yeah.
opinion.
Yeah,
At
I
the
do
end of the day,
agree.
it's about like how far would you go for the people you care about most. That's really the overall feeling. And that's
also
you know
feel like-
we've seen loads of stories like that. So
No,
we,
I get-
we
yeah,
don't,
yeah, I-
we don't
yeah,
have to
yeah.
agree with her actions or what she did, but we could be like, damn, like I would do anything for the people that I love, right? That's really why a lot of people care, and especially because it's what you see in the moment. It's what the quest gives you, and you see her backstory. It's in a way, it's at some points it's hard not to empathize with her, considering the story that they're showing you in the moment, right? So that's why a lot of people feel a certain way.
All right. I've got my take on it, and I think it's pretty.
Oh yeah,
simple.
no, he hasn't even spoken
Here
yet.
we go. Here's the Nazi
it's
take
pretty,
now. No.
It's pretty simple. I'll make sure not to bring any real world countries into this one. I think Forlova's brain damaged.
1,000,000%.
Yeah, I think that's me. I don't think she's mentally well because she got hit by a meteor, died, and is like half alive, right? She's like half TD, half human. And so I honestly just don't think that her brain is like fully will ever, or like, I just think she has like a different way of thinking. And that led to her, let's just be honest, obsession with Rover. It's not like normal or reasonable at all for a person to meet one person one time and then just be like, oh, they were the destined one. I resonated with them so much after this one conversation that now my entire life is tied around them visiting me again. That's just not like normal, right? That's just not like a very sane thing, a very sound bit of logic. And when you understand that that's what she's doing, she's just not sane of mind, right? And so naturally she's in like a vulnerable position. That's where Fraxitus comes in, convinces her that like, hey, we can get you what you need because you're not getting it from that other guy. And then she just went down this wild path, right? And so I think like the sympathy kind of comes in from, or the sympathy or the empathy, right? If somebody is like mentally ill and then does something bad, right? You can feel empathy for them for being ill and doing the bad thing, but you can also say that what they did is fucking bad, right? If somebody like, okay, I mean, obviously,
Is there a limit to that?
We're getting into some grisly
Is there a-
examples, right? But I'll just bring up like fucking, y'all know who Chris Benoit is, right? The guy who got massive amounts of CTE and popped off his entire family.
Yep.
Tons of empathy in that situation.
He's a WWE wrestler.
Yeah.
Or was.
okay.
Yeah, he got
and then he offed himself afterwards.
Okay.
Yeah, too many concussions, murked his entire family, right? I feel empathy for that situation, but I can also say, yeah, this was obviously unforgivable shit that should never happen. But I can see why anyone would feel bad for him doing that. Because a lot of it outside of his control, blah, blah, blah. Some of it in. But that's where the empathy, I think, for Frolova comes from in this entire situation, is that you know she's not sound of mind. You know that she had, like, a better and overall, I would say, good purpose. But as they always say, right, the road to hell is paved with good intentions. That's why that phrase is so common. The most evil people in history are usually typically have a good overall reason for why they're doing things. Then they get twisted along the way, and that's literally what happened with Frolova.
Mm-hmm. I like that you mentioned, you know, she's not like mentally sound. I kind of thought about it when I was playing through her story. It is a whole story around someone suffering from the most extreme bout of like survivor's guilt, right? Like, so the survivor's guilt that just changes her scope on what she deems to be good and going down that route. So no, that's a really good thing to talk about, is what she's actually going through.
Oh, and one thing when it comes to
survivor's guilt, PTSD.
Yeah, one thing from the 2.5 story that I think a lot of people might not realize until the rewatch is the story's told in a very one-sided way. You get all of Frolova's point of view the entire time. You actually don't really get a lot of Rover's point of view at all. You don't get any of their internal monologue, their thought process. You get a little bit when you're in her world, but it's still mostly about her. You only get like their reactions and the things that they say, and not necessarily the reasons why they say it. So I do think that there's a second half to this story, like what Rover is thinking across the entire quest, because this is essentially Frolova's point of view. You are Frolova's kind of the protagonist of the quest.
Do you think that's intentional in order for the audience that's playing the quest to be skeptical of Rover? And that's why people are talking about it in that way.
I think they're setting up for something like entirely that a lot of people aren't talking about. I think I talked about it with you a little bit on your Twitter post. I don't know how you guys feel about this, but if you remember in 1.3 with Shorekeeper and then even 1.4 with Camilla, there was always something that triggered something like Rover to remember the person, even just remotely, vaguely. He played the keyboard, the piano. He remembered Shorekeeper teaching her how to play. Camilla, he could remember vaguely, like being her mentor. With Frolova, he had none of that. Like he can't even. He's like, was I really at this concert? No, I couldn't have. I don't even think that was Rover that she met. I think that that was the Grand Architect, because there's the rumor going around that possibly Rover created the Fraxidus in a past life, and then maybe this Grand Architect person took over. So he obviously has this ability to appear as other people, like you saw with Triss. So who's to say that person that she met wasn't Rover, and they were manipulating her the entire time to join the Fraxidus? Because there's that like the theory of the meteor had like that cross, the same symbol that's in the Fraxidus, that maybe they'd cause that meteor to fall in this random isolated village as an experiment. To see if there was going to be any kind of like person of immortality born, because that's what they're after.
Bro, I'm sorry. You know, somebody just wrote in my chat as Legions was talking, that retard can shapeshift.
Yep. The Grand Architect can shapeshift, and I that's like a theory that I've been very like partial to too. The fact that what is it that the Fraxidus are really after? Why are they wanting to awaken all the Thenodians? They're wanting to gain their powers. They're wanting to use them for themselves. And what happens when you get all of them? Like the bloody like Infinity Stones, right? Like what happens? Like what does the Grand Architect make? What does he create? Like that's what is.
I don't remember if it was very specifically stated, but I think at one point it was stated that they're after immortality. I don't remember. Don't quote me on that. Maybe chat can say something, but I think there was some quest where they said that somewhere.
Was it 100%. The truth of the world, immortality, or saving the world? It was like one of those three. I'm not super
something
sure.
like that.
I don't think they were after specifically saving the world. I think they were after saving themselves.
Yeah, which is
the immortality thing.
Yeah, and their way of reaching immortality is fusing with TDs. That's why half the Fraxidus guys look like they got like
Yeah.
they're all
Yeah.
fucked up. They have like arms coming out of their back and shit.
Oh, fair.
I think the whole contrast with Rover, or like them trying to make Rover look like not a great guy, is kind of an interesting thing though, because usually, well, what we see out of like a lot of the more popular gacha games that have come out over the past few years is like, oh my god, you're just like, you're him, right? Like you do everything, you save everyone all the time, right? And so I think it would be really interesting if the reason Rover is looping, which it seems like this is it, is because Rover is imperfect and unable to do what he needs to do, and so you kind of do this like looper amnesia thing, whatever it is, because it hasn't been fully explained yet. And this whole thing, I feel like what they're going to do is starting with this story and kind of going on, they're going to reveal the imperfections and like the flaws of Rover over time. And it's going to be like this kind of like, oh, we're building the backstory about how you fucked up. And then with that information and with the new choices you've made, maybe you can change fate or whatever. I don't know. I just think it is a pretty cool thing. I haven't seen a lot of games do that.
Do we know how far back the meeting between Frolova and Rover
It's like
was?
200
It was
years or something like that,
actually
because
I don't think the time was ever talked about.
I don't think it was.
Was left vague on purpose.
It was very vague. The only like kind of hint we got was Triss at one point said that she's been dead for 200 years.
Yeah,
so it has to be between that and like maybe 20 years ago.
my thought process is, you know how you mentioned before that he could remember Camellia and he could remember Shorekeeper by like a little note. I wonder if the reason why he couldn't remember Frolova was because he had reset multiple times. So like when he had met Camellia and Shorekeeper before, it may have been like maybe one reset, because you know you spoke about how like he keeps looping because he's not doing what he's supposed to do. So maybe he resets himself to maybe to see if he can relearn certain aspects differently, whatever he needs to do. And I'm wondering whether he met Frolova kind of right at the beginning of that, reset himself, never met her again, obviously met Camellia, met Shorekeeper, then reset again, so that the most recent memory that he could retrieve was with Camellia and Shorekeeper rather than Frolova, because it was that far back.
But I think if I remember correctly, Shorekeeper is like millions of years old, and so is Rover. So he remembered her, and she's like a million years old.
Yeah.
Also, I don't know how you guys felt about the whole hypocrite thing. I don't know if you guys were on the same page, because I know me and Gacha Smack called, and I think Saint watched Gacha's video, Gacha Smack's video on the whole calling a Rover a hypocrite.
Yeah.
I actually just remembered the other day, because my chat, I literally went searching for this because my chat was like, he's not a hypocrite. He literally did nothing wrong. He's resetting to save the world. There was a time when he helped create the Tethys system in 1.3. That system was taking the frequency, which the game is telling us the frequencies are like the souls of the dead, and it's making them relive a simulation of the fucking lament over and over again. Is that not fucked up? So that's why I was like, how can you say Rover is like free of anything? They're like, oh, but you don't know what he did in the past. Well, we know he did that, and if he did that, he might have done worse even. You know what I'm saying?
You think about it that way, I think Frolova's more or less doing the same thing, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
but
like I
I guess it kind of lends. Oh, sorry, Brax.
No, I just fucked up Sung Jin Woo.
Oh
That's
yeah,
all.
okay. I thought you were still going. My bad. I didn't want to cut you off.
No, go ahead.
I was gonna say it kind of. I think Legions, you bring up a really interesting example, right? Because yeah, Tethys is making the people in the port city of Guizhou, right, relive the end of their city. Like we literally got to see it blow up in real time during the one. That was actually one of my favorite parts of the 1.3 quest, like you running up the skyscraper as it's like falling apart. That's what Tethys is spamming on repeat, right? And all those people are like real. Those are like their actual frequencies that are re-experiencing all of it. So Rover, right, initially crafted that system, and I think the point of it of at least our playthrough, right, is to go in and kind of like almost right some of those wrongs. And so we're going in and we're doing everything right. That's why we save Shorekeeper. It's because she's just keeping Tethys going the way that it is, where it's making people people relive fucked up stuff, and then we find like some other way to approach it differently, right? And then Frolova's been doing the same things, that the fucked up ways that she's been doing them with Fraxidus, and now she's somewhere else. still kind of doing her own stuff, but it's in a better way. And so that's kind of just what it seems like, at least in our playthrough, is we're, in a lot of ways, we're righting some of the wrongs that have been done, even in, like, fucking Renacida, right? Why is there even trouble? It's because Imperator was stupid as fuck. Let's just be honest. It was like, yeah, let me just merge with the Theronian for fun.
Yeah.
So, if anything,
So
the
fucking useless, dude.
The Renacida arc is Rover righting the wrong of whatever the fuck they were doing when they cooked up Imperator. They fucked up with that Sentinel. Or maybe they'll be redeemed later on.
Yeah.
I think they just fucked up while they were making them. Jue's like, fine. No big deal with Jue. Do not do it again. Do not use Imperator as like the format to make a new Sentinel.
Like, bro, isn't Imperator's powers to like split time and space? Like, bro, how the fuck did he lose to the like, so,
Yeah,
let me fuse with him instead of
makes
trying
no
to
sense.
kill him. So stupid.
It makes no sense, but no, there's definitely like this like ambiguity between all characters, and this seems to be the part. Rover's like resetting himself to do the path of the least pain. It seems like he's trying to do this in a way where everybody is like having to suffer the least. At least that's what it seems. In order to get to his end goal. Do you guys think that Rover is like currently justified in his actions against Falova?
Yes.
Yeah.
I do. I think it only makes sense with the information that we've been given so far. Considering, like people have said already, we don't know everything about Rover and the reason why he's doing pretty much anything already at this point. I think it was totally justified. Like all the information that he had on Falova and the Firaxidus in general, and the experiences that he's had in this cycle, all lead to that she's doing fucked up shit for fucked up reasons. Even after learning a little bit of the backstory and the truth, again, he might be able to empathize with it, even though he didn't seem like he did, which I think is what most people have a problem with Rover in this quest. It's not that he doesn't like Falova and did what he did. It's that he doesn't seem to try to understand why she's doing it. But I think he's completely in his right to do what he did.
But I think even if he did understand why she was doing it, I still think that gives him. I don't think that's enough of a reason to justify him not doing it. I'm not gonna lie.
He should do it. He should do it.
Yeah, regardless of what. Yeah, I think regardless.
I got a crazy lore reveal for you guys.
Fun.
It's two things. One, Rover didn't actually try to kill Falova, and B, Falova wanted to die.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
one of the other day too.
Yeah, one of the pivotal lines in the quest is Falova saying, right like before her death sequence, all she needs is a sharpened blade. And I think she says something about like the Rover being able to provide it. And when you slow down and review the cutscene of Rover throwing their sword at Falova, which is what kills her, right, and puts her into the water, Rover's sword is directly aimed at the gem that she's holding like right here, and then right before his sword is about to hit the gem, she throws it out to Firaxidus. And then the sword pierces her instead of hitting the gem.
She set bro up. That's insane.
Exactly, right?
Rover gave her what she wanted.
And so
even unintentionally.
She wanted
mighty sword.
She wanted to die, and Rover wasn't trying to kill her. So I actually find it really interesting, right, that the discussion of is Rover justified is even happening in the first place. Because when we take all those facts of the story, it's not even like they were there's nothing to really justify, because that's not what they were trying to do. It's just what happened.
Yep.
And everything that Falova wanted to happen actually happened. And so even the L Rover at a baseline is that's what I was saying since day one of this quest. Since the patch dropped, L Rover made no sense at all to me, because what Falova wanted to happen, everything she wanted actually happened. To a T.
That's exactly what my train of thought as well. When I went out to see, everyone was saying, "Oh, Rover sucks. Why did he have to quote unquote kill her?" But he didn't really. It's but she said so many times that she even wanted to die. She wanted to be in this space. Yep. So I never really understood. I think people just got upset because, why would he do that to her? Why would he do that to her? And it's it doesn't kind of matter if he did or didn't want to. It's what kind of she wanted anyway.
That's
so
why
it's that always kind of. That kind of confused me as well.
That's
people
why
always decided that Rover was the bad guy. I never really got that.
I call them all simps. Just they're Frolova simps.
Yeah.
Yep. Because they
I
think
do
he
think-
killed
I
her,
do
they're
think
mad.
Funny though.
Sorry. I do think what Saint just said kind of makes sense about her wanting to die, and it does kind of fit in with her her story as well. With her being like, even when they did meet, it was the promise was when your performance, when your work is complete, I will come back and see it, and I will be there. And if in her mind, if she's done all she can in regards to like her experiments and bringing back her family or whatever, in her story, in her mind, that's she's kind of finished that in her head, then technically he hasn't really broken the promise, even if it's not a
they had their
like
final
an
crescendo.
intentional one. They had that final crescendo because she had achieved what she wanted to achieve in her quote unquote performance, and he was there and he was the one to end it. So technically it does kind of put a little bow in it if you think about it like that. But yeah, that's what I thought about it.
I even think the end of like Fullover's story here is actually like more tragic than people think. Did you guys go and talk to the NPCs in like the afterlife after the quest?
A couple of them, yeah.
Yeah. There was one guy called Pia who is
By the
standing
dock?
at the pier. Yeah, at the dock, at the actual pier itself. And if you talk to him, it feels Fullover, we say that Fullover got what she wanted, but it's kind of a half truth even then. Because he goes on to say that, oh, Fullover's here, she's still going to save us. She said she's still gonna save us. We're gonna get out of here like sometime soon. And then that's when my heart like actually kind of sunk. I was like, oh, she's still lying to them even now. She still believes they're gonna get out of here, and it's like, damn, okay.
This is the thing. Oh, Brad, I feel like you're about to talk about the same thing.
You can go ahead.
Hey, I was gonna talk about why Frolova wanted the gem and the significance of the gem and kind of like why she gave the gem to Fraxidus. So the last piece that Frolova needs to finish her realm and like actually fully save everybody there is that teardrop from Leviathan. It's strictly Leviathan's special powers. That's why she's looking for that one in particular. And my prediction is that Frolova intentionally gave it to Fraxidus, knowing it's going to save her world, because she doesn't want the Fraxidus heat right now. Because if she takes it there, they're going to try to fucking blow up her shit and take it back, right? That's like 100%. That would be a betrayal. But if Rover deals with the situation, guys, what are we going to do with that gem? There's nothing we can probably reasonably do with it. Maybe if the Black Shores gets it, they'll probably use it for something. But I think the gem is going to find its way back to Frolova and finish up her realm beyond.
In some way.
And that's how, and this is like super prediction, that's how dead characters in the lore will probably get reintroduced back into the story. It's that's where we're going to get the Geshu Lins. That's where we're going to get all of that, right?
That's where we're gonna get the cop outs where no characters are actually dead.
Yeah, I hate that trope. It's like,
can you shut the fuck up and stop giving them ideas, saying Jesus?
That's One
guys,
Piece
this is
type.
the
No,
thing.
that's One Piece type shit. I hate that shit. Just just have her dead. I'm begging you.
I
Like,
don't-
just let her dead.
not dead.
Anyone that just let her be dead. Anyone
the
online
One
saying,
Piece
"Oh, she's
slander,
not
bro.
dead," womp, cry me a
But she's-
fucking
but
river.
she
That
isn't-
is fucking
she's
sad.
not
But
dead. Like,
this
she's
is the
not.
thing.
It's quite
This is the thing,
important,
guys.
but there you go.
Has anyone played Honkai Impact 3rd and the Elysian Realm? Right?
Yep.
The Elysian,
Elysian
Realm,
Realm.
is what I think Frolova's going to make. She's going to make like a version of it.
Oh, fucking.
And the thing
shut up,
is,
please.
all those characters are dead. They're all playable too. And their deaths are still emotional. Because you get to like re-experience them, do all of that, whatever. Well, probably not the re-experiencing part, but you get to like see like what their characterization was. And that to me is like the number, like that's how I think we're getting Scar playable. I think Scar's going to die. And then he's going to show up in like Frolova's realm, right?
Yeah.
And then that's how it'll be playable. I think this is how you can make sure people stay villains until the end. Because one thing about Frolova's realm, right, is that nobody there is like toxic. Everyone is in like a good mood. I feel like Frolova, when she like captures souls and takes them wherever, she only takes like their good qualities, right? She doesn't take like any of like the aggressive parts or the negative frequencies, all of that. And maybe that means that there's a lore reason why we'll get only like the good parts of the evil characters. But the characters
Well, the
will
negative
still be evil in
frequencies
the
are
lore.
associated with laments, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. But this like the TDs though, like TDs spawn just from like negative feelings. in like an area. Like TDs just spawn, but then the souls in Frolova's area are TDs, but they're not made out of negative frequencies.
Well,
so it's kind of like,
do you guys know how she summons like echoes and stuff?
Oh,
It's
yeah.
exactly what Saint's talking about. It's basically like she has all the negative frequencies of everyone that's like she's basically trapped, and then she like summons them with that. Right. So that's like basically by removing that, you can create like whatever kind of utopia you want, but also by using it, you can create power. Right.
Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I don't know if you're still.
sorry, that was just like fucking theory crafting, like future lore. I think that's like stuff like this is why I'm saying that like 2.5 only gets better the more you like absorb of it, the more you keep, you know, consuming content about it. Because now a lot of like the previous story path, like people, I feel like people are a lot more optimistic about the characterization of pretty much everybody moving forward. Like, oh, Scar does not need to be right like a goody two shoes anymore. Geshu Lin can still be a full on fucking villain. Right, like
I hope he is.
Like, there's limitless. There's almost like limitless potential now. Now that they've got like the fucking playable boss as the character going on.
I think like what you were saying before as well of Frolova's realm and the future and how it all plays in together and how villains can go to the end. I think Frolova's realm or Sonorasphere existing is kind of proof that the Fraxidus is gonna win. In some kind of essence, right? Because if they gain that immortality, Frolova's won. Her people live, right? That's the end goal. So that's kind of what I feel, that realm existing and the people waiting to be redeemed and returned is kind of like the Fraxidus might get there at some point. And why she's okay with the gem still being with the Fraxidus, and she doesn't need it for herself, because at the end of the day, that goal is still going to be achieved for her.
Well, this is the
she
kind of a hint
knew
of
that dying. That's why she was like, it's okay. Like I can just go be with them until it's carried out.
I guess for me,
like too is we. Oh, my bad. Go ahead.
I was gonna say it doesn't seem like Frolova is especially tied to Fraxidus. I think that she'll just switch sides on a fucking whim to whoever gives her the gem. And she's just basically, by giving it to Cristoforo, she's just like, you guys duke it out, and then I'll talk to the winner. That's kind of what it feels like. She's like,
she just
in, like,
wants the
stasis
immortality
right
for her people. That's all it is. Whatever will give her that is what she'll go with.
Oh, but then if that happens, we're gonna have the Rover Frolova fandom fucking jacking off to their fucking self-insert, and I want to kill myself in game.
I feel like at this point, because people know so much about the characterization of her turning into like a better character because Rover gives her the gem, I think it would be so explained. It would make enough sense for people not to be like, oh my god, they just turning everybody good. I don't think that's the viewpoint most people are going to have if they actually absorb the story, but who knows?
I was gonna say the one thing I like the most too about this quest is we finally see Rover fail for once.
Yeah.
Because every patch since the game came out, he's succeeded in like thwarting the plans of the Fraxidus or somebody, and this is the first time he actually failed. Like they got the gem.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, no, Fraxidus did actually take a W.
They took a W and then they went to a lab.
Story.
This is a question. Where do you think that? Because Abby mentioned that she got sucked into the portal, right? She got sucked into the portal with Cristoforo, and they ended up at a lab, assuming it's a Fraxidus lab somewhere with the gem. They're probably going to do some stuff with this gem. We might not even see the gem in its original form again. That's what I think. I don't know if we'll see it in that state. What do you think something might have happened to Abby while they were over there in the lab? Or do you think it's too much of a coincidence that she was fine, or he or she, whatever, came back and was totally fine?
I haven't given it much thought, actually.
I'm gonna be honest. When it comes to Abby, I kind of just don't care about what they're up to for the patch, because I always get it. It feels like it always gets revealed at the start of the next patch what they were up to at the end of the quest. It's like in 2.0, we found out that they were the one that helped out with Tethys, right, at the end of 1.3, and that's why they were silent, right? And I feel like we're gonna get it answered in 2.6, whatever the fuck they were doing in that portal, because it's just, I don't know. I feel like there's not enough like lore clues. Like it's like we weren't given much of a direction to do many predictions, but I'm happy to hear them if somebody has one.
It opens up the doors, is all I'm thinking. It opens up the doors, so something might have happened where they were over there with the Fraxidus.
I have a curious question. You guys remember the trailer from before Septimont came out, and we saw like I think the trail was like backwards the way they played it, and you remember like the corruption
Tide.
from the Threnodian hitting the moon,
Mhm.
right? What do you guys even think? Because I have no idea. It's like the first time where I don't even know what to expect with Augusta and Yuno. Like obviously they kind of tease like Yuno is gonna get corrupted in some way, and she's the one that like Augusta listens to. That's her advisor. She's like all knowing, right? She can predict stuff. I don't even know what they would even do to like try and destroy Septimon again or revive the Threnodian at this point.
I don't think
them.
they've placed enough in like at least the main quest or story for
Like,
people
build up?
to
Yeah.
have us build up or have a sense of what's going on. At least for the average player, right? And unless you're someone who's taking into every single clue, reading into everything, I don't know if the average like person who does these quests really know what's going to happen.
I think you can predict something along the lines of like mind control. Yuno makes a cancerous prediction and then proceeds to like nuke Septimon's economy or something. I don't
You think
know,
it's
like
gonna be the
something
same
like
thing
that.
as Mia then? And Mia and like Lupa
And
like,
Fenrico at that point, manipulation. Like
manipulate. It might be like whispers. I don't think it's gonna be like full on like, okay, you're doing this shit. I think it'll be like whispers that will like influence her in like a certain direction that will like cause downfall or inner turmoil. I feel like 2.4, oddly enough, is gonna be like a political sort of quest. Does that like make sense? Like it's gonna get into like the
2.6?
internal
Sure.
government and like all the different factions and stuff, and not be like as combat oriented.
For sure.
Yeah.
I mean,
I
do
agree
you,
with
do you
that.
think the Firaxidus will also have a hand to play in it? I assume.
I feel like
no.
I think they're chilling for now.
I feel like they'll take
I
a
have
back
feeling they're
seat.
chilling.
I personally have seen enough of Firaxidus for
For a while,
an
yeah.
update or two.
Oh wow. Yep.
I'm not gonna lie. I could do a patch. I could do 42 days without seeing Cristoforo.
Yeah. I think they got what they wanted for right now. For what
Chill on
they
my
need
goat,
to,
man.
like,
Chill on my
progress.
goat.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
And it's either the Threnodian working on their own in this instance, or it's like you say, like some political interpersonal like stuff that's going on with Septimon or some other power. Because didn't they say? Because Fenrico said at the end of 2.5 that there is still a power in Septimon that Rover needs to go and deal with. He needs to stay where he is right now, and Rover needs to go to Septimon and fix whatever problem is like still lurking underneath. So there's something still there.
Yeah, it has to do
Yeah,
with the
I
vibe.
remember
agree.
the Grand Architect made mention of like Augusta making her move, right? Or something like that.
Yeah.
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 It's the last
I
like
think
vestige of Leviathan is in Septimon.
Yeah.
It would be a nice change of pace to have more of a self-contained like kind of story than have like more.
Well, I mean, we did already have that shit with like the Lupa quest though. That was like the very first quest in Septimon, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I guess Firaxidus are involved, but like it's still mostly Septimon focused.
Yeah.
Is there
I feel like it was quite heavily Firaxidus focused, even though they weren't exactly playing like on the front lines in Lupa's quest necessarily. Like they were kind of the ones that orchestrated the whole thing.
Especially with the
I guess it's like,
script, and then
I guess it's like going through it. You don't like even know that Firaxidus is involved at first
True.
glance, and it just feels like Septimon everywhere. Like, hey, gladiator, right?
Yeah.
Fearsome
His
warrior.
ass in your face.
That's fair. That's kind of what I'm personally hoping for. I totally agree. I think we've seen a lot of the Firaxidus lately, and like you say, especially Cristoforo. But in terms of the characters that have kind of made an appearance since 2.0, Cristoforo is like, for me, by far the most interesting out of everyone. The whole
100%.
idea of the stories and the books and his powers in general, what he can even do, what it all means. It's like there's just still so many questions that need to be answered just on surface level before we even start diving deeper.
Yeah, it's like he's able to manipulate reality to such a huge extent already. Like, can you imagine what someone like the Grand Architect is able to do? The difference in power is kind of so overwhelming in a way. So we'll definitely. I think as Rover gets stronger as well, I think we'll come across stronger Firaxidus members at the same time.
I will say the one thing I want. Oh, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say just a quick note. I really hope that at least either Cristofo or Scar, I hope one of them is completely irredeemable, and I mean completely irredeemable.
Well, I mean, I don't
feel
think
like Scar's
Scarboro's
that.
ever gonna be playable. So
Yeah, but even then, yeah, I guess so. Yeah, but
like he's just gonna fucking die. I also think like this is kind of a side note, and I won't distract us too much, but like learning that like Scar lost on purpose was like kind of cool. I think that was more of a last patch thing, like towards the end, but like we kind of like confirm it. this time because that means we're probably gonna get another Scar fight in the future, and it's probably gonna be like fucking crazy.
Probably gonna get
And the
ass
fact that he-
beat.
Yeah, the fact that he blocked fucking Fleur Delice's blow like nothing. I was like, oh, okay, bro.
Yeah,
That was
Jeez,
kind of
that guy's gotta be
that was kind of a half.
They got way.
That's
too
kind of a
many-
half effort blow there. Let's be honest.
They
She
got
wasn't
way
really.
too
She,
many.
it was kind of a warning shot.
Yeah, they got way too many assets for Scar to him to not be playable. I mean, bro, literally
Like
has his own. He has his own forecast echo already. It's like it's literally fucking him.
That's true.
True.
Right? Like he's there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he has his own ult too. They should have already have it now.
Yeah.
I don't know how you
I
guys feel
think
about
we'll. Sorry.
this. I was just gonna say I don't know how you guys feel about this, but the one thing I have a complaint with Withering Waves, which I didn't really feel until maybe this patch, because it's been like 5 patches. I hope they don't continue to do the thing that a lot of Hoyo games do, is where they will focus on characters in a region and then they move on, and then we don't fucking ever see them ever again. Like, I'm not gonna lie to you. a lot
Oh,
of
they
people
popped up
hate-
in an event 2 years later, man. Shut the
Yeah,
fuck up. You
like,
don't know what
dude,
you're
they've
talking
already
about.
done that.
Literally,
Dude,
shut the
they
fuck
went back
up.
to
I
one
want to
step,
see
okay?
Yang Yang, as much as Chishia is annoying. I want to see that group at least somehow involved, and the Black
Yo,
Shores.
chill on my goat.
Like-
Chishia.
Like, bro, Black Shore is supposed to be like the most important, the people that counter Fraxidus, and
Yeah.
where the fuck are they, bro? Like chilling on the
I
island
feel
doing
like
nothing.
the Black Shores is kind of supposed to be that, like our home base in a way that will go back to the Black Shores, and the people that we all kind of come across will end up going there too in some way. And like bullying's that symbol, right? That we're gonna go back to maybe Jinzhou, or back to there and see the old cast again. So I think it's that.
Yeah.
They're definitely looking at it.
Yeah, part of
I
Rover's.
feel like in general. Go ahead.
I was just gonna give some context for why Rover like kind of took on 2.5 solo. I think at the start of the quest, they like say that they don't want to get people involved because of like the potential danger, and so it's just like
Manipulation,
them trying to like solo tank everything. But I guess like in that vein, right? Because of this failure, maybe that's why they're gonna start teaming up more with people in the future, because they actually, I guess they failed their mission. They didn't get the tier.
Yeah, and there was that whole thing that Shorekeeper told him in 1.3. It was like, yeah, in your past life, you never relied on your comrades, and you need to rely more on your comrades this time. And it seemed like he was doing that for a while, but now not so much anymore.
Yeah, good point.
Mhm.
That is a good point. I was thinking, I do think, like, so far in the Wuwa story, they have followed that same kind of pattern, right? Where typically the story, the banner character is the main character of the story, and then when the banner changes, there's a new character involved, and they're the focus, and then the next one, and then the next one. And then ever since we left the previous nation, we don't see those characters at all anymore. And as much as I would like to believe that would change, and you know, all the characters from the previous nations are going to come in, I just don't see it happening, bro.
Yeah.
I don't.
I
Like-
do see an actual Avengers Assemble moment though at the end of the
Yes.
2.0
Sick
arc.
thing.
It is 1000%
Yep.
happening. Like I want to see like fucking Carlotta riding a sentry construct, just sniping people
Yeah,
in
that's
the
my
sky.
that's my
Like
goat.
I want to
Yeah.
see, I want to see like Zani and
fucking- I
mean-
Phoebe go like light up an entire
Yep.
quadrant of the continent. There's
Listen, I fucking hate ZZZ, but they did that one thing right in 1.4. the
oh
Miyabi patch.
yeah.
I was like, okay, this is awesome. Like they're all the characters are actually working together in this like Avengers ass moment, you know. So I hope they do something like that.
As much as people shit on it back in the day, even for the final quest of Wuwa's 1.x cycle,
yeah.
with the war, the characters, even I gave it praise back then, saying
Yeah.
it was the first time in a gacha game I've actually seen it where a war feels like a fucking war. Like the playable characters are all around you, and like you go a
Yeah.
step
Yeah.
further, and then
I think
new
that's where I
playable
actually started
characters
liking
come
the
in.
game.
But this
Feels
time we'll care about the
great.
characters more.
That's
And this time it'll be much
Yeah,
more
bro,
well
I-
done
the,
too.
the
like-
guy with the top hat, what's his name, bro? We never even
One
met
with-
him, and he's like, "Yeah, I'm here."
Yan
bro.
Wu?
Like, what the fuck? Like,
Yeah,
yeah, that motherfucker. Jesus Christ.
I guess the thing is that they're setting up for it with Septimon. My prediction is that
Yeah.
2.6, 2.7, the Dark Tide actually does end up spreading, and it goes to like the entire city, and that's when the Avengers Assemble moment kind of happens.
Yep.
Because for certain, I think Cartithia is going to come over with the Black Shores members. They're going to come in that way. And then you're going to have everybody from Raguna come in. And then, like, obviously, right, all the Septimon people will still actually be in the city.
Yeah.
But, yeah, with the order done and dealt with, there's no reason for Raguna to be, in, like, to kind of, like, be the setting stage for that. It's also, like, too small.
Yeah.
But just imagine, like, have you guys played Dragon Age Origins?
Yes.
Nope.
Oh, I have.
The final
played them
battle
all
in
except for the
Dragon
new one.
Age Origins has you
That
basically
one was fine.
walking across the entire city, dealing
Yep.
with like battle after battle, retaking all the zones, and then you fight at the very top. Isn't Septimont laid out in a way where it almost seems like you're supposed to take control of all of the old zones and then have a final
Yep.
battle at the very peak?
Yeah,
I
that's
think-
actually
Yeah,
funny that
100%.
you
I
say
think
that.
the
It is
final-
definitely structured
I
that
think
way.
the final quest of Septimont is gonna play exactly like the final quest from like Dragon Age. Like it
You know,
it
it would
is
fit the
it is
theme
so
so well
scripted.
too, considering it's like gladiators. Because I said multiple times, I'm like, because there was a moment in 2.4, I think, where they talked about like bringing in people secretly, and I'm like, wow, this is like some like Troy shit with the Trojan horse and everything. That would be so awesome if they like did something like that, where they did some kind of Trojan horse thing. Obviously, it's a Roman inspired area, and then it just have like gladiators fighting everywhere to the death. Like that would be awesome.
Yeah.
Definitely
They
the
actually
arrival of like
tested-
Augusta as well. Like that's gonna
Wait.
be a major thing.
The Septimont city is next to the sea, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yes.
that's where Brant and the fucking Fool's Troop
That's Brant
ship will
comes
come
in.
in.
Yeah.
Okay,
Oh,
so
that
there's
was
literally there's an angle
That was
for
Cristoforo the entire time.
there's an angle for everybody to be in that fucking fight. Literally
That's
everybody.
I need
You know,
Gian back, man.
I
I
think
need,
they
I need,
were-
I need a Gian Looper interaction. I'm not gonna lie. That's what I need.
They
in
were
my life.
testing Lupa mechanics, like the entirety of the Lupa story, or like not Lupa mechanics, sorry, like party member but not playable mechanics. You know what I mean? Because like Lupa's just off doing her own shit during every battle. Her icon looks different, and she's like just completely taking on every single enemy. I feel like that's gonna be like a thing too. They're gonna bring in a shit ton of characters. They're all gonna be party members, but we're not gonna play them. They're just gonna be on field like
100%.
whooping ass, and it's
I
gonna be
also feel
so
like
sick.
the event that we had, you know, when it was like zoned in Septimont, where you had to go and fight
Banners
in
never
different
fall.
like places in Septimont. Yeah,
Yeah,
like that kind
that
of leads
was
into
a
that
fun
too.
fucking
Like
event.
it's they already have like the zones. Like it's there.
I if that doesn't happen, now I'm just gonna be disappointed. But there's
Yep.
I was thinking about it. Why would they make the city so fucking big?
It's
Yeah.
huge.
It's
It's
it is
massive.
It's probably
Wings.
the
And it
biggest
has an
city I've
underground.
seen in a
It's
gacha
so big.
game. And
yeah, it has
surely
underground too. Yeah.
it's not just so that it looks cool while you're flying on top and looking at it. There's no way they put in all that work just so it was just like a visual spectacle.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. You mean the actual current playable area?
Yeah, like the city of Septimont right now, it's so massive with so many subzones, and like so much of it is like kind of unused
It's like
right now.
3 times bigger than Renacita, I think. Two or
Yeah.
At
3
least
times
city-wise,
bigger.
yeah.
The city is, yeah.
the
And
city, yeah.
vertically, I think it's like the tallest city in the game, too.
But do you feel like, just to play devil's advocate, because I actually agree with what you're saying, but I always like to think of other possibilities. Do you feel like that could just be because of the quality of life of flying and making it feel even better by making it so big and vertical?
I think that there's
Could be
definitely
too.
potential there, but to me, there's just there's not enough in the city for it to like make that much sense, because obviously, right, it's a lot of like development time that they're putting into like, you know, code all
True.
of this, add all the barriers, define what's a wall and what's not. And to me, I've been of the opinion that Septimont feels oddly empty for how
Yeah.
much you can traverse in it. Like if you know like the bottom right part of the Septimont map, you could just like fly and literally not see anything for like maybe 1 or 2 minutes. And I've been saying that like that's a bit of like a miss for me, at least geographically. But if it's for like this sort of payoff at the end of the day, it would make a lot more sense to me.
Yeah, fair point.
Every zone that isn't the city of Septimont right now kind of feels very barren for the sake of like just having mobs there, or to have like 1 or 2 like side quests rather than be intrinsically involved. It really feels like the city itself is where everything is taking place. It kind of reminds me a bit of like like Fontaine and Genshin, right? With that story where everything was held really kind of in the main city. It kind of feels what's happening with Septimont, where everything is kind of happening there. Or am I
Wait, which one? Which quest?
like the
What, do you just
general
mean
like
the Alpine quest
MSQ
in general?
of like Fontaine? Like I feel like a lot of it was held in the
Are
city
you talking about
itself.
the 4.1 Fortress of Millipedes?
Oh god.
No, like I guess like ignoring like the prison, like either like 4.2, like even 4.0.
Basically, the entire Archon quest just taking part in the main city instead of on outskirts and different sub-regions. Yeah, that makes sense. That does make sense.
That's fair.
I know.
Yeah, you didn't really like. It was just all world quest for Fontaine's exploration.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah. I was just thinking about the main quest.
Natlan's like completely different, right? Like the all conquest take part in different regions of where the tribes are located, so it's all separate parts. Yeah, I'd say Septimont is very similar to Fontaine in that case for sure.
Yeah. Is there anything else anyone wants to talk about in regards to Full-Over? Because I kind of feel like we've ignored one part, which is the Order. The Order is a huge, has been a huge part of Renacita. And it's all in kind of a shambles right now, given Fenrico's redemption. Do you guys think Fenrico had a redemption?
Yeah.
Do you think he was redeemed?
Because he was manipulated. That wasn't actually him.
Yeah,
He was
I don't think he needed a redemption.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah.
You literally saw bro with like an actual like tumor on his face,
Yeah.
and then it got
Yeah.
removed after the fight, and he's like, okay, now I'm not bad anymore.
Sorry.
I promise.
Yeah.
Oopsie.
I'm telling the truth. And the thing is,
I will
Fenrico
repent.
actually never lied, right? I know people are referencing like his speech at the end of the 1.x quest. He never actually lied a single time to the player, but it was so convoluted at that point that everyone thought he was, and now you just find out bro was getting whispered to for the greater half of a fucking decade at this point.
Yeah.
So do you think with now Fenrico, kind of quote unquote essentially being out of commission,
He's a
dead,
statue.
gone, not really, but that he's doing his own thing, trying to save the area that he's in. What do you think is going to happen to the role of the Primus? Do you think we're going to get Primus Pete?
Phoebe. Imagine. Phoebe becomes the Primus. Oh my god, they'd be so fucked.
Primus
Phoebe.
Phoebe. I don't think if Phoebe was spoiled as the Primus in the Cube event, that'd be crazy.
I know.
I don't think she's gonna be it. Is she? I think she's a little bit too goofy. She's a little bit too.
Yeah.
Do you think they need a
dumb.
Primus?
funny,
Like who is going to rise in the ranks of the Order? Do you think the Order itself is going to crumble and reform? Because Faith is so intrinsically tied into the whole Renacita story. Like it's why anything is happening. So what do we feel is
I
going to
wonder
happen
if
with
the
the Order?
freaking the Montelli family and the Facilia family would just say, fuck the church, let's just run it ourselves.
You reckon? Do you think the people would accept that?
No, that's what I was just gonna say. I think
I
even if
don't
they
think they
tried,
would.
the people would not instantly just switch
I
up.
guess it depends, right? If the Facilias and the Montellis team up during the
they could,
Avengers
yeah.
Assemble moment, then it's kind of like you could do almost anything at that point, right? I don't think they even dislike each other, right? Like at this point, Rover will be like their common bond because they're both not actually doing bad things. The Order was actually the source of everything bad. Yeah, the Order was the source of everything bad.
I really hope they touch on the whole thing where Carlotta was saying how she was in talks with the Facilia family. Obviously, they were talking about Cantarella. So like we never got to see them interact, and I've been wanting to see that the entire time.
Yes,
I'm
I
like,
need
bro,
that shit.
We haven't seen these families interact with each other. They're supposed to hate each other.
That's the one thing that bothered me about 2.0. To be honest, was that we didn't get more family interactions.
There's too much.
We need like a big roundtable mob boss meeting, bro. That'd be so cool.
There's actually been too much stuff happening in the story. Like 2.4, I'm too busy. I'm too busy to see this shit. 2.5, too busy too. 2.6, well, we got to go deal with something in Septimont. So I feel like 2.7 is literally the only time that would like make sense for any sort of like wrap up for that.
That's if we don't even go back to Huang Long for a patch, like people have been fucking theorizing.
I think we're going to
yeah.
You know what's crazy is I think what's gonna happen is it's gonna be very difficult for Wuwa to like top the expectations that people have for the story now, or like continuously go up, right? Especially with such a climactic thing that just happened. And I feel like people are gonna just be auto disappointed in whatever happens next.
Well, you know
Especially for
what?
live action.
You know what, Brex?
Live service.
They said that after 2.0. They said that after 2.2.
Better ever since. That's
Yeah.
They said that after
They're getting better ever
2.4.
since.
They say it after every update, and honestly, the updates have kind of just been getting better story-wise. Like, they said 2.0 was not going to be topped. 2.2 topped it. Then 2.4,
that just
comparable.
means when they do get let down, it will be even worse because it's
now we're just building it up to be even more disappointing.
But I feel like for storytelling, I feel like it's kind of what's necessary. Otherwise, you get pulled into a trap of like constantly wanting to outdo yourself, and then you end up making mistakes in the story. So I
Mhm.
think
Yeah.
at some point you do kind of need to kind of bring it, like ground it a little bit, kind of bring it back down, and then you can build up the momentum again, and then you can have another big event like we did
Yeah.
in this
I
patch. And then,
feel
but you know, gacha players, they just want that instant injection of like of serotonin. Give me that shit into my veins immediately type shit. So I don't know like whether we will get that or not, but I feel like it is necessary. So I have
Yes.
faith in Kuro. Please, I'm begging.
Wuwa
Have you guys
needs.
played Go ahead.
no
sorry.
breaks.
I'll just. Oh, okay.
Okay, so basically, have you guys played FF16?
No.
Not yet.
No. Okay. Well, basically, I'm not going to spoil everything, but there's this one fight that happens where it's like so grand and insurmountable.
You're
It's
talking
so
about the Bahamut
fucking.
fight?
I'm talking about Bahamut. Yeah.
Yeah.
That
I knew
the
exactly.
Bahamut fight, literally,
Mhm.
there is no way they could have ever surpassed the Bahamut fight, and it's just like that's not the last fight of the game.
Finale, yeah, the finale didn't even
It's-
come close to that fight, in my opinion. But
Yeah,
holy
and I'm
shit.
like, high key, I think that might happen. Dude, we've had so many good patches, and like it happened in Final Fantasy 14 too. I feel like a lot of like the fantasy games where you have all the scaling and it just gets bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. Eventually, you legitimately cannot do more.
Well,
in FF14,
Mhm.
you fight God and despair at the edge of the universe.
Yep.
Like
go
you are
from
never going to
Shadowbringers
beat that.
Yep, Shadowbringers
Brax-
and Endwalker. Then you
Brax-
go to the new expansion, and then everyone hates it.
Legions, you guys didn't even need to use an MMORPG to convey your point. All you had to do was talk about ZZZ. That game peaked story-wise in 1.4, and now in like 2.0, they like it's like
Didn't
the
they downgrade the game?
Yeah, it's like the
Didn't they,
spider.
like,
I view it as like the Spider-Man effect, right? Where when it comes to like Spider-Man, a lot of the modern audience is kind of like thrown back by, oh wait, this is a guy that just deals with like thugs and like, you know, pickpockets and like basic thieves, like bank robbers. I just saw him go save the world in Infinity War, right? Like, wait, this doesn't make
Fight in
sense,
space with Thanos.
right? And
Yeah.
right now in ZZZ, it's like you just like literally saved the world from like a corrupt, like one of the top corrupt officials in the only city left in the world, right? He just mutated into a fucking freak and was like about to destroy the entire city. You stopped him. And now you're dealing with like low-level cultists in like one sub-region of the world. And it's like, wait, the story, like with high schoolers, you were originally partnered up with like police officers, military specialists, professional, like con artists, all that. Now you're working with high schoolers in a club.
Yeah.
It's like ZZZ
It's
is
the
perfect example of it with the story
I quit
progression.
that game after
Yeah.
1.6.
it's like it's literally the Marvel effect, right? It's like it's what that series has always had a problem with. You go from fighting Thanos, right, and then you go back to have all these other, you know, lower grade threats or stakes. But now it's like, oh, now Galactus is here. You know, it's like you bring things down to kind of build it back up again to something even bigger than it was before, and it kind of, it doesn't mean the stories that you can tell that are less stakes aren't as good of a story though. I think that's the important thing.
Yeah,
it doesn't
yeah, I
mean that just
agree.
because the stakes aren't as high doesn't mean it can't impact you in any sort of kind of way. There's a reason why, you know, stories without such big fights still resonate with people, you know. So I don't think it's really a problem, even if Kuro has to lower their stakes for a next patch.
I mean, to be honest, like for Lova's story at a baseline doesn't do that much, right? Like for like for the average person in the Wuwa world, for Lova's story, whatever happened in 2.5 actually changes almost nothing. Like, yes, the order situation got resolved. I guess that's sort of like a big thing. But like outside of the order thing, the main focus of the quest for Lova's storyline is all about like dead people or like perhaps soon to be dead people. But for the average person, like think Chisha or your Yang Yang, nothing fucking changed at all for them.
Yeah.
I will say,
Not yet.
too, while we've been like glazing the story and like we've been saying 2.2 was better, 2.4 was amazing, 2.5 was also amazing. I will say this is the first patch where I don't know how you guys feel, but like outside of the story, I don't give a fuck about. I'm not touching the game again until like 2.6 comes out. I don't give a fuck.
But you're
about
not
it.
doing your nightmare farm every day.
Hell
There's nothing
fucking
else
no.
to do. Let's just kind
Yeah,
of
we were
really
talking
don't
about this
know
cap the
I'm
other
good.
day. There's fuck all to do. There's
That
jack
mini
shit to
game
do other
event
than-
made me want to shoot myself in Minecraft. So that when I started for 5 minutes, I alt F4 again. I said, I'm not doing this. I'd rather spend money than
Yeah,
get
no.
1,200 gems in this event.
I'd rather
Holy
spend
shit.
money than get 12.
How do you go from the banner event and the fucking Babel Tower thing to what the fuck this is, bro? Like, holy shit.
They
I think that I think they front loaded a lot of stuff in 2.4
patch,
because of
Yeah.
the anniversary,
saved
and
one
so
of
they
them for this
really
patch.
needed to bring back the audience who kind of
Yeah.
might have like dipped out. And now, you know, people are back in 2.5. People are around for
And
the
now they're leaving
story,
again.
and
No,
they're
I'm just kidding.
chilling until 2.6.
Yeah, I feel like they needed another combat event in this patch.
Yeah.
You know what would have saved this patch? And I think the devs are honestly a little fucking stupid for just not putting it in. Just put in the co-op hologram bosses again. Just
Yeah,
rerun the
it's
same
like the
fun.
best thing in the game.
Just rerun that event. Like just rerun that event. Put in the Kelpie and the Arsenosa shit.
Oh, God forbid the Kelpie.
Just
God
put
forbid.
those in. It's not that hard. Like,
oh, I just noticed we didn't get a hologram this patch either.
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
we did get two
But
in
they could have did
2.4.
They could have did Lady of the Sea or something as a hologram. Like what the fuck?
I want Fenrico hologram, and he just summons other holograms.
Oh, please no. Fuck
No,
off.
he just summons other holograms, and you fight both of them at the
Can we
same
talk
time.
about how that fight so ass?
hologram,
Bro,
that fight was
the
so
Fenrico
ass.
fight, it felt like a really shit MMO raid boss.
It
Like
did.
that's kind of how it felt. It was
Except-
so bad.
You say it felt like a shit MMO raid boss. It felt like a tutorial MMO raid boss.
Yeah,
Yes,
it
was
did.
so bad.
That boss,
Straight
that
cock and
boss
balls,
has the
absolute catch.
worst mechanics I've ever seen. Where the shield is the HP bar, and like you
Yeah.
can be halfway through your rotation, and then you'll break his shield and reduce his hitbox to nothing, and then like
Yep.
your Brand's anchor is gonna drop down. It was about
and
to
not hit
hit,
him.
but not
Do nothing.
anymore because you broke his stagger bar. It's
Yeah,
like
it's so
this
fucking
doesn't even
stupid.
make sense, bro. It's like I
It's
wish
so
the shield
shit.
was still up.
It's so bad. It's so
Oh,
bad. I
God.
don't know why they did that. I don't know why. It doesn't look good either. It doesn't look good. It's not fun to
No, it
play.
looks
It's
ass.
the
It's so
worst boss
fucking
they have
And the
made
music's
in the
fucking
entire
sick,
game.
though.
Yeah, the
music
music,
is very
good.
That's the,
Porsche-
only
the
thing that
Porsche
made
has
the
arrived.
farming
My
okay.
Porsche arrives.
Wait, is that what it, my Porsche
I can't
arrives?
unhear it now.
All right.
So good.
Brax cover
is there
win.
anything... Huh?
Brax cover win.
Yeah,
my
no,
God.
I'm good, man.
Speaking, is there anything else people want to bring up about the story itself or the patch? Because if not, we could probably talk about the discourse of how the Kuro community, a lot of people believe, has been acting out of line recently.
Ooh, yeah,
Do we
let's talk
think
about
that is
drama.
actually? Yeah. Do we
I
think
I
that's
spend more
actually the
money than
case,
you
or
and
is it
play the
kind of
game
a
more
false
than you,
flag?
so
This
my
is Saint's
opinion matters
specialty.
more.
This
Oh,
is Saint's
shit.
specialty.
I heard some people had some changes of heart as they were listening to certain materials. I think Legions was actually one of them. Maybe he can give like a bit of his take.
No, that was the other bald guy.
No, I recall that you were originally on like one side doing a little bit of defense, then you heard some things and then changed your stance.
For 2.5?
No, I mean a CC's reaction to 2.5.
Oh, we want to talk about that? I'll talk about it.
Yeah, I thought that's what we meant by discourse, unless I'm tripping, Cap.
Oh,
You wanna talk
you
about
could
that?
talk about whatever, but we could talk about the general sentiment
Oh, yeah,
of
okay,
like community's
yeah, let's
reactions
talk-
towards creators.
Yeah, let's talk about it generally then. It's just Legions had a very specific quote that came to mind.
I'll say the quote.
You already said it. You already said it.
I did. But I was trying to hide it over everyone talking.
Sly. No, I guess we could
Okay.
start by saying, do you think that the community is quote unquote gotten worse over time, or do we think it's just more voices that have come out because of the story quest? How do we
Brax
feel
wants
about
to
that?
answer this one.
Dude,
All right.
okay. This happens in every fucking game.
Yeah.
In
yeah.
every fucking game. The game's out for
Yep.
like a year. People get tired of not having something to do, even though it's their favorite game. They want to play it more. They get bored, so they start shitting on everyone and the game. And I feel like this happens all the fucking
mean,
time. And
it's-
it was just a matter of time before everyone that loved Kuro games and loved fucking Wuthering Waves was going to be like, I'm so pissed off. I'm so disappointed. I want to go punch that guy. You know, I fucking hate this game. This is the worst
mean,
game
you know,
ever. Next
People
patch
say
comes,
like
flip flop.
Gacha community too, though. But you can attest this too, Brax, because you play FF14. That community fucking does that shit all the time too, with shipping and like remember
Yep.
Emmett Selk's story. Like that's essentially the same thing as for Lova almost. Yeah, like it's not even just people will say it's the Gacha community. It's every fucking community. You should see the anime community
Yeah,
on
Yeah.
some of
so
the
bad.
videos I have for my old TikTok, bro. I would get millions of people going to war in the comments over fucking One Piece characters. It's insane.
Just look at a power scaling subreddit.
Oh,
Oh my
God,
God.
Jesus Christ.
Fucking.
I'm good. I'm not going near
I'll
that
be
shit.
reacting
actually.
to a certain anime and that has nothing to do with JJK, and people will be like, "Gojo clears." I'm like, what are you
Bro,
talking
stop.
about, bro?
Oh my God.
What?
No.
Sukuna low diff. Sukuna low diff.
No, stop. Boruto versus Naruto
Goku
dialogue.
solos. I'm like, bro, what the fuck are we talking about?
It's funny you say that because I'm in kind of the Bleach fandom as well, and that shit gets shit on all the fucking time by power
It's
scalers.
anywhere there's power scaling, especially like you bring a Bleach that has one of the most insane dumb power scaling in any like
Yeah, people like
anime
Bleach is
ever.
impossible to
Like
power scale. Bleach is impossible to power
Spiritual
scale.
pressure.
There's no like definitive
Yeah.
numbers and shit. I'm like, fuck off. Just fuck off.
yeah,
Like, just watch
No.
the fucking show, man. Like, it's
Yeah.
not that deep, bruh. Who gives a fuck about whether you want two characters to fight that from completely different fucking series? Like, please kill yourself in game, of course.
I will
Okay.
say,
Yeah, I
too,
guess-
like going
Oh,
back.
no.
I guess
Going back on topic, I
was about to
had
do
like
that.
hundreds of comments,
Mhm.
like just are dude, people going to war, and the whole me feeling sympathy for Lova. I don't know if you guys got this too, because I'm sure some of you guys also said you felt sympathy. I had people calling me like Hitler because I was feeling sympathy for a genocidal maniac. I'm like,
Bruh,
it's
have
not
you
that
seen Cap's
serious.
chat?
Like,
Have you seen Cap's chat? When I was speaking
Yeah.
about
What?
it, people were saying, "Who the fuck is this guy? Get this guy off. He knows nothing." I'm like, bro, please leave me alone.
oh, with your earlier
don't worry
comment.
about it.
yeah,
Don't
I
worry
was
about
getting
it.
shit on, bro.
I'm personally of the boat that any sort of discourse that we're having regarding like the story and then like people's sort of like interpretations of different characters, I don't think that unless it's getting like incredibly toxic where you're saying somebody's a Nazi, I don't think that sort of discourse can inherently be that unhealthy. I think all it really shows is that people have a lot of different ways to interpret this story. That's how multi-layered it is, and that's how not handheld. Like, you're not being told by the developer how you're supposed to feel. You're not being told by the writer how you're supposed to react. And I think that's a sign of a complex story and a mature story that has confidence in the viewer to come up with their own interpretations. And the amount of discussion that's ongoing with the game is kind of like a sign of that. And I don't inherently view that as like a bad thing. I think every video that comes out where somebody's disagreeing with somebody's lore take, or I think your prediction is wrong because of that, and my prediction is right because of this. At the end of the day, you're all just theory crafting, right? On stuff you don't even fucking know. Everyone's just guessing at this point. Nobody's right or wrong, but people are just having fun with it, right? And until it gets to the point where you're like actually insulting each other because of a story take, and if you're doing that, like, brother, go outside. I'm not even joking. Like if you're doing that, legitimately go touch grass. It's as long as you keep in mind that any story discussion should be fun in games, and you keep it that way. Any discourse, any disagreement, go for it. It has my seal of approval.
As long as we're not in the realm of genuine toxicity, like you say. Because
Yeah.
that is just stupid.
But
that's what I kind of was saying. Do we feel that that's increased though? Do we feel that this has this 2.5 and people talk about? Do we think it's increased because of this?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
I think so.
But I think that's because the game's getting more popular. And
Yeah.
not to shit on Hoyo, but a lot of the other games that they have are not doing as well as they were. So a lot of those people are getting bored with that game and now going to other games.
Have,
Wuwa's one of them.
have any of you guys played the
Oh, God.
ZZZ 2.1 story?
I
Oh.
quit after 1.5.
I
I'm
wanted to do
probably
something
never
in
touch that game.
Minecraft while playing that story.
Oh.
You would have
Yeah.
the same.
I saw
Is it
the
that
one
bad?
clip. My chat linked me the clip of you pointing the gun to the screen.
Everybody.
I was actually crying, bro. That was so funny.
It's
He's like, oh, unfortunately, it's not loaded.
I did that because everybody in ZZZ is Paimon. Everyone is
Yeah.
Paimon.
Oh,
They just repeat
okay.
themselves ad nauseum.
Lord.
The same line 3 times in the span
It's
of
such
like
a
2
shame though
minutes.
because it didn't used to be like that in the 1.
It
like
didn't.
up to 1.4.
It didn't. That's the thing. It was so good in 1.4, and then it's like, I honestly feel like I cannot get a decent story experience outside of like potentially like a Genshin main quest. Like maybe like parts
I
of like a
even like
Genshin main
1.2.
quest.
Yeah, I mean, It's been definitely, like you say, a lot of people going from one communities to another and getting rolled. We're seeing that, but although we saw that with kind of like with Honkai, like Star Rail, even like 3.4 is like apparently has like a good story, right? It's kind of the consensus that has had a good story as well. I don't know.
think-
It's
Sorry, I thought you were done. Did Honkai Star Rail, right? But I'm not gonna derail the conversation a shit ton. But
yeah,
part of the reason I got really irritated in that community was because as soon as the story got more convoluted and like more yappy, a bunch of the like most annoying people moved to that community. And I do think that there comes a certain like type of really fucking irritating, annoying ass person when lore gets really good. And I feel like not everyone who enjoys lore is like that, but there are plenty of people who are like, "Oh, you have good lore. I'm gonna ruin your entire day." And I feel like that also is a symptom. Like it gets more popular, you get more people like that who like you actually just don't want to have those discussions with.
I guess I
yeah. If you don't enjoy, I think that's like part of the problem, right? If you're not enjoying the story in the right way, or you're not understanding things as correctly, they then have to ruin your experience even further playing a game. I feel like that's kind of the problem that 2.5 has been having with discourse of people, members of the community, kind of being like, "Oh, you didn't understand things fully, well, you're a moron," which is kind of like not supposed to help. Who does that help?
Is
Who
anyone
does that help?
actually getting told that though? That
Oh
there
yeah,
are-
I see it every now and
actually
then.
had to send. I had to send like probably 30 people to the Shadow Realm the other day after
I think this is an
the
internet
live stream for
problem,
2.5.
I feel like this is an internet problem because this happens with like pretty much every single community that gets, like you said earlier, with any kind of community that gets big. People want to just kind of, they want to be right. They want to feel vindicated in their opinion. And people who have never been touched as a child, or their mums didn't love them, or their fathers didn't come back from the milk. Like they just want to have their opinions put out there, and if you don't agree with them, then they get like their backs up, and then they start shitting on you. It's kind of like and then you are kind of seeing it with the Wuwa community right now. I think a little bit, which is pissing me off. This is a fun game. Don't piss me off. I'm gonna crash out.
Chat, we know
I had a
that
ZZZ
Twitch
fucking
chat and
person
YouTube
yesterday.
isn't the whole community. We know that.
Yeah.
We're talking about for our experience.
It's the people that engage with content creators about gacha games are not the normies of gacha.
Yeah,
These
no.
are people who are heavily invested. The people on Twitter, the people who watch reaction content of like story stuff and things like that. These are not. These are the hardcore people who really love these games. I think that the average normal person will just play the story games and just kind of be done with it. So you kind of have to realize that. I don't think that it's not a representation of like a whole gacha community. Just like the online anime community isn't the whole anime community. People will just watch the shows and kind of move on and be done with it. So I don't think it's like a problem for it's not a problem that could be solved. I think is really the takeaway. It's just something you have to deal with. And for every like individual creator, it's something you just have to deal with on a personal level. Like how you choose to like moderate your people, how you choose to interact with your own community in your own spaces. That's the only thing you can do.
I mean,
I think we should just instigate.
I mean, at a base,
Personally.
at a baseline,
I
at a
agree. I
baseline,
agree.
all this is somebody disagreeing with you, right?
Mhm.
It's like, I mean, God forbid that happens to any of us. But I think just like as a content creator, I mean, yeah, your opinion is everyone's not always going to share your opinion all the time.
Yep.
And I think that when it comes to like crash outs in the space, reactions to the space, how people respond in the space, right? That's really just all it boils down to is how do you react? How do you respond when people disagree with you? And I guess that's kind of really just it. And I guess maybe this is one of those times where a lot of disagreements are being had. But I mean, I feel like it's just kind of nothing seems out of the ordinary. Like, oh my gosh, this is like some sort of like unforeseen, like crazy develop. Like I feel like we've been around the block a couple of times.
Yeah, everything.
Really has
I think the
banded.
community has been the same. It's just bigger. I think that's generally what it is. The community's acted the same it always has. There's just more voices.
I don't think there's been as much room for interpretation about the story too.
Exactly.
And I think like the most recent one was 1.3 maybe for interpretation of the story, where it's like, you know, people were maybe like, okay, it was a little bit too wordy, or it's like, oh, I didn't like the shorekeeper part. Oh, but I like the shorekeeper part. That seems like the most controversial thing like 1.3 feels the most controversial in recent memory, and then obviously this one over here. But for kind of like 2.0, 2.2, 2.4, it was kind of like there was only one opinion to have.
Hot and dry.
I don't really think there was too much room to like discuss about it. Everyone was just like, "Yeah, it was good. I liked it."
Yeah. I feel like another big reason why it kind of divided people as much as it did is the nature of a lot of gacha games is the MC is more of a self-insert, right? Instead of like a pre-named character and such. Whether you think that or not, a lot of people think like Rover's a self-insert and not. I've seen a lot of people get very attached to Rover or the main character and self-insert. And I feel like because this is the first real time that we have seen Rover kind of in more of a gray zone. Yeah, more of a I don't know the right word for it, but yeah,
what I was saying,
exactly.
he felt
It's
more
like
human. You know?
he's making mistakes, he's fucking up, and again didn't achieve his goal. It's the first time we're seeing that. So of course, I feel like the people that are treating the character as a self-insert are going to be more vocal about what they think about it, rather than just sitting back on the sidelines like they might typically do.
Rover's always wanted. Rover has always traditionally done what the player has wanted them to do in that point in the story. There's never been a moment in the past where people are like, "I didn't want Rover to do that." It's been the right action every time. And it seems like in this circumstance, right? Some people, and that's where I think people are getting split because they're Sims.
Is it just me that thinks that self-insert is cringe? Like really, really cringe.
I think it can actually be done pretty well depending on the situation.
Like Persona is one of the games where I think it's done pretty well. But yeah, there's some games that do it well.
I guess in Gacha specifically, I guess.
Oh yeah, they're mostly cringe most of the time in Gacha games.
I hate it in Gacha. I hate it.
Yeah.
You know, I think that a lot of it is just also like, I don't even know what to call it, a different amount of literacy. Like there's people that are playing all of these free anime games because they're like, this is like their first game. They don't want to spend $60 on it. They get into Genshin, they get into Star Rail, they get into Zenless Zone Zero, right?
And $200 for
and
a character.
They're like 12.
Yeah, and then they're like used to this form of storytelling where it's like everything is perfect all the time and nobody is morally bad, and if they are bad they're redeemed or they are Senora, right? So all of these things sort of keep happening in the popular games. So people go to Wuthering Waves, which is popular but not as big as like Genshin obviously, and then they see like, wait, what do you mean this isn't perfect? Well, I don't like that, and now it's everyone's problem.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I think that self-insert can be done well, but I also like, for me personally, I always like narratives where it's like a character that we learn about and we're kind of just just piloting them. Yeah, E33, The Witcher 3, like Geralt has so much fucking lore, right? And you learn so much about it.
First time right now.
Dude, it's fucking amazing.
I guess the thing is like people use the self-insert label a lot. And I think to a degree, the less of a character's past that the more self-inserty they are. Like Amnesiac is sort of like the number one sort of like background lore, right? That happens in this kind of business. But I kind of almost view it as there's beginning to be too much characterization for Rover and their past deeds. And like we're learning more and more every patch. I think they become less of a self-insert like every single story update. That's the vibe that I'm getting at least, right? I'm beginning to feel more. I'm beginning to feel more and more like I'm playing like Geralt from Witcher 3, as opposed to like the protagonist of like Saints Row 4.
Yeah.
Right. Like I'm feeling more like I'm playing a Geralt because there's already these past relationships that have been established. Like, guys, you want to know what like meeting Shorekeeper and Frolova felt like to me? It felt like I was playing like Witcher 2 or 3, and I didn't know who Triss or Yennefer was. And then I met them in game, and I'm like, wait, they're fine as fuck, but I actually know them, right? And so that's kind of like, that's what it's feeling like when I'm meeting new characters in Wuwa. I feel like, it feels more like a Witcher game than, brand spanking new stuff like it kind of is in Genshin.
No, that's actually a really good comparison with Witcher 3 and the character introductions. I didn't really think of that. That's a good way of framing it.
It's weird as well because even with Genshin, I've never seen like the Traveler, even though they're quite literally most of the time just called the Traveler. I've never seen them as a self-insert. But then again, I just don't really like self-inserts in general. So even if it's shoved into my face, I'm like, no, it's not.
I view Traveler as more the self-insert because they literally don't fucking know anybody. So like every relationship is like a blank slate, which would be the equivalent of you taking a shuttle pod down into the middle of Teviot and I guess trying to do the same shit that they were doing, right? You're kind of started from the same baseline.
Them not speaking much either doesn't really help.
Yeah, the not speaking much is the thing that does it for me. The not knowing anyone makes sense in the story, obviously, because it's a fucking descender, not from this world, that they shouldn't know anybody. So that part's like, it is what it is. But the not talking, bro.
Oh, Rover
I feel like
Traveler is
dog shit. Horsecock, yeah, same. I fucking shit MC.
I mean, I feel like
I've always felt like Traveler is more like a catalyst for other interactions to happen and to get other people around them to talk rather than themselves.
So he's a cook.
I think. Okay, not quite. I wouldn't quite put it like that, but I feel like you could frame it as either a good or bad thing. I think a lot of people could kind of see it as a good thing of like the Traveler is the reason why stuff moves and stuff progresses and has interactions with everybody else, and it's one way of doing it. I know for some people it works and for others it doesn't, but
who does it work for? Send me a name. I need to put them on a list.
Yeah.
Well, there's definitely a lot of people who it does work for, evidently, but
that person should not be able to fly to other countries.
But I don't know. That's kind of how I've always viewed them. Is they're just a catalyst for interactions rather than like being someone who's intrinsically involved. But that seems to be changing. Well, so we'll see.
Not in Hoyo, it's not.
Well,
one of my chat
all the
just
upcoming
said.
stuff.
Someone in my chat just said like, and MCs in Genshin think they're red, but they don't have the aura. You guys know red from Pokemon Gold and Silver.
Yeah.
They all feel like they are the main character, and then they just don't fucking say shit, and they don't aura farm at all.
Oh, that's a good one, actually. That is a good one.
Oh, I thought you meant the fucking color, bro. Okay, that makes so much more sense. Like I thought they're like literally red, and I was like, is this motherfucker?
Yeah, they thought they were like red, like Roja, like.
Are they colorblind? Like a lot of things look red. A lot of things look red to colorblind people.
Awesome. Do we have any sort of closing thoughts about 2.5? The community, anything like that? Anyone excited for 2.6? What do we think might happen? Anything
not
else
excited at all.
Tonight, drip marketing tonight. Can't wait.
Oh,
dude,
yeah,
if it's not, I'm quitting the game for a whole patch. Yep, you heard it here first.
I'm so looking forward to, out of all the characters in Ridicita, I'm looking forward to Yuno the most. I'm gonna be so honest. Like she looks so cool.
Well,
I mean, me too. I need my Ishtar and Wuwa.
You got the sun and moon motif, and so if the sun releases and the moon does it,
Star Rail, so
yeah, if the sun releases and the moon does it, the devs can go fuck themselves, right? Then they already fucked up the stages.
Dude, I'm gonna be so pissed if they. Oh my god.
Like, what? You're just not gonna pair the moon character with the sun character? Are you on crack?
No, they're gonna give us. Booling. They're gonna give us Booling, bro.
Oh no, stop! They're gonna give us the dude.
Booling is the 5-star. Like if Booling is the 5-star for 2.6 second half, Curl would actually be burning down. I'm not gonna lie. Somebody's gonna do something.
Yeah, Brax.
I forgot what I was gonna say. It doesn't matter. No, but I would like to see Rime-Draped, and if she's not, it's whatever. I do think that the last thing about 2.5 that I found really interesting, and it's kind of going back to what we were talking about with like the community acting out of hand a little bit. I was very surprised to see how much backlash Genocide gave it or got for giving it a 7. Because I don't know if you've seen any videos or tweets or anything, but people are dogging on that guy like non-fucking stop. Well, it's really crazy because I think if you compared it to like a not gacha game, I think 7's actually pretty fair.
I'm gonna say,
I think so too.
Or comp.
But my thinking of this, right, is like when you are, whether or not you could agree with the rating for him, like general story 7 is actually really good. That's fair enough. But when you have a whole community of people that are saying one thing and one person says something kind of different, and those people don't know how that person might rate something, I think it's fair to expect people to like be confused. Is it not?
Yeah. I've seen a lot of people say it's not about the rating. But
It's
I
not.
guarantee you, if he gave it a 9, nobody would
About
be
the
getting
rating.
upset.
Yeah, it's about
Right.
the
Yeah,
rating.
it is
That's it.
100% about the rating. People are like, oh, he didn't pay attention. Okay, if he paid attention and gave it a 7, people would just say he didn't get it and it's a bad take. Right? Like,
Yep.
you know how this community works? Because we see it
Yeah.
all the fucking time. And
Yeah.
I think it is crazy. I expected a little bit of backlash. I did not expect it to be that bad.
I will
No, me
say
either.
he threw fuel on the fire though when he pretty much
Mm-hmm.
called his own community poor and said,
Oh.
"I spend more money on the game than you, so I have a better say." I got
See,
invited
I
to
didn't know that
Wuwa Fest.
happened.
Well,
Yeah,
I
and he
guess
also said
this is
he also said, "I got invited to Wuwa Fest, and you that for a reason. Obviously, it's because of his community, his Wuthering Waves viewers. That's why I got invited." So I was on his side until he said that, and I was like, "Okay, that's pretty cringe." I'm not gonna lie. He made it worse by saying that.
Yeah,
I think he
Brax.
never
It's like
never
pouring
would've said that.
gasoline
It
on
was
yourself and then lighting a
Brax-
cigarette.
Yeah,
kinda.
Brax,
but-
to sort of like
Yeah.
add on to what you're saying, you want to know who else gave the story a 7?
Techie did at first, right?
I'm not talking about Techie though.
Oh, who?
But you don't know, right?
No, I don't know.
I
They haven't
guess
gotten
so.
shit for it,
So
apparently.
right, you don't know, which is like there are people that have given out 7s, like Fob, that had like their own personal reasons for doing it, and they explained their reason well. Fob just didn't like the ending. Fob didn't like Frolova as much of a character, and nothing
I
became
remember
of
seeing
it.
that tweet.
Right?
Yeah.
Nothing.
I gave it a 7.
Yeah.
I would give it about a 7 for a story in general. I'd give it about a 7. For a gacha story, I'd rate it a bit higher
Yeah. Yeah. And,
because for gacha reasons. But
yeah. And the thing is, Fob is
Interesting.
like 2 to 3K CCV, and he just gave it
Right, yeah,
a
he
7 live on stream. And so you would imagine if it was just because of the rating, Fob would be getting a ton of shit too. But he got absolutely almost nothing. I think he had one moment where he was like,
Yeah, Kurobot goggles enabled. Let's read what this guy is typing.
like he had one moment where he did that, but it was just like funny, right?
He did that a
Yeah.
little bit way too good.
Was Fob's rating just on stream or was it also on Twitter?
It was on
Both.
stream and it was reposted to Twitter.
Yeah.
Okay, but Genazad's was
On
posted
stream,
by himself,
on
right?
stream and reposted
Yeah.
to Twitter.
I
He
think it
also
was
posted
also
on
mainly
YouTube.
like the
I-
video
I
he
feel like
uploaded,
it's-
right? He made it. I think the difference being is that Fob doesn't do. Correct me if I'm wrong. He doesn't do like a review of the story like on stream, or does he? And then post it. But Jenna does.
He gives like a. He
And I
gives,
think
like, a
that's where a lot of the
rating at
discourse
end,
came
but
from.
That's about it. Yeah. I
Mm.
will say, I think that he reached a boiling point and crashed out because if you remember, there's been moments with like the Roshia thing, the 2.0 anniversary thing. I feel like I could name a couple more. So I think it's just built up with the community, and he just like has a disdain for the Wuthering Waves community, and that's why he kind of just exploded.
Yeah,
the way
and I
that he
guess
did.
the
Wait,
thing is,
you think he doesn't like the Wuwa community?
No, he literally says it all the
I-
time. that he
I
hates
mean,
the Wuthering
if
community.
you
Well, he said
I mean, okay,
Kurobot.
I hate the Wuwa community too, but like,
community.
I think like deep down we all like
so
appreciate that they're there, right?
Yeah.
At the end of the
They
day,
hate a specific community. To me, it's pretty clear they mean they hate the people that they see as the dumb fucks of the community, right? Like
Exactly.
the
Yeah.
annoying motherfuckers, not
But I-
everybody in the community.
And the thing is, the framing that you guys have, it makes a ton of sense, right? But this is kind of like the unfortunate part of the scenario is I made a video covering the topic. And one of the reasons why I made a video covering the entire topic is one, because, it's a recent common event, very big in the Wuwa space going on, just as a Wuwa
There's
CC
nothing
covering
else
it,
going
right?
on in the game right now.
That too, right? And the second reason why I gave it is because I'd like to believe that I'm like one of the bigger voices, bigger CCs in the Wuwa space. And so
100%.
when the community is naturally being painted as negative, toxic, etc., so on and so forth, right? I get backlash. I get blamed for it. And people say that part of it is attributable to me. Right? And so one of the reasons why I made that video diving into the Genazad, the rating issue, the crash out, all of that, was to actually be able to pinpoint blame, right? See what's going on. Is the input in this situation warranting the output over here? Where we're saying that Kurobots are retarded, we're saying that they're a waste of oxygen, that they're too stupid to live, etc., etc. We're then like flexing how we're going to Kurofest and how their opinion means less than us because we pay more on the game and we spend more time on it, right? That's like the extent of the crash out. And I'm just like, okay, surely something terrible must have happened. Something terrible was said for this crash out to occur. And I just want to be like, okay, the Wuwa community is being put in a bad light. I'm getting flack for it. I'm getting partially blamed for it. Let's just get down to the bottom
Were
of
you?
this.
Were people actually blaming you for that?
Yo, yeah,
I don't
they say
really
Saints
recall
making
anyone-
Saints making the Wuwa community toxic. He's making it toxic positive. That's why Jen is getting so much
Literally-
shit because Saint just
Literally,
keeps
when I
glazing the
reacted
game.
to your video yesterday, people were like, "Oh, why are you
Okay.
watching his video?"
Exactly, right? That is the narrative that goes on anytime the Wuwa community does something toxic. And this is the reality of the situation is Jenna said he was openly not reading his comments. He said that he was refusing to read them and that everybody critiquing him was just a Kuro bot. And that's a very blanket statement, sort of generalization thing, right? And so I'm just like, okay, let's see what the comments were because he's not going to read them. And all the comments were just regular baseline critiques about like, hey, you said this part was confusing, but we saw your stream, we saw your VOD because we're viewers of yours, and you weren't paying attention very much at all. You were like, goofing around doing all this stuff. And so this critique point that you're making that the story was like confusing or using like flowery language, so on and so forth, we feel like you wouldn't make it if you paid more attention. That was like 90% of the comments. And to just say, oh, comments from your longtime viewers are just Kurobots, it's just like this, it's just like the overarching toxic positive community, when it's actually his own viewers making those comments. And then that crash out where we're calling them worthless, we're saying all this stuff, we're flexing Kurofest, that was made basically in response to his own viewers. The most offensive thing I found in that comment section was him being called a walnut.
I don't know.
See, this is crazy because I had like no information about this situation at all. Like this just flew under my radar completely. So I'm clueless about any of this.
Yeah, if you look at a lot of the top comments, it's just like it's not people directly like, it's not people calling him names and shit, right? It's not people calling him an idiot. It's people saying this is a bad take. This is why, right? So there are people that are trying to have that discussion, but alongside that, you also get the bad actors who are like, I'm going to try to ruin this guy's day because I disagree.
And this is the thing, right?
And that's the shit that carries more weight. But I also didn't know about the crash out, right?
Yeah.
Like from my perspective, I just see this guy getting lit the fuck up on Twitter, and then I see the VOD, and he calls it a 7.
Yeah,
in his video, he doesn't crash out.
And this is the thing.
It's like I said, I think he reached a boiling point with the community after having so many like things, like I said, the Roshia thing where people were calling him a PDF because he S6 Roshia. The take he had on Wuthering Waves 2.0 anniversary. Like I think there was one more where like people were on his shit for Wuthering Waves. I don't remember. But I think it just like it was like built up over time, and he's just like, you know what, fuck these people, like
Probably understandable.
Yeah,
and I get people reach a breaking point at the end of the day, and it can be the smallest thing that tips someone over the edge if that is the case.
I think we have to understand that like people are human, and like we all get frustrated, and we all have our moments where we blow up, and I could kind of understand why that might happen. So I think it's unfair to dogpile on someone who can have a human reaction to something. I think it's all about like consistency. Like, is someone consistently doing something like that, and then you can make judgments? But I think in this instance, it's just a case of like frustration. That's kind of how I see it, anyway. And I think there's something to be said about what makes a critical comment rational versus irrational. Because you could say an irrational comment is one that is like laced with the toxicity, and you could label, and that's why people label some comments like, oh, the Kurobots are talking, because it's an irrational critical comment. So it's just about filtering out what we only to really in ourselves as like, or like as creators to take in the rational ones versus the irrational comments. I think is just really how to keep your own peace.
Well,
that's it.
And the thing is,
keeping your own peace and making sure things don't get to you.
I guess the main thing is to know if a comment's rational or not. You gotta read it. Yeah, you can't just say I'm not reading the comments. They're all just Kurobots. If they're,
I'm gonna be honest. For him to get that mad, he read the comments. Like there's no way you say I didn't see the comments, but yet all of them are bad. Like that's probably why he was so triggered.
Yeah, but the thing is, unless the comments were deleted, which they might have been.
What I brought that up too.
Yeah, I went through my vid. We looked at all the comments. There wasn't a single one that mentioned the score of 7. It was all just quoting him saying that the story was confusing, and then them giving the feedback. We just wished you paid attention to the Wuwa 2.5 story, like you locked in for your Limbus playthroughs.
I did think it was kind of interesting though, because he when he said the story is confusing, he mentioned specifically that Frolova's dialogue sorry, I have a speech impediment, leave me alone. That Frolova's dialogue can be confusing with the way that she talks. Like, she speaks in riddles, and that was something that, like, even I mentioned a lot during my playthrough, but I've never, even with my reviews as well, I never once got called out for saying that it was too confusing. Which I think
Maybe
is
it's because I
interesting.
played in Japanese dub. I didn't get that at all from her. I don't know. Maybe it's like an English dub
She
thing.
speaks in a very sort of flowery language, which
Yeah.
I kind of feel like if you're not an English first speaker, you might have to like reread like a couple times to maybe understand what the deeper meaning of what she's trying to say. But I think overall, like it's enough to kind of get the gist. But I can understand why someone would say it's unnecessarily confusing, but not confusing, just takes a little bit more to understand. But I don't think it's a problem.
Cap-
but I could see it being a problem for some.
Cap accuses all people who didn't understand the Wuwa 2.5 story of being English second language.
Yeah, you just simply cannot read.
That does
You
make
simply
sense.
cannot read.
Yeah, for like the people from the UK, true.
Oh,
Okay,
you
buddy.
literally made
Okay,
the
buddy.
language, man.
Okay,
Hello.
buddy.
You speak English for a reason, okay?
You speak Americanese.
Yeah,
let's
people,
be so honest.
the people from England are the #1 targets here. Yeah, they're the most at risk.
All I'm saying
British
is the American quote unquote language. The reason why your language is like that is because you're all stupid and you had to remove letters from words because you couldn't spell them properly.
Do
Just
you know
saying.
the actual
US
reason
law.
that America started removing letters from words?
It was from advertisements, right?
No, probably
It was because it was cheaper to print newspapers by removing certain letters.
That's
Oh my
amazing.
god, really?
So not only are the
Profit.
so not only are the
Corporate
idiots,
machine.
not only the idiots, they're also broke.
You wanna know why we
Look,
didn't?
GG
You wanna
go
know
next,
why
mate.
we didn't
GG
add
go
them
next.
back in? A waste of time.
Go
Think
next
about
country.
think
Go
about
next
how
country.
much time.
Go
Because
next
we're
country.
Think about how much
We get shit
time
done.
your school children have wasted writing the extra U in color. Think about it retroactively. How much time would have been saved across your entire civilization if you just didn't have all those useless letters in your words?
This is nitpicking
Womp
to the
become a colony
highest
again.
degree.
Womp colony.
The highest
sorry.
degree. Oh my goodness. Okay. Well, hey, I think you know what? I think that's a good way to end it. Fuck the British, am I right? I mean, crazy. You know.
No, stick up for
that's
yourself.
what it
Fuck
comes
the
down to.
Americans.
No. Oh, I do want to say one thing. I'm
Everyone.
so glad. My favorite thing about 2.5 is the fact that we now have Welsh people confirmed in Wuthering Waves lore, and I just want to say,
The
like,
old
people
lady, right?
Yeah, but they're also
baby.
they're also dead in lore.
Okay, you didn't have to do that to me, bro. You didn't have to do that.
That's the Welsh history. That is the Welsh
That's
history.
crazy.
You didn't have to do
Are they
that.
dead or like Frolova dead?
They're like in Frolova's. They're in Frolova's realm. You can interpret that however you
Oh my
want.
god, that's why the meteor hit. It was God saying, "Don't fuck sheep."
Wait,
Oh my
No,
god.
the meteor hit because they were trying to take out that one Welsh person on the island.
Exactly. It's like, it's
Why
a
is
speck.
wait? Why is it
disgusting.
Frolova Welsh then?
Wait,
I'm
guys,
sad. She's like
guys.
me, like Welsh but sounds English.
What if the
She's
meteor?
based.
What the
What?
meteor?
She didn't. She got rid of the accent because it was disgusting to listen to.
What if the meteor was just Finon in his ultimate,
The Welsh part of Frolova died.
and Finon just went back home and nuked it, and that like the home in Wuthering Waves was actually Finon's home. That's why they look so similar.
Oh my god. Oh
It's
god,
also
they went back to
Saber's
Britain.
home too.
They went back to Britain.
Britain.
I can't wait for the collab between HSR and Wuwa. It's gonna be huge,
Oh,
guys.
God.
Insane.
Oh, somebody mentioned this the other day, and I was like, "There's just no fucking way they do it." Like, neither of them. It would
With
be.
enough money.
It
Do you
would
think there's
be a
any
really
odds
fucking
that-
war.
Imagine the war gets like so bad though that like the government steps in and they're like, okay, you guys have to collab. You have to play nice. Go ahead.
Wait, literally, you guys are literally
Only
killing
way a
each other on the
collab-
streets.
The only way a
Speaking of
Kuro and
collab.
Hoyo collab would work is if they actually had added PvP for the event. Genuinely,
True.
Speaking
Enemies
of
it'd be the
collabers.
only
collabs,
way to
we
unite the
could,
player base.
We could quite possibly be like 5 months away from the collab. Speaking of the collab for Wuwa.
Oh my god,
Yeah.
Edge Runners.
Ooh, Edge
collab.
Runners, yeah. Hey,
Dude,
honestly,
I hope it's in fucking what the hell is the name of that city?
New Federation.
Yeah, I hope it's like really like cyberpunky. That would be
Yeah.
awesome.
I'm gonna be real
Yeah.
with you.
Versus
Steampunk.
Ethereals.
The Fate collab being so dog shit is one of the best
Oh,
like
God.
buffs
Fuck
Wuwa
yeah.
has
Gotta
ever
be
gotten.
Such an easy dunk. it should be an easy dunk.
Such an easy
Literally,
dunk.
Wuwa has to like actively try to fuck up to ruin this collab.
Just make
like,
Lucy
Yeah.
hot and all will be
Did though.
forgiven. Don't make her look
Yeah.
fucking retarded like fucking.
Yeah,
Stacey.
just make it good.
have
we've
to
never
try.
seen any of the Edge Runner characters in 3D ever, so they're gonna be the ones to kind of. Are they gonna make them look good? That's what I'm worried about. Are these 2D
yeah.
characters gonna look good in 3D?
The jiggle
I don't
physics gonna
know.
be crazy.
Oh shit.
Yeah, I don't know.
Playing
I'm just
one-handed for
excited to
real.
go to a place because 2.0 always seems like has a fantasy RPG vibe to it. I'm just excited to go to like sci-fi now. Like actually
Yeah.
full on embrace it. I'll be so ready for that.
Yeah, I'm
I
tired of
don't-
Europe.
I don't care for the
Fucking
sci-fi
hell.
shit as much, but like high key, I feel like something like Cyberpunk would be dope, especially with the collab coming out and everything, dude. Like, imagine where
With
I
season two
really
coming,
okay.
too.
I don't think they would do this because God forbid anyone make the right decision, but I would really love playable David with a Sand Deviston that affects the timer in events.
Ooh.
Like
Ooh.
imagine like he
Or heavy a
ults
boss.
and like literally the timer slows down on your clear. That would be so fucking sick. Just like a little
How
wall,
good.
like fourth wall break
How
thing.
great.
He doesn't even have to be that
would also
crazy.
be ridiculously powerful though at the same time.
Yeah, people are gonna say
Yeah, well, just
power
make him dog
And
shit,
then
but make him
Adam
do a cool
Smasher
thing.
comes
I mean,
in and fucking obliterates
like
him.
Brax, I get what you're saying.
Played
Like,
either way.
like thematically, they could just make like his liberation do that, and then he's in like some super powered mode. But it's like it's balanced enough so that by the end of his liberation, you've done like similar damage to other ultimates.
Yeah.
Right. But it's just
Exactly.
like it's just like a flavor thing because you get time stop and
a novelty.
Yeah, you get like
Yeah.
time stop and Wuwa, right? Where it's like the only effective thing on the timer is like a couple of sections or a couple of seconds for like ending lag, and then you just turn the ending lag into like David's entire his entire thing.
Mm-hmm.
He's so good.
That'd be fun. Looking forward to Edge Runners, man. Oh, it's gonna be so good. Anyway, I think that's a good idea to wrap everything up. I appreciate all of you who have come on to Yap today. Some of it a little bit spicy, some of it a little bit has some really good discussions about lore predictions and future. And I really appreciate all of y'all's time. Thank you so much for hopping in.
All right,
Aw.
awesome.
Thank you,
Thanks for
man.
hosting and great
Thank
chats
you.
today. Fun
Thanks for
crew.
having me.
Thank you, female Technon. This was great. Thanks for
Thank
bringing
you.
us all together.
Thank you, silly Welsh woman.
Awesome. I hope you'll have a fantastic rest of your day.
You too.
All right.
Thank you. Have a good night, guys.
See y'all
Bye.
later. Bye-bye. All right, guys. That'll be that. Hopefully that was a fun and entertaining discussion. I know some people had some harsh thoughts to share about certain people, but just keep it nice, keep it tight. Keep it tight, you know what I mean? All right, who should I raid right now? Who should I raid? We're about at the end of stream. He started commenting about your power creep takes. Who?
Hi.
Who? Regarding the misinformation and ZZZ's power creep, responding to Saint. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no, Moose on caffeine. Oh, oh, dearie me. Yeah, okay. All right. All right. Well, we'll save that one for later. Who's live right now? We got Brax, we got Duck, we got Marco. What if wait, I'm gonna raid you guys over to Marco. Wait, I want to raid you guys over to Marco because I think that he doesn't actually hate me. With the way that he was giggling last time he brought me up on stream, I don't think he hates me. So like, what if I just raid Marco right now? Yeah, how about that? Is he not live anymore? No, surely he's still live, right? Okay, yeah, he's just headbanging. All right, we'll raid Marco. Wait, you made him go offline? No, he's here. He said bye? He said bye. All right, we'll just raid Brax then. All right, we'll just raid Brax then. What a fucking debate. He knew I was coming. He had my stream open. All right, we'll just raid Brax then. All right, I'll see all of y'all later. It was a fun one, boys. Peace. Alrighty. Alrighty. I got